Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa ka tuku whakamoima te ati mātai mona karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga ia mātai. Ka wahi o mātai pānga whai oro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātai ki te kingi me te inoi atu mo te arihitanga I roto I o mātai whakaaroarohanga. Kia mohi ai, kia whaketi ai tā mātou whakahaere ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te mangaronga me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmeni.
Amen. I'm sure that members would wish to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Inka Kantan Pavi, Women's Affairs Minister from the Kingdom of Cambodia, and her delegation who are in the gallery. A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Ankit Gumba requesting that the House urge the government to increase penalties and enforcement powers for illegal dirt bike use and resulting noise pollution.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 17 papers.
Climate Change Commission 2026 Emissions Monitoring Report. Statements of intent for Heritage New Zealand, New Zealand On Air, Radio New Zealand, Te Papa Tongarewa, Television New Zealand. 2026-27 Statements of Performance Expectations, Broadcasting Standards Authority, Creative New Zealand, Fire and Emergency New Zealand, Heritage New Zealand, New Zealand Film Commission, New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, New Zealand On Air, Radio New Zealand, Tamaki Regeneration Company, Te Papa Tongarewa, Television New Zealand.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. No select committee reports have been delivered to the clerk for presentation. No bills have been introduced. We come to oral questions first in the name of Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago the Reserve Bank released its latest monetary policy review. This included a decision to increase the official cash rate by 25 basis points to 2.5%. Previously, the OCR had been at 2.25% for 7.5 months.
Supplementary, was this OCR increase a surprise?
Mr. Speaker, no. The OCR rises and falls in cycles, and 2.25% was the bottom of the most recent cycle. In lay terms, the Reserve Bank's accelerator has been flat to the floor, providing stimulus to the New Zealand economy. It was no surprise to the market or to economic commentators that the Reserve Bank decided to ease off the accelerator a bit. And since this move was already widely anticipated and priced in, there has been little or no change in fixed-term mortgage rates since the announcement. It is important to note, however, that the current OCR of 2.5% is still very accommodative or stimulatory, with low interest rates continuing to provide stimulus to the economy.
Why did the Reserve Bank decide to ease off the accelerator?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday's CPI release showed annual inflation above the target band at 4.1% due to a spike in fuel prices from the Middle East conflict. That spike will pass, but the Reserve Bank remains concerned about potential second-round effects on other consumer prices. It also expects the economy to continue strengthening. For those reasons, it has decided to ease off the accelerator. The Reserve Bank's job is to keep on top of inflation. Monetary policy's contribution to longer-term economic growth and living standards is through price and macroeconomic stability, and that is to the benefit of all New Zealanders. We have seen quite recently, between 2021 and 2023, just how destructive high inflation can be, with prices rising up to 7.3% a year.
Supplementary. What has the government been doing to help limit inflationary pressures?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has been focused on not adding to inflationary pressure with large increases in discretionary spending, as happened in 2022 and 2023. Our responses to the fuel crisis have instead been temporary, targeted and timely. Our new spending in each budget has been very restrained. This fiscal discipline has helped limit any inflationary pressure from fiscal policy and therefore any additional pressure on interest rates. As a government, we have also applied significant focus to addressing the underlying productive capacity of the economy and are advancing supply-side reforms to ensure a more productive economy and to limit price rises in future, whether that be rates caps, work to accelerate the development of electricity generation, or work to ensure a more responsive housing system.
Question number 2, Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Education, what recent data has he seen on student attendance?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, wonderful news. And Term 2 just finished a few weeks ago. Regular attendance was 64.2%. That's up 5.8% from Term 2 last year, and it is the best Term 2 in a decade. I should add a small caveat that 2020 was slightly higher because due to COVID measures, children were routinely marked present when they in fact were at home. However, had normal conditions applied that year, this most certainly would be the best in a decade. And it is a tribute to New Zealand's children and parents who've been getting it done, because we heard tremendous negativity at the start of the term that due to the fuel crisis, attendance would plummet and it was all going to be Chicken Little. Well, Kiwi parents and Kiwi children do not share that negativity. They have set a 10-year record for school attendance, and that is a wonderful thing for our country's future.
Supplementary. Were there suggestions early in Term 2 that the price of fuel might negatively impact school attendance?
Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that, but I appreciate the member's invitation to further expand on the matter. The interesting thing is that there's always a certain type of negative person who sees success as an excuse for grievance rather than an example to follow. I'm talking about the leadership of the PPTA and the NZEI and the Labor Party, but I repeat myself thrice. Mr. Speaker, actually, in stark contrast to those negative attitudes, Kiwi kids, Kiwi parents got it done because they see the value of education, and we're proud to see that progress.
Just take this moment to remind the House that it's not appropriate for government questions to be used to attack other parties.
Supplementary. Thank you, Minister, for clearing that up. What are some of the attendance initiatives this government has invested in?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is, I believe, in the first instance, the children that show up to school that deserve the praise for this, and the parents who often save and make sacrifices to get their children educated. But it is also true that this government has taken a range of initiatives, starting from just taking it seriously. We did not take school attendance seriously enough in this country in the years before this government was elected. We started publishing the data every day, where previously the minister responsible had got in trouble for refusing to release attendance data. Now you can see the data every day. We have given every school board an attendance action plan and implemented the Stepped Attendance Response Scheme, or STAR, which gives a different response at every stage of a child's attendance journey. If their attendance gets worse, there is a new response every time they go down 10% attendance. We changed the strategy to get them back. We have also put around $40 million extra into attendance, and we have contracted the attendance services up and down the country after an ERO review found that those contracts were not performing. As a result of all of those actions, we have just set a 10-year record for school attendance in our winter term 2.
Supplementary, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Does the Minister agree with the proposition that the best thing that we can do to reduce youth crime is to ensure that our kids go to school?
Mr. Speaker, it very much depends on the student. If the student is a naughty student and commits crimes at school, then it could be worse, as the member can well remember. However, as we can all imagine, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith has the report cards to prove it. He was on detention at Auckland Grammar every other day. But, Mr. Speaker, if you have a student who is diligent and learns and gets the skills and the self-esteem and the qualifications to set a good path in life, then yes, and education is definitely the best insurance against a wayward life afterwards, later in life.
As the member asking the question can attest. Question number 3, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Yes, in particular efforts on attendance and lifting educational standards.
Supplementary question. Why did he tell New Zealanders in December 2023 that his 100-day plan had, quote, a laser focus on bringing down the cost of living, end quote, if bringing down the cost of living is, in his own words, as he told the House yesterday, economic illiteracy?
In answer to the last part of the question, could the member provide the full quote, please, in the context it was given?
Sure. If, as he claimed in the House yesterday, quote, falling prices leads to less spending, that leads to businesses not investing, and as a result, the economy shrinks, end quote, why has his government repeatedly promised falling food prices over the past 3 years, something they've failed to deliver?
No, what I was talking about, I was helping to educate the member because clearly he led a very economically literate government. The point I was trying to make to him was, look, you have high inflation, which is what the last government created, 7.2%, 32-year high. It was actually out of the band for 11 quarters. Too high inflation is bad, right? Because actually what happens is the prices go up and people's wages don't keep up with that and they get falling behind. That's the situation that member created. But then what he started arguing was the flip side, the other continuum, which is called deflation, where he argues that actually we should have falling prices. And when prices start falling, economists tell you get less spending. Less spending means business incomes fall. Then you actually get cutting costs, wages and jobs. And so the extremes aren't good. And so what you do is you try and get in the band of called 1 to 3%. And that's what his government failed to do. He doesn't understand deflation. He doesn't understand the impacts of high inflation. It was just an education lesson to help him out, given the economic illiteracy on his side.
Well, Mr. Speaker...
just before you progress, the House needs to be a little more orderly than we've just seen from some sections in the answer, while the last answer was being given. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
If his concern is that shrinking prices will lead to a shrinking economy, how has his government managed to deliver higher prices and a shrinking economy?
My deep concern was for the member's economic illiteracy around an issue called deflation. Because deflation, look it up in the economics books, isn't a good thing, and that's what that member's been advocating for. What this government has delivered is inflation at 4.1% in the middle of the biggest oil spike and crisis we've seen. If you strip that out, we're at 2.9% within the 1 to 3% band that the RBNZ sets in place. I just remind the member, under his record, it was 7.3%, 32-year high, outside the band for 11 quarters. It's a special kind of skill to create that amount of illiteracy and poor economic management, but he has it in spades.
So, supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. If prices coming down is a deflation and economically illiterate, why did Nicola Willis state, and I quote directly, prices coming down is exactly what we want to see?
I would just put my record of 7.3% up against the member's record of 7.3%, up against our record of 4.1%. 4.1 is smaller than 7.3. Do you get it?
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. So when did reducing...
Hang on. The House will just settle right down while questions are being asked.
Mr Speaker, when did reducing the cost of living stop being his first priority and become economic illiteracy? Was that before or after he failed to deliver it?
Look, I'm just going to help the member. I'm going to send you a book called Economics 101. It's a great textbook. I got it in the sixth form at high school, and it highlights the dangers of what you're talking about, which is deflation. That's why we manage it within the band. Strip out the Iranian conflict. We're well within the band at 2.9%. We're making progress. Here's some other numbers for you, though, because you banged on about food inflation yesterday. It was 12.3% under a Labor government. It's 2.8% today. We have 0.5% rent inflation, the lowest in 25 years. That member drove up rents $180 a week. Rents are stable across the whole term of our government. And as you can see by the stats data, it's up 0.5%, the lowest in 25 years. The record doesn't match. Your record doesn't match with ours.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
Just a moment. Some people just on the other side of the House just need to calm down a little bit.
So if arguing for lower grocery prices is economic illiteracy, was Nicola Willis economically illiterate when she said, and I quote, "National is committed to Kiwis paying less for homegrown food at the checkout"?
And as I tried to explain to the member yesterday, but he doesn't get numbers or do numbers, is he had food inflation at 12.3%. Food inflation today is 2.8%. Mr McAnulty might even understand that 2.8 is less than 12.3. This is the point that we're making. So we're making good progress. Most importantly, the economy's on an upswing. There's lots of good information coming through the economy, but I just will help the member. I'll send him that book.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. So if he'd had no intention of bringing down the cost of living and lowering grocery prices, why didn't he just tell New Zealanders over the last 3 years that actually what he was promising was grocery prices that just wouldn't increase as fast?
Because we are focused on lowering the cost of living for New Zealanders. That member had inflation at 7.3%. He had food inflation at 12.3%. He had rent inflation at 4.6%. He had mortgage rates at 7.4%. Not only that, because his spending was so wasteful, he tripled the debt, for goodness sake. We pay $9 billion worth of interest because of their economic mismanagement and illiteracy. So I'm just saying to the member, I'm just trying to help him by educating him, because I look at that front bench and there is nobody with any economic management skills whatsoever. Just look at the faces. Not one of them can run anything.
Okay.
Not one of them. Speed limits.
Question 4, Dr Vanessa Winnick. Mr McAnulty, you're not called, so don't speak. Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. What recent reports has he seen on the government's reform of the New Zealand planning system?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, as the House knows, yesterday we welcomed the Environment Committee's report back of the Natural Environment Bill and the Planning Bill. As I think, on Monday, as I think, you got me there. You got me.
Sorry, just a moment.
You got me.
Just a moment. Far too much. All right? Just calm it right down. You may enjoy your little quips, but people are trying to understand the answers of questions that are being asked properly in this House. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, on Monday, we welcomed the report back of the Natural Environment Bill and the Planning Bill. As I think all members know, there isn't a corner of this country that hasn't been affected by the failure of our planning system, and the new bills to replace that planning system will result in significant economic opportunities for all New Zealanders. I want to thank the Environment Committee for the improvements made to the bills, addressing a number of concerns by submitters. We've had a number of changes around renewables, agriculture, housing, and also the environment.
Supplementary. How have the bills been improved to drive infrastructure delivery and housing growth?
Mr Speaker, there have been changes made to the heart of the system, which is the goals of the bill, to better focus and direct this sort of growth. We are, for the first time, writing into New Zealand law that our planning system should create abundant development opportunities rather than the status quo of just meeting current and expected demand. And when it comes to infrastructure, we are writing into law that the system should enable infrastructure rather than just plan and provide for. These are subtle but very important changes because they go to the heart of many of the problems besetting the New Zealand economy, which is an infrastructure deficit, a housing crisis and an energy system that has made it too hard to develop our abundant renewable resources.
Supplementary. What changes were made to enhance the environment?
Well, Mr Speaker, in contrast to what the member for Auckland Central is saying around laughable, a new goal in the system is to support and enhance the natural environment, which has been added by the Select Committee, sending a clear signal that the planning system should value the natural environment and indeed enhance it. Environmental limits, which are not a feature of the current RMA, have been retained. There have been changes made to clarify how those are set, to make sure they're reflective of local context. Regarding climate change, decision makers will be able to consider the positive effects of activities associated with reducing the adverse effects of greenhouse gas emissions. For example, it will be easier to consent renewable energy generation and public electric vehicle charges in the new system, and the bills establish a dedicated wildlife approvals process to make sure that the Wildlife Act's protected purpose and approach continues to be applied.
Supplementary. What feedback has he seen on the Select Committee's report?
Well, there's been a lot of feedback, Mr Speaker, some of it accurate, some of it less accurate. Some of the accurate commentary was from Liz Moncrief from the New Zealand Planning Institute, who's confirmed that the bills are likely to make obtaining resource consents faster. That is a real problem in the current RMA. We've also seen Dairy New Zealand saying that the job is not finished, but the reported back bills provide a much stronger foundation for a system that can deliver environmental improvement, greater certainty and lower cost. I was also confused, Mr Speaker, by some of the criticism of so-called new ministerial powers that I'm apparently giving to myself. In the current RMA, the Minister has the ability to set national direction and national standards and regulations under the Act, and of course those powers remain in the new planning system, but they will exist in a much more coherent and streamlined way.
Supplementary. Oops. Sorry, that was a bit loud. Sorry.
That's right. Marimeno Kapakingi.
Has the Minister seen reports that existing mana whakahono ārohe agreements were negotiated to improve planning efficiency by enabling earlier engagement between councils and iwi?
Yes, I have seen those reports, and nothing in the new system will stop engagement between councils and iwi. And in fact, it will be one of the parts of the new system will in fact encourage that as part of the development of spatial plans, which again is a new feature of the system that will be a real enhancement on the status quo.
Supplementary. What advice has the Minister received that abolishing those agreements will further improve planning efficiency, given the Far North District Council reported that its mana whakahono ārohe agreement with Ngāpuhi would save time and money through earlier engagement?
Well, I would encourage the Far North District Council, once the bills pass into law, to develop an iwi participation agreement with Ngāpuhi, and there will be the ability for them to do that within the framework of the new legislation. One of the reasons we've abolished, or we're proposing to abolish, the mana whakahono ārohe agreements is that they were developed in the context of the RMA. We're obviously changing the RMA and developing a Planning Act and a Natural Environment Act, so it makes sense to have a system that reflects that when it comes to iwi participation agreements.
Question number 5. The Honourable Julie Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education and reads, has the Privacy Commissioner been notified about the Smart Tool data breach, and if so, what advice has she received on this matter?
The Honourable Erica Stamford.
Mr Speaker, I'm advised that the Ministry of Education notified the Office of the Privacy Commissioner on the same day that the issue was verified. I'm advised that the Ministry have followed the guidance of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and have followed their obligations under the Privacy Act.
Supplementary. Over what period of time was the, quote, unexpected access able to obtain access to the information of 276 students?
Mr Speaker, I've been advised that there were 2 teachers who had access between the 5th of July and the 12th of July. The 2 issues, one happened on the 5th of July and the other 2, with the other separate teacher, happened on the 12th and 13th of July. We became aware of the issue and verified it on the 16th and undertook the correct process as outlined earlier.
How were trial logins able to access 276 real student records?
Mr Speaker, I don't have the technical knowledge of the back end of the system to be able to answer that question. What I can say, though, is that as soon as the issue was verified, all of the access was closed down immediately while the Ministry of Education worked to ensure that the proper process was taken, the identification, containing, restricting access and then notifying the correct people. But all of those steps were undertaken and it has been found that it was just those 2 teachers between those periods of time.
Supplementary. Was the final security accreditation for Smart Tool completed before or after live student data was loaded into the system?
Mr Speaker, I don't have that information on me. The member's going to have to put that in writing.
Question number 6. Big one?
I've got on supplementary.
Well, stand up and ask it. Don't sit there waiting.
Why did she push ahead with the Smart Tool when Treasury explicitly advised against it, stating that key processes for assigning and changing access permissions were yet to be developed?
Well, Mr Speaker, that information and advice from Treasury was through the business case process, which is a standard process. The advice was given, the Ministry acted on it, and the business case proceeded as it would normally do.
Supplementary. Why did she push ahead with the implementation of the Smart Tool when the Ministry of Education explicitly advised her that there was an active risk of a security breach serious enough to lead to complaints to the Privacy Commissioner and reputational damage to schools?
Madam, Mr Speaker, all the advice that I've had from my ministry before we went live is that the security of the system was robust and that they had confidence to go live.
Question 6, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Ngā mihi e te mangai.
There is one person asking a question and the people who have repeatedly started to give their opinion to the House while someone else has the floor won't be staying any longer. Honourable Davidson.
Ngā mihi e te mangai, ki te pirimia. E tautoko ana ia I ngā mahi me ngā kōrero katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he accept that successive governments, the courts and Parliament have recognised treaty-based obligations in environmental decision-making for decades? And if so, why is his government weakening a mechanism designed to give practical effect to those obligations?
Well, in answer to the second leg of the question, what we're doing is we're making sure that any agreements are in the context of the new RMA legislation going through this House. Importantly, any agreements are held at a high level to deal with issues like spatial planning, and quite rightly I think most Kiwis would understand that's important to protect important cultural significant sites and to uphold treaty obligations. But equally at the individual level, we want farmers to be able to crack on and build farmhouses on their own property without having to have endless engagement with lots of others.
Can he confirm that mana whakahono ārohe agreements, which have been around for almost a decade, have not once transferred council powers, created a veto or established any form of co-governance?
My point is that, and our point is that we actually want any agreements to be in the context of the newly developed RMA legislation.
What practical problem is solved by scrapping mana whakahono ārohe agreements if the government still intends to provide for iwi participation agreements under the replacement resource management legislation?
Well, as I've said to the member, we're transitioning from an old piece of legislation that's broken and doesn't work to a new one. We're in a transition period, and while we are, we're just encouraging everybody to say, let's get with the right law framework and the legal context, which is the new RMA laws, and put it in that context.
What advice has the government received on whether removing mana whakahono ārohe agreements could increase disputes, litigation, duplicated consultation, decision-making delays or treaty breaches?
Well, again, the point and the principle of the decision is actually to make sure that any agreements that are struck are done within the context of the new RMA legislation. That's as simple as it is.
Does he accept the concern raised by former Minister for Treaty Negotiations that scrapping mana whakahono ārohe agreements is doing, quote, untold harm to the treaty relationship?
Sorry, could the member repeat the question?
Does he accept the concern raised by the former Minister for Treaty Negotiations that scrapping mana whakahono ārohe agreements is doing, quote, untold harm to the treaty relationship?
Just in answer to the question, I don't know which former treaty negotiations minister is referencing.
Chris Finlay.
Question 7, Hannah. Question 7, Hannah Rafiti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te pika. To the Minister for RMA Reform, what negative impacts, if any, will his government's RMA reforms have on iwi Māori rights and interests?
It's not actually the question, but anyway. Mr Speaker...
what do you mean it's not a question?
I'm happy to. I'm pleased to say the new planning system will provide for more certainty around how Maori rights and interests are provided for. It will address the uncertainty created under the RMA by vague treaty provisions that did not specify what was required of decision makers or iwi. The efficiencies created by the new system will significantly benefit Maori. We are committed to supercharging iwi development. In fact, it is in the goals of the system. Iwi have suffered as much as anyone from the complexity of the RMA, and the new system will support iwi groups to use their land and natural resources for their own benefit. To give you one example, Ngāi Tahu have emphasised to me how much of a barrier overly complicated consent processes are to them actually using and realising the benefits of the aquaculture settlement areas that are provided for under the Maori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act 2004. And this is extraordinary, and it's important for the House to hear it. To date, no consent has been granted for a gazetted aquaculture settlement area after 22 years. That, to me, is a contemporary treaty breach, and we are fixing it through the new planning system.
Supplementary. How many mana whakahono ārohe agreements...
Questions, I don't know why the House has to be reminded so much today, are heard in silence by everybody other than the questioner. Please start again.
Supplementary. How many mana whakahono ārohe agreements in Hauraki Waikato will be removed by his government's RMA reforms, if any?
I don't have the specific number in relation to Hauraki Waikato, but if the member puts it down in writing, I'm happy to look at it. What I can say is that when the bills were introduced, there were 8 in existence. There have been 3 agreed since the bills were introduced. 4 short-form agreements were agreed in 2025. 27 have been initiated since the bills were introduced, and I'm advised that councils have advised of approximately 50 that have been initiated since the bills were introduced, so they will have to transition into the new system.
Supplementary. What assurances can he give to the people and places of Ngāti Taratokonui Trust, Ngāti Pawa Trust Board, Ngāti Hako Tupuna Trust, Ngāti Tumutumu Trust, Ngāti Tamatera Treaty Settlement Trust, Ngāti Hauā Iwi Trust, Raukawa Charitable Trust, Te Kawerau Iwi Trust, and Ngāi Tai ki Tāmaki, that their relationship with their local councils will be enhanced by the removal of mana whakahono ārohe agreements and not diminished further?
well, they'll have the ability to negotiate with their council new agreements once the bills come into effect. And I'd expect some councils to do that and some iwi and other groups to do that as well.
Supplementary. If iwi decide to seek justice through the courts over the removal of their mana whakahono ārohi agreements, can the Minister assure them that the government will honour those decisions?
Well, the government is, of course, subject to the law. That is a core principle of the rule of law, which is part of New Zealand's constitution. However, what I would also say is that the government is moving to change the law specifically, so to create a new legal regime for iwi participation agreements. And I want to stress that it is important in the system that there is the ability for iwi to have influence at the spatial planning level, but we are determined to get out of the system the idea at an individual resource consent level that you have to go and talk to every man and his dog around the country in order to get permission to use your own whenua to do something in this country. That is part of what's held this country back. So we're keeping things at a spatial planning level, and as the system funnels down to an individual resource consent level, we expect far more freedom for people to do things unless they affect other people.
Supplementary. How does the Minister expect mana whenua and Hauraki Waikato to have confidence in this government when decisions continue to be made that are inconsistent with Te Tiriti and the commitments made to them?
Well, that's just completely incorrect. I mean, for starters, this government has agreed to transition over the variety of treaty settlement arrangements in Hauraki Waikato into the new regime. It's a core coalition commitment that treaty settlements entered into by the Crown in good faith after many years of injustice are honoured, and that remains as part of the new regime and will continue as part of the new regime, and I'm in constant and regular dialogue with many of the iwi in Hauraki Waikato about those very matters.
Supplementary question.
The Honourable Tamapota.
To the Minister, how will Māori primary sector organisations have better opportunities to contribute more to export growth as a result of the RMA reform?
Well, one of the points that is often made to me by many of these groups is that the RMA has been a massive stumbling block to the development of primary sector exports or forestry or aquaculture, as I adverted to in the primary answer. And there is the great ability in the new system for much greater export growth and development of our natural resources as a result of the planning changes and environmental management changes that we are making.
Question number 8, the Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister responsible for RMA reform, is it correct that the regulatory relief provisions in the government's planning bills could impose costs of $1.99 billion on councils, and will ratepayers ultimately bear the burden of these costs?
The Honourable Chris Fisher.
Mr Speaker, there's a range of estimated costs, as I think the member knows, to implement the regulatory relief provisions. The member's chosen the upper end of the scale from the Martin Jenkins report, but the Martin Jenkins report also says it could range from $7 million to as high as $1.99 billion. So she's technically correct, but it's unlikely to be like that. One number is 284 times larger than the other. The bills provide councils with a range of options in how relief is provided, including rates relief, development rights, land swaps, reduced fees, access to grants and cash payments. That is all to be worked out in due course.
Supplementary. Can councils afford the regulatory relief provisions in these bills without passing on the costs to households by increasing rates?
Well, as the member should have listened to my primary answer, I mean, I just gave a range of different ways in which they will be able to reach the regulatory relief if indeed it is required. It's worth just pondering. It's worth just pondering why it exists. We are trying to deliberately tilt the system or introduce some greater tension in the system towards private property. And the reality is, if someone has a piece of land that is private property, and a council turns up and says, well, it's now subject to significant heritage restrictions or a significant SNA that takes 80% of the land, or at least renders 80% of the land unusable, or an outstanding natural feature or landscape, or something that's of high natural character. Those are legitimate roles in the system, and the system should protect things like that. But they also have an impact on someone's private property, to the point where there may be a diminution in the value of that property. And I don't want to live in a country in which councils can just do that willy-nilly. I don't want to throw out planning entirely, but I also want to introduce some tension into the system so that those costs on individual landowners actually bite somewhere. And if the effect of that is that councils think hard about whether or not something is actually heritage, or whether or not something is actually an area of significant natural area, then that is actually a feature of the system. That is what we are trying to accomplish. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Supplementary. So, is there a risk councils will put off introducing protections for biodiversity, heritage, landscape and sites of significance for Māori because of the risk of having to provide monetary compensation for that protection?
Well, as I've just said, one of the goals of the system is to make councils bear some of the cost of those restrictions which are imposed on private landowners. So that is what is allowed in the status quo at the moment. You know, talk to the farmer who owns a piece of land and finds that the council turns up and says 85% of the land's now an SNA, and you're not allowed to farm on it and you're not allowed to do anything on the land. Well, I'm sorry, that is not acceptable. That is currently allowed, and there are examples that members on this side of the House could point to up and down the country, or the individual landowner in Wellington who happens to own an alleged so-called heritage house because it was designed by some architect in the 1950s, who's found that you can't add a second story to the house, can't even change a light bulb barely inside the house because the council's decided it's a heritage house. Well, I'm sorry, I stand on the side of the landowner who is subject to those restrictions. And it's not to say that councils can't and shouldn't do that, because we do need to protect heritage, we do need to protect significant natural areas, we do need to protect areas of significant biodiversity, but there is a cost to that, and the question before the House is, who should bear that cost? Should it be the poor, long-suffering private landowner, or should it be councils? Yeah. And I say councils.
Just one person asking a question, that's all.
Does he agree with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment who said the bill effectively reasserts a right to destroy biodiversity?
No, I don't agree with the Right Honourable Simon Upton in relation to that. So My colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister, says till he apologises for the RMA, but that's slightly mean-spirited. Yeah. I don't agree with him, but what we're trying to do is, so firstly, we're not getting rid of zoning, we're not getting rid of the concept of SNAs or heritage, and in fact the threshold when regulatory relief will kick in is a significant threshold. So it's not any heritage restriction or any biodiversity overlay or anything like that. It's a significant threshold. And it's a tilt towards the idea, as I've said a couple of times now, that private property matters. That is the foundation of a modern market economy. And we believe in it on this side of the House, and we want to introduce greater tension in the system. I get the member doesn't like it, but it is a core element of the reforms, and it's what we are trying to accomplish. And if the member wants to stand up for untrammelled power of councils to impose restrictions on private property, she can.
Questions are required to be relatively brief and concise. Answers should be as well.
Fair enough.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Could the $1.99 billion figure that some allege in some scenario councils might have to pay for reducing the value of people's land also be seen as an indication of the size of the costs that councils can put on people when councils restrict people's right to use their own land?
Yes, indeed, Mr Speaker. That is an alternative way of looking at that, and it is definitely true that councils at the moment impose costs on individual landowners that are borne by the landowner when in fact they are social public goods that should be borne by everybody else.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Does he accept that these reforms could force councils to choose between protecting the environment or protecting households from higher rates?
No, I don't accept the false binary the member has put forward. There are a variety of different ways for councils who think creatively and laterally, which I realise is sometimes a challenge, but they will need to think creatively around how they give effect to the rules. So it doesn't necessarily need to be about compensation. It could be remission or things like that. It could also be the exchange of development rights somewhere else on a property in exchange for impositions on one other part of the property. So there's a variety of different ways, and if you think about what other countries do, they do that now. So we are providing greater tools for councils to think about how they give effect to regulatory relief.
Question number 8, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 9, I believe. Mr Speaker.
Okay, then question number 9, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What recent report has he seen? My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What recent report has he seen on the effect of the government's RMA reform on the primary sector?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Environment Select Committee's final report on Planning Bill and Natural Environment Bill, Planning and Natural Environment Bills was released on Monday. The government welcomes the report as it is a significant step forward for the primary sector in our farms, as have many farm leaders. For too long, the RMA has added cost, delay and uncertainty for the people who grow and produce New Zealand's food and fibre, replacing it with a system that is practical, proportionate and focused on outcomes is good news for farmers, for the environment and for the wider economy. And I'm pleased to see that the Select Committee has taken on board many of the suggestions from the wider farming community, including the wool sector, and thank the committee for its hard work.
Supplementary. What are the intended benefits for farmers from these changes, and will it include getting Wellington out of farming?
Well, Mr Speaker, across the country, farmers and growers have been held back as the RMA has failed them. It has been burdensome, stifles productivity, and that is exactly why we're replacing it. Key changes that will help farmers and growers include adding reference to food and fibre production to the goals of the bills. It will mean fewer unnecessary rules. The new system removes rules that aren't needed. Regulation focuses on real environmental risks, not minor or low-impact activities. Consistent rules nationwide. Planning processes will be simpler and more predictable, with clear, consistent national rules that support long-term investment in the rural sector. They're focused on what matters. Farmers will only need to manage effects on farms that are minor or more than minor, unlike the current RMA, and clear environmental limits for natural resources like air, water, land and Indigenous biodiversity will be set and monitored to protect people's health and the environment. Mr Speaker, finally, farm plans will mean fewer consents but more environmental achievement. Freshwater farm plans will be flexible and farmer-led, and they'll help farmers identify environmental risks on their farms and then plan practical actions to manage these, reducing costs and driving better environmental activity. Well, OK, I'm going to start again.
No,
I really do believe
don't start again. You're in the terminal zone as it is, so just...
But I can only believe it slightly more because it is so good. The change we're making is going to help farms and going to help farmers. Absolutely.
Supplementary. What is the government considering on Waikato PC1?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Minister responsible for RMA reform and I recently held a public meeting in the Waikato to discuss PC1. PC1 was developed more than a decade ago and has spent the intervening years in court. It is no longer clear from those we heard that it is fit for purpose or that it will achieve many, if any, of its original intentions. It doesn't make sense to have a new national planning system adopted by Parliament, but Waikato farmers and growers are sentenced to rules that were developed under an old system. Waikato farmers are committed to improved water quality, but they need modern planning rules to achieve this, not ones that were developed 15 years ago. The government's committed to addressing this as we move through the RMA reforms through Parliament so that all areas of New Zealand are treated equally and treated fairly.
Supplementary. What are the foreseen benefits for the country?
Well, Mr Speaker, we have a primary sector we all can be and we all should be proud of. This year it will export a record $62 billion to the world, forecast to grow to $70 billion by 2030. Our farmers and growers and others in the private sector are responsible for 360,000 jobs. Exports are how we grow the economy, and our producers are delivering. The world wants New Zealand's high-quality, sustainable, trusted food and fibre. The RMA replacement will see increased productivity, reduced costs on farms, better environmental outcomes. It will allow local communities to make fit-for-purpose decisions, including around land use change, and reduce heavy-handed regulatory burden. Mr Speaker, as it drives up production whilst meeting environmental obligations, it will mean more jobs, higher wages and greater exports for New Zealand.
Question 10, Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Building and Construction. Is he satisfied with the state of New Zealand's construction workforce? If so, why?
The Honourable James Meagher.
Mr Speaker, not entirely, because we know that the construction sector has experienced significant pressure in recent years. However, activity levels in the sector are building, with recent data showing an 18.5% increase in consents for the year to May. This activity is being supported by the actions of this government to speed up consenting through fast-track reforms to the building consent system and overhauling the RMA. These reforms will increase activity and mean more growth, more jobs and higher wages for Kiwis.
Have any of his regulatory changes kept even one of the 75,000 workers who left construction in the year to May 2026 in their jobs?
Mr Speaker, the regulatory changes by this government have seen an increase in the number of employees in the construction sector by 0.7% over the last 12 months, so I think that demonstrates good progress.
Why has he not done more when 1/3 of new construction workers are leaving their job 6 months in and only 1 in 5 lasted a mere 2 years?
Mr Speaker, well, the government has done quite a lot in this space. We are reforming the RMA, we are fast-tracking large numbers of housing projects, we are speeding up consenting and allowing granny flats to be built, we are increasing access to building products, we are introducing self-certification for builders and plumbers, we are speeding up inspections, we are improving liability rules, and we are fast-tracking consenting for residential buildings with solar generation. This all adds to a growing construction sector.
What precipitated the drop in building apprentices by 30% on his watch, down from 40,000 apprenticeships and trainees in 2022 to just 28,000 in 2025?
Mr Speaker, that drop was precipitated by years of borrowing and spending by previous administrations, which drove inflation through the roof, interest rates through the roof, which caused a slowdown in the construction sector, including a peak of apprentices in 2022. It was downhill from there, and this government is taking responsibility for fixing the basics of what we were left behind and literally building the future.
Why would a second-year building apprentice stay in New Zealand when 5-year completion rates have collapsed from 58% to 43%, dropout rates have risen every year under his government, but Queensland is hiring?
Mr Speaker, because New Zealand is a great place to make a future for yourself and your family, and under this government we are introducing a range of reforms to strengthen and boost the construction sector, including in Budget 2026, doubling the number of places in trades academies and increasing the number of youth guarantee spots by 1,000, not to mention rescuing the apprenticeship boost, which was left unfunded and on a fiscal cliff by the previous administration.
Will he concede that his government is tinkering around the edges, as Minister Chris Bishop has said, while presiding over the deepest construction downturn on record?
Mr Speaker, no, and in fact this government is undertaking a range of fundamental reforms to the building and construction sector, and I welcome the bipartisan approach of the member across the House who at the Build NZ conference this week in fact, said that we need to take a much more forward-looking bipartisan approach to reforms in the building and construction sector so that we can support all of our young apprentices, current builders and those who might be entering into the pipeline in the future.
Question 11, Dan Bidwai.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing and asks, What recent reports has he seen about growth in the manufacturing sector?
The Honourable Cameron Brewer.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, our manufacturing sector is having its strongest run in years. The latest BNZ Business NZ Performance of Manufacturing Index, PMI, jumped to 59.7 in June, the strongest result in nearly 5 years. BNZ said it was, quote, staggered by the result. Orders, production and employment all moved firmly into growth territory. This is further evidence that confidence is improving, manufacturers are investing, and New Zealand's economy is growing. And as we say, as we fix the basics and build the future.
Supplementary question to the Minister. How does New Zealand's manufacturing performance compare internationally?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, our manufacturers aren't just growing, they're outgrowing the rest of the world. New Zealand's PMI of 59.7 is well above the JP Morgan Global Manufacturing PMI of 52.2. That puts our manufacturers ahead of Australia, the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan and China. Kiwi firms are proving they can beat the very best when they've got a government that backs them.
That's right.
Supplementary question. How did manufacturing contribute to New Zealand's most recent economic growth figures?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, there is more evidence, yet there is more evidence that this government's economic plan is working. Statistics New Zealand's figures show manufacturing was the single biggest contributor to growth in the March quarter, growing at 1.9% in that quarter and helping drive overall GDP growth of 0.8%. When manufacturing grows like this, the whole economy feels it, in higher productivity, in stronger exports and in businesses with the confidence to take their next step.
Supplementary question. How is this government supporting the manufacturing sector to grow?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this government is backing our manufacturers to invest and grow. That's why we introduced Investment Boost, letting a firm deduct a big chunk of new machinery and equipment up front so they can gear up to keep pace with demand. And we're backing them right across the board, cutting the red tape and the costs that get in the way so they can get on with what they do best. That's what happens when you fix the basics, Mr. Speaker, and build the future.
Supplementary?
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. Does he consider more than 2,100 company liquidations in the past 12 months, the highest in 10 years, to be a sign of growth?
Speaker, what I can confirm are the numbers that I have just spoken about, and that is the wider trend is clear. The wider trend is clear. Manufacturing has shown strong GDP growth in the first quarter of this year, and the latest PMI also shows confidence and activity continue to improve. That side might want to talk down the manufacturing sector, but this side backs it.
Question number 12, Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Energy. Has an assessment of safety risks to local residents been undertaken as part of the liquefied natural gas terminal procurement process? And if so, what safety risks have been identified?
The Honourable Seymour Brown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm advised an initial safety evaluation has been undertaken as part of the two proponents' feasibility work. Detailed health and safety assessments will be carried out through the safety case that any operator is legally required to prepare under regulations made under the Health and Safety at Work Act 2015, and the operator must not commence operations unless and until that safety case has been accepted by WorkSafe. LNG is safely imported, stored and handled in many countries around the world. This government will not compromise on the safety of Taranaki communities. I was recently in Taranaki where I met residents and some stakeholders and welcomed the opportunity to hear their views directly. I reiterated to them that safety is and will remain a bottom line for the government on any proposed facility.
Supplementary. Will the risk assessments undertaken during procurement be released to the Taranaki community and other port users, given the proposed terminal's proximity to homes, schools and businesses?
Mr Speaker, there is a procurement process underway. No doubt as part of that there will be an opportunity for those, once a preferred provider has been selected, an opportunity for them to engage directly with the local community.
Supplementary. Will WorkSafe's assessment of a full safety case be completed before the government signs a contract, or could a contract be signed while the assessment is still ongoing?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said in the primary answer, a safety case must be accepted by WorkSafe prior to it being able to be operational. The detailed health and safety assessments will be carried out through the safety case that any operator is legally required to repair under regulations made under the Health and Safety at Work Act 2015.
Will local emergency services, including Fire and Emergency New Zealand, be consulted on their capacity to respond to incidents and safety requirements for the proposed terminal during procurement?
Well, Mr Speaker, I expect that as I said, the safety case has to be approved, has to go through the process, and I expect those parties will be part of responding to that.
Will local communities in Taranaki have any formal opportunity to engage with MB and have their concerns heard beyond the legislative process for the enabling legislation? And if not, why not?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, safety is a bottom line, and no facility will operate until WorkSafe has accepted its safety case. We're going through a procurement process at this stage. Once a preferred candidate has been selected, I expect that they will be engaging directly with the community. But I think it's also important to acknowledge the bigger picture, which is that we have declining gas and a dry year risk, which means we have power bills going up and jobs being put at risk, and LNG is a backup which can ensure we have affordable supply of energy in this country to keep the lights on, ensure affordable power for households and businesses, and that's why we're getting on and getting this done.
David McLeod.
Is the Minister aware of other countries within the OECD that have safe access to imported gas, including liquefied natural gas?
Well, yes, Mr Speaker, LNG import facilities are regulated for safety in every country that operates them. In fact, I have a list of OECD countries that have access to imported gas, including LNG, which include Australia, Austria, Belgium, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Korea, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Mexico, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, United Kingdom and the United States.
Might have been interesting to hear that to music. The oral questions are now concluded. We'll take a short break for those members who need to go to other business to leave the House quietly without any conversation on the way. Would some honourable member care to ask the House to take note of miscellaneous business? Okay, we'll move on to government order of the day number 1. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I so move. Well, Mr Speaker, today, or on Monday, as we discovered in question time, the government or the Parliament has had the report back of the Natural Environment Bill and the Planning Bill. And Mr Speaker, it marks an important moment for the country as we move towards a more enabling and liberal planning system that prioritises private property, growth and development. And Mr Speaker, if you just reflect back on the last 30 years of the RMA, it has been the driver of New Zealand's housing crisis, our infrastructure deficit, and the inability of a country that has been remarkably blessed by abundant natural resources to take advantage of those resources. How can it be that we live in a country where it takes 6 years to consent a wind farm, 8 years to reconsent an existing geothermal power station, a country blessed with oodles and oodles of land up and down the country, with only 5 million people, that has managed to design a planning system so labyrinthine and Byzantine that we have a housing crisis and housing that is more expensive than it otherwise should be. An infrastructure system where we spend $1.3 billion per year on consenting costs alone for infrastructure. That's Transmission Gully. Transmission Gully is what cost about $1.3 billion. That's what we spend in each and every year. That's the opportunity cost of our planning system. So yes, we should protect the environment. And yes, we should make sure that people have a say in how they plan their cities. But the RMA has been a millstone around the economy for way too long. And yep, there's been tinkering around the edges, and yes, people have made changes over the years, including past national governments in the past and past Labor governments. But what we are moving towards is a completely new system. And I, for one, Mr Speaker, can't wait until that is into law. Clear goals, abundant development opportunities, clear limits for the environment, and a much more streamlined system that removes some of the choke points, the red tape in the system. So it's a banner day for the country, and I think it will be hopefully one of this government's more sustained legacies, alongside the fast-track regime, which I am very proud to have developed alongside the Honourable Shane Jones, which is really making a difference. And we've had the draft approval for the Hananui Aquaculture Project, and isn't it extraordinary? In 2004, Parliament set aside settlement areas for iwi around the country as part of a big settlement for commercial aquaculture claims by Maori. 22 years later, not a single aquaculture area has been consented. And the Waitangi Tribunal is currently conducting inquiries into almost every aspect of New Zealand. I would put it to the House that the inability for mana whenua to develop their own aquaculture areas that Parliament and the government granted is a contemporary breach of the treaty. And the Hananui Aquaculture Project, which is, I should note, has not yet received final approval, but has draft approval through the fast-track panel, was declined under the RMA in 2023, and my great hope is that it receives final approval. So while we're getting on with the job of fixing the basics and building the future, Mr Speaker, sorting out the mess left behind and actually dealing with the fundamental systemic issues affecting the economy, the other side of the House is in complete and utter disarray, Mr Speaker. Complete and utter disarray. We are yet to hear from the Labor Party how they will cope with the $18 billion bill that they have to front up and explain that is in their budget numbers. Because the Labor Party has spent 3 years, or nearly 3 years, they have spent 3 years making spending commitment after spending commitment. Wind back pay equity, more money for this, reverse the public service cuts, more money for this, more money for that. And what they're about to discover in the next few weeks is that their numbers don't add up. And the public is going to expect the Labor Party to actually explain how they will fund all of their extraordinary spending promises. And this election is going to be fought on, number one, who's got the best plan for New Zealand's future, and actually having policies is a good start. So I reckon we're started up on the right foot there. And the second thing it's going to be fought on is whose books add up. And I know which side of the House I'd rather be on because of that.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Shane Jones.
The figure of $1 billion rhymes after Jacinda Ardern and Megan Woods destroyed the oil and gas industry with a captain's call. juvenile, shallow thinking somehow that our economy could be salvaged, could be sustained in the absence of fossil fuels, shows how low, how cheap, and how inadequate the analysis is from the other side of the House. That's why our leader, Mr. Speaker, has identified in the future we will be exhaustive, we will be thorough, we will be professional and uncover every bit of information that we have lying around the coastline of New Zealand, the wealth at the bed of the sea. There's the Canterbury Basin, there is the Great South, there is deep Taranaki, there's the Tairāwhiti. In fact, I have to tell the Māori Party, in 1937 it was Te Raparana Ngata who wrote a very memorable article called Petroleum and the Treaty of Waitangi, because riddled up the Tairāwhiti are seepages of gas and petroleum that stands to reason it just lies off the coast. But if we can only get these fern root eating hobbits who don't want development on the Tairāwhiti but want to sit around singing Kumbaya and stroking bits of totara wood. No, we're not going to tolerate that. And for the final great potential site, Mr. Speaker, of the oil and gas industry is called Pegasus. Now, of course, Pegasus is a reference to the mythological creature, a magnificent winged horse, a symbol of creative imagination. Now, that's what lies behind New Zealand's first contribution to fuel resilience, to our natural resource security. We will be using this opportunity in the near future after an event called the election. And please don't listen to the other side of the House. That is where the caretaker sits, waiting for the undertaker. We all know that. They are not going to cower. They are not going to cancel any narrative that is driven to ensure that our energy resilience, our economic robustness is not undermined by climate alarmism. People worshipping at the feet of false climate idols. No, we don't tolerate that in New Zealand. First, we're not going to be scared into these beliefs that kill every cow, destroy manufacturing, eradicate industry. That's why, as evidence of how important it is to get our energy mix right, we've had to step forward and ensure that whāngarei employer, Portland Cement, is able to continue operating. We'll be doing three things at least. There'll be massive scanning, electromagnetic surveying, and where necessary, sampling actual cause. And we have the vessel to do it, Tangaroa. Why is that vessel underutilised, chasing fanciful ideas about climate alarmism? That vessel can be deployed ASAP to continue the work that was started by an earlier government. In fact, it's a sad day that we actually gave up and ruined the traction and the momentum. New Zealand First will ensure we have a world-class reservoir of geological quantitative data outlining the potential. In some cases, I'm quite sure it's up to 90%. When one considers the massive number of locations across our economic zone where we can emulate the success of other small countries, including Namibia, including Guyana, we will have the opportunity to open up new vistas through high-quality information, developed through rational scientific processes, protected from political ideology, not ruined by shrill hyperbolic voices driven to confuse people rather than educate people. That's why, Mr. Speaker, the $1 billion allocation for natural gas and oil, also to assist in the storage of natural gas, and just to show that we are even-handed on these matters, explore how geothermal energy can also contribute to a more robust future that industry, households, communities, investors can lie in bed awake at night confident that the $1 billion will boost the oil and gas sector in New Zealand.
The Honourable Tom McLean.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank Shane Jones for the sermon? He has just given us with great belief and conviction and, of course, a lot of common sense. You see, Mr. Speaker, the reason Willie Jackson laughs when I mention common sense is it's very easy for me to laugh at something you've never seen before, not on your side of the House, and have no responsibility for, Willie. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking every farmer and grower and forester in New Zealand for their significant contribution, not only to our economy, to the 360,000 people employed in the sector, those jobs, but actually to the fabric of New Zealand. And the reason I do that, Mr. Speaker, is the primary sector will export $62 billion around the world this year of the highest quality food and fibre you will find anywhere. They will set a record. The next year, they forecast another record, $64 billion all around the world. Men and women and countries diversely in every part of the world who are enjoying the high-quality food that is safe, that we send them, and they are wearing the fibre on their back and, of course, live in houses made often from wood grown in the forests of New Zealand. That's forecast by 2030 to hit $70 billion. And, Mr. Speaker, that's the hard work of our farmers who have innovated. They care about the land, they care about their animals, they care deeply about the environment. After all, why would you ruin something you get your livelihood from? Right. But they have been held back, as almost every single New Zealander I've spoken to, by a resource management system, a planning system that is built more on what officials in Wellington or in the buildings of our councils around the country think, as opposed to what needs to be done to achieve it. And over the 6 years of the Labor government, when they put in place as many as 20 rules and laws and regulations on our farmers, not a single area of the country was water quality to improve as a result of those rules. Indeed, actually everywhere they were putting those rules in, cost was going up for farmers, they were producing less, and the outcome from the environment was worse. So if the Resource Management Act, as passed by the last Labor government, if that Planning Act was to make it harder to produce, put the costs up and ruin the environment, they were a success. But, Mr. Speaker, we said we would replace it. We're now doing it in our first term, and we're backing farmers and growers to do what they need to produce more and to do what is right. Fewer unnecessary rules. The new system will remove the rules that just aren't needed. If a rule isn't needed, why should it be there? Because that becomes bureaucracy. Actually, farmers already around the country are fencing off waterways and keeping stock out of rivers and are planting riparian strips. They're doing it themselves. We should have rules that support that and encourage it, not just make it a cost. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, when we came to government under Labor, farmers were spending 20 to 30% of their time in the back office filling out forms, not producing the food that the world needs us to produce and to feed them. Less red tape, less restriction, and lower risk for farmers. I want to focus finally on freshwater farm plans, because this is a very important part in achieving positive outcomes for the environment, but allowing farmers to make better decisions for themselves. A freshwater farm plan will mean that we need fewer consents. There will be many things actually under this new RMA that will mean consents aren't needed, because the risk is so low that it doesn't deserve the attention that the previous rules would give it. But a freshwater farm plan will allow a farmer to go through and, based upon risk, make decisions as to how the farm is managed and then actually implement the changes to manage the environment as they see fit. It won't reduce production. It won't mean that there are just forms to fill out for the sake of it. What it will mean is farmers can take responsibility, can find the most cost-effective, efficient way to achieve what they need to, whilst producing the food that creates the jobs and we sell to the rest of the world. Mr. Speaker, the farming sector raised a number of issues with the previous law, significantly. They came forward with suggestions of how to improve the outcomes of the new bill that we now have before us, and I want to thank them wholeheartedly for doing that. We are an export nation. Our reputation to sell food around the world is highly dependent upon the way that we produce it. The farmers know that, the exporters know that, this government knows that. We are backing them to meet their environmental obligations, to help us clean up water, but to produce more, not merely taxing them and saying that they should be put out of business.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr Speaker, in the middle of a cost of living crisis, what have we got from this rotten, useless government?
Hang on.
Absolutely nothing, sir. Absolutely nothing, sir.
Sorry. You can just keep things a little bit civil.
Okay.
You know, hang on, I haven't finished with you yet. You know that those sort of descriptors are not at all parliamentary, and I'd encourage the member to avoid them, even though he might have been provoked to do so by other comments that have been made this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, okay, Mr Speaker, this useless government then. This useless government is, what have they done? Where is the plan for our communities? We're at an all-time low. Food is at its highest. We've got petrol costs. We've got communities under attack, Mr Speaker. Our people are asking, where is the plan? We have a cost of living crisis, sir. So where's the plan? Well, we heard the plan yesterday, Mr Speaker, and it came from the Prime Minister. And the plan was about attacking New Zealand first, Mr Speaker. Attacking you, and I don't blame them. They're taking all the National Party votes, and so we understand that when the Prime Minister talks about a populist movement, sir, when he talks about vulgar and some of the worst aspects of society coming out, we support the Prime Minister and what he said about New Zealand first yesterday. We thought it was true. He was on top of it, sir. He was on top of it. And what did we get from the New Zealand First Conference? You heard it today. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, $1 billion for their rich mates in the oil and gas industry. It is a disgrace, sir. We've got, don't forget the show girls. No, well, we don't want to talk about show girls. But hey, let's not forget about the candidates, sir. Oh, they rolled out their brilliant candidates. And guess what? Stuart Nash thought, he woke up the other day and he thought he was Jim Anderton. He said, Mr Speaker, Labor walked away from me and I didn't walk away from him. No, Stu, we kicked you out. We kicked you out because you leaked cabinet information. We kicked you out, Stu. Let everyone... Please, someone put that on the TVNZ News. The star candidate was kicked out for leaking cabinet papers. So, no, you're not Jim Anderton, Stu. Then their next star, Michael Laws. Well, the Speaker knows why Michael Laws got kicked out of Parliament. He got kicked out, sir, and I'm just quoting here, don't sit me down. I go through AI, it said dishonesty and deceit. Now, that's a terrible thing to say about Lawsy, because I don't mind Lawsy. I did a bit of radio with him. Good bugger, you know. But dishonest and deceitful. He's the other star candidate. So Jonesy's in trouble, sir, because with respect, these Pākehā boys are coming for the Māoris in New Zealand first. I can see it now. So Jonesy, it's got to be as offensive as possible. And as we know, sir, he loves butter chicken, but he doesn't like Indians, you know. He's into Māoris, sir. He's booting every Māori going around because he's the matua. And we all respect him, and he knows everything about Māori language. So the Jones style is to offend everyone, insult everyone, absolutely condemn everyone, because we all know he wants to be the leader when Winston resigns at age 99. And then Jonesy, sir, will gravitate to the leadership position if Stuart Nash or Michael Laws haven't got him by then. That's the key. But he needs some support, sir, so he brought a Māori boy in to help him. His name's Tane Randall. Oh, yeah. Tane's pretty good. He's pretty good. You know, he's apart from losing a World Cup and not taking my offer to join Labor, sir. But hey, it's okay. We don't mind Tane Randall joining, you know. It's typical. He said he wasn't interested in politics. But I have a note from the chairman of Ngāti Kahungunu, sir, and they've officially abandoned Tane Randall. And that's on record. So Baden Barber has said, you know, it's disappointing you walk away from Ngāti Kahungunu and you join those mongrels in New Zealand First, but kei te pai. But all we'll say to Shane Jones is don't worry here. We know Nashi and we know laws are biting at your heels. There's help on the way, sir. There's help on the way. And it's from the National Party. And the person's name is, yes, so what have we done now?
You might want to withdraw a descriptor that you just gave of other members in this House, which is also unacceptable.
Okay, I withdraw that, whoever that member was, sir. Thank you very much. But I just wanted to say with Jonesy, there's help on the way, Mr. Speaker, and it's from a National Party person. Yeah. Yes, and she knows everything about National and this government. And she's the Māori Queen. She was the Māori Queen of National. Hare te hipango. Hare te hipango is going to save Shane Jones's leadership bid. But the bottom line is we're waiting for that New Zealand First. They are a bloody disgrace, just like this government. We can't wait for the list. Go and jump in the lake, Jenny Markroft, and go and jump in the lake, Shane Jones. Kia ora tātou.
Mr. Speaker, it's been bloody disgusting listening to the Minister, Chris Bishop, crow about how he's a hero to us in saving us as Tiwi Māori through the RMA reforms. I absolutely stand in solidarity with the Chair of Northland Regional Council, Pita Tipene, who called out this government and said that the changes to the RMA are cowardly and despicable. Because as Tiwi Māori, we have worked in RMA for some 35 years. 35 years. The system was not perfect. How no? Iwi Māori, hapu, marae, kaitiaki, even go to the Environment Court to stand up for te taiao. Because you see, Aotearoa cannot thrive if we do not honour our fundamental agreement, which is Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Don't turn your back on Tiwi Māori. Don't marginalise our voice. That's the issue here, is that the reforms are bringing through legislation that is scrapping mana whakahono arohe as a pathway to working at the tepu, rangatira ki te rangatira, over successive years. I want to pay tribute to Ngāti Tūrangi Tukua, one of our first iwi groupings who went forward in mana whakahono arohe and paved the way for the rest of us. Yeah, only a few of us have entered the door for mana whakahono arohe because it was yet to be proven, and it ain't no silver bullet either. But my iwi, te Parawhau, Patu Harakike, Ngāti Rehia, Ngāti Hine, and Ngāpuhi have all entered into mana whakahono arohe and never had a chance to see it fully executed. Don't act like somehow that the government was helping mana whakahono arohe to thrive and be all that it could be, because as iwi Māori, we only did it through the sweat of our brow. It was through us and our volunteer hours. There's no resource for iwi Māori for mana whakahono arohe, so don't even think that it's actually like the solution. Yep, we lined up. We absolutely lined up as iwi Māori because we could see the chopping block coming, and it was an avenue to lock in the statutory relationship of iwi Māori and councils working together. The blind side that this government gave to iwi Māori and councils who have operated in mana whakahono arohe was cowardly and despicable. And I stand alongside Tina Parau, who called it out as being racist and not based on evidence. We worked hard alongside the Labour-led government in the reforms previously. 5-6 years, mahi-tahi. I sat in the meetings with Crown officials. We were there doing the mahi. We were honourable and worked in good faith again and again. Māori are always crossing the table. We're always sitting there saying, haere mai, noho tahi ki te Māori. And yet what happens? Iwi Māori have to compromise again? At what point is the government, any government, going to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi? Why is it that somehow iwi Māori wanting to be at a tepu, mana ki te mana, making decisions on economic development, on resource consents, on planning, we're now marginalised to this new iwi agreement pathway? What is that? All you're doing is creating more bureaucracy and forcing Māori back into another round of consultation and relitigating our agreements which already existed through mana whakahono arohe. Just carry them through. What a rip-off. What an absolute rip-off and waste of time over many, many years of work. That's the thing. You're saying that the government's saying that they are working on efficiencies and trying to bring through progress and development that is unimpeded by us as Māori. We're not the problem. We are not the problem. The polluters are the problem. The polluters are the problem. Aotearoa cannot thrive without tiwi Māori at the table. So nā wai e teka. Nā wai e teka kei tiwi Māori te raru. Ka hore, mate. Not at all. And in the new resource management reforms, if you ain't settled, if you ain't got those maka takutai moana rights, and like the rest of us in Hapu, Marae, Kaitiaki, who have been doing the mahi for years, you ain't got a bloody shit show of any chance to be represented in the new legislation. Come on. Come on, Mr. Speaker. What is happening is abhorrent to Tiwi Māori. Let's get real about what's happening here. It's good luck to any of us as Hapu, Iwi, Kaitiaki, Maka claimants who don't have any recognised customary rights, because the Maka threshold's been put so high up that we can't even achieve our rights as Kaitiaki.
Okay, mind block. Sorry? The Honourable Jenny Anderson. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My sincere apologies for that, sorry.
That's all good. I know you, yeah. It's a race to the bottom, Mr. Speaker, right now. When we look at those parties opposite, it's a showdown to the bottom, and the bar just keeps on dropping even lower. And as we watch the candidates line up, particularly in New Zealand First, I'm reminded fondly of that Michael Jackson video, Thriller, as one more zombie crawls out from the grave and resurrects themselves and does that zombie shuffle. And I can just picture now Winston and Shane leading that zombie move down the street to lead the next generation of resurrected failed MPs, to lead the next generation of what will happen. And these are the guys that are beating National right now. That's how sad it is right now in New Zealand, that we have a rendition of Thriller beating National for resurrected failed MPs. And that is the standard of the government's politics right now going into the election. And there is no wonder that New Zealanders are switching off. There is no wonder that Kiwis are turning off their radios and their TVs and not bothering to keep up, because the standard of policies that have been given by this government are absolutely not hitting the mark, absolutely not addressing the cost of living crisis that most families are going through right now. And in fact, we have a Prime Minister this week alone, Mr. Speaker, who can't even understand what he's promised in the past, because what the Prime Minister said this week was something quite extraordinary. He said that the government can't be expected to reduce the cost of living. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, this is because expecting to lower household costs would be, quote, economic illiteracy. And this is after, can I remind people at home who might be listening or watching, this is after Christopher Luxon has said the first thing we are going to do is reduce the cost of living. We're going to reduce the cost of living. And then he says, I mean so, the first thing we've got to do is we've got to reduce the cost of living. Again, he says, we're starting our 100-day plan with a laser focus on bringing down the cost of living. But wait, what happened this week? He said that he's not going to do it. What happened there? But Nicola Willis has chimed in. Nicola Willis said back in 23, National will take action to get food prices under control once again. I think they've given up on that one, Mr. Speaker. Here's another one from Nicola Willis. National is committed to unshackling the rural economy by scrapping broken regulations, which will reduce costs on farmers, ensuring agriculture can grow. Kiwis will pay less for homegrown food at the checkout. Was that before or after Watties and McCain's shut down and moved away because there was no help for those food production companies in the Hawke's Bay? And also she said we're going to help bring down food prices. That was in July of 23. National is committed to unshackling the rural economy and making sure that Kiwis are going well. She's also said we also have to ensure that across the board we are providing families with lower cost of living. Well, how have they done on that one, Mr. Speaker? I say there's an utter fail on all of those, because what Kiwis are looking for is something as promising as $20 a week to catch public transport. Wouldn't that be a great idea? Imagine that, $20 a week to get on a bus, to get on a train, to get to work, to get home again. That's a real difference, and that's a Labor Party policy that people can put in their back pocket and make sure that they're doing better. Solar policy, actual ways of getting people to have cheaper power in their homes and making sure that those savings are counting every single week from the savings you're getting off your power bill. Making it available for renters, making it available for community batteries. That's a real plan. And alongside of that, Mr. Speaker, there's some jobs from installing all of those solar units we're going to see across New Zealand. More jobs for Kiwis. And that's why we're also putting back the apprenticeship boost that was cut by National. And even though they try and claim that it was Labor, Labor has backed apprentices from day one by now expanding it to 5 more trades and giving $1,000 for your toolkit to get started. And so that's a real thing that Kiwis can show that they've got a future here in New Zealand that we are backing them for. And the next one I'd like to put on the table is the fact that prescriptions taken away by National, put back by Labor. You can go and get your prescription to make sure that costs don't prohibit people getting the health care they need. We will be a government that puts people first, that puts the cost of living at the front of our agenda and doesn't do U-turns and fake promises like those people opposite.
Speaker, if the opposition want to talk about zombies, can I remind the New Zealand public of the zombie economy we inherited in 2023? Can I remind the New Zealand public of the zombie policy program we are now seeing from the Labor Party? Mr. Speaker, our plan of fixing the basics and building the future is working. Even in these difficult economic times internationally, we are seeing the numbers that are showing very encouraging signs that our plan is working, and the empirical data is now starting to reflect it. Let me just go back to to Budget Day, 28th of May, when the Minister of Finance delivered the BEFU, the Budget Economic Fiscal Update, and some really encouraging numbers there. Over 220,000 more jobs in the forecast period over the next 4 years. New Zealand returning to surplus a year earlier than forecast. The country's debt that they tripled arcing down over the rest of this decade. Inflation and interest rates stabilising, and growth averaging nearly 3% over the next few years. And so the numbers are pointing in the right direction. And then we look at Stats New Zealand yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and yes, there was a predictable spike in inflation. Everyone was expecting that given the fuel crisis, but when you strip out petrol and diesel, inflation was running at 2.9%. Food inflation is running fell to 2.8%.
What was it we hear?
A long way away from 12.5% under Labor. That's food inflation. And rents increased, get this, Mr. Speaker, rents increased on an annual basis just 0.5%, 0.5%. That is the lowest increase in nearly 25 years. And what did they increase under Labor? They increased $170 a week. And so the numbers are starting to speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. And let's talk about manufacturing. Employing nearly 250,000 Kiwis, making up 8% of GDP and 60% of our export. It's a loud and proud sector, Mr. Speaker. Manufacturing had the best June, the best month, in fact, in nearly 5 years, hitting a PMI of 59.7, world leading. And of course, in the first quarter, when we looked at those GDP numbers in the first quarter of this year, when things were looking so good before that international conflict, the first quarter showed manufacturing increasing at 1.9%, leading the economy. So, Mr Speaker, the numbers again are showing we are certainly heading in the right direction once we see through this Iranian crisis. Two things this government has done that have made a real difference, and this is what people on the floors, shop floor and on the factory floor are telling me. Investment boost, an initiative out of Budget 2025, 20% off taxable income when businesses invest in their assets, in plants and machinery. A great policy, lifting investment and lifting productivity. Another thing that they tell me they're very pleased with, Mr Speaker, is vocational training. This government's commitment to it in Budget 2026. We saw the numbers of places doubling in our trades academies from 10,000 to 20,000 in the next 4 years. We will see schools leading the charge when it comes to trades academies, building and construction, automotive, hospitality and tourism. Getting our kids work ready. That's what the sector wants, getting our kids work ready, getting our kids into trades and manufacturing, and we are meeting the market. Earners You Learn is another program that's having huge success in the Waikato, and that is one that we are taking a lead on as a government. Mr Speaker, this country is a country of small businesses, and National is a party of small business. In fact, when you look at our caucus, we're all out of business, we're all out of private practice, or we're all off the farm. We are there to represent the working New Zealander. Small businesses are the backbone of this country, and National backs them. We back manufacturers despite all the challenges economically that have been thrown to us this year, Mr Speaker. New Zealand is ready to launch, and they have a government that backs them. We are all about building the future and fixing the basics.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker. To Māori roll or not to Māori roll? That is the question. The Māori roll strengthens Māori influence. The general roll weakens it. And I want to talk specifically and directly to our people. Our people need to promote our own role instead of leaving it up to the government to pay people to be neutral. This is not a time to be apolitical. This is a time to be a Māori. Māori on the Māori roll now populate Māori on the general roll. That is a fact. And what we have is politicians in this House misleading, misinformation. And the leader of the New Zealand First Party does this quite often because he said it for the last 50 years. But he hasn't seen anything new. And what is new is that he constantly says there's no need for the Māori roll because Māori on the general roll outpopulate Māori on the Māori roll. And now Māori outpopulate Māori on the general roll. He's saying there's no need for the Māori seats. There's absolutely a need for the Māori seats, and Shane Jones said it so well a few years ago. Māori will determine when the Māori seats are up. So our people out there, we have an election coming up and we have a roll closure coming up in August the 6th. This is our time to make sure that our voices are heard loud and clear. For the very first time in 172 years, it will be the Māori seats determining who the next Prime Minister is. It are those numbers. I don't give two hoots about your polls. The 7 Māori seats will be the game changer. Now, how many parties in this House can hand on heart say that they have contributed to the growth of the Māori roll? Nobody. Nobody, no other party has contributed to the growth of the Māori roll. It has been Te Pāti Māori. Now, the maturity of Te Iwi Māori in this country's democracy has happened in the last 3 years. There's 50,000 more Māori on the Māori roll now. There is a hell of a lot more migrating, and there are more new voters coming onto the Māori roll. And I can tell you what, that is the big threat to the current government and their parties. Why? Because they will no longer have the power to be choosing. No longer will Te Iwi Māori be somebody else's choice. We will be doing the choosing. And that prospect scares the current government and its coalition partners. Absolutely scares them. But I can tell you what, come November the 7th, when Te Pāti Māori delivers their part of the raurau, and that's what ko taitanga is. Ko taitanga doesn't mean the same. It means ko tau raurau ko tāku raurau, kaurai te iwi. And so the change of government will come from that party giving their raudo, another party giving their raudo, the Pāti Māori bringing their raudo. Hei oranga mo te iwi Māori. The Māori role strengthens Māori political influence. And my kōrero directly to those Māori organisations that have received funding to go through and say to people, to decide which role you're on. This is not a time to be apolitical. This is a time to give the power of the Māori seats where they should be. The Māori seat population outpopulates the majority of the votes that New Zealand first got and ACT. This is the power e hikama. If you want to change the legislation that is harming our people at this particular time, since this government took office, have had the most dangerous, have had the most despicable record in regards to Māori relations. And the legislations that kill Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that kill our workers, that kill our women, that kill those who are in poverty, that kill the homeless and criminalise homelessness. There is only one way to change that, and that is at the ballot box. Te Pāti Māori will ensure that we will work hard to make sure that this is a one-term government. Nobody else will ensure that there is an overhang. Only Te Pāti Māori created that overhang in this term, and we'll create it in the next one. This is what scares that side of the House. And I can tell you what, for the very first time in 172 years, Te Pāti Māori will be choosing who the next government is. The Māori role is not simply a list of names. It is whakapapa of resistance, and those who choose to be on the Māori role sit alongside the generations who refuse to let our political voice be erased.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This country has not appeared by accident. It was scratched out of a primordial land, which for millions of years, these islands existed without a single primate lighting a fire, digging a drain, or arguing with a council consent officer. Then people arrived. We cleared tracks, cultivated land, built settlements, and connected isolated communities with roads, railways, electricity, and communications. We lived in a beautiful, we turned this beautiful wilderness into the best place on earth for human beings to live. Kiwis don't generally choose to commute via dirt tracks and live in cold, drafty huts, as idyllic as that might sound to some during a parliamentary debate. We want warm, affordable homes in communities where people trust their neighbours. We want roads and networks that connect us to workplaces that are productive and enriching, if we can possibly help it be somewhere that's inspiring too. And we want a natural environment that we're connected to and proud of. Everything around us that makes modern life possible was imagined, financed, and built, manufactured by somebody. People who came before us built this country, which we should be thankful for. But our responsibility is not simply to preserve what was left to us. We, everybody in New Zealand, are stewards of New Zealand for the decades that we are here. This country has far more to offer to the world and to the people who we call ourselves New Zealanders. Nobody embodies that potential more than our makers, our builders, tradies, engineers. Like thousands before me, I was privileged to serve a building apprenticeship. I worked on sites where progress isn't measured by the production of another report. It's measured by whether you stand the frames and get the roof on before the rain starts coming in. Makers have a simple outlook. If there's a job to be done, let's get on and do it. Unfortunately, government has often not had the same approach. It has treated people who build as a risk to be controlled rather than capable professionals to be trusted. It has made building products expensive, consenting slow, investment vulnerable to political whim, and that is why ACT entered government, determined to unlock the potential of people who make things, of the people who provide for us. The coalition agreement committed the government to exploring pathways to allow builders to opt out of traditional council consenting, where they can provide long-term guaranteed insurance for their work. Instead of assuming that a council inspector is the only measure of quality guarantee, we think you can say a stable insurance company and an accountable professional. They should be trusted to do their jobs. Government has already made it possible to build small standalone dwellings without a building consent. That means more people who are aged, more families and more Kiwis who want to make better use of their land can do so. We have opened up New Zealand to high-quality overseas building products and standards. For too long, good products have been used overseas but kept away from plumbers and builders in this fine country. We want New Zealand to be able to get access to windows, taps and wallboards. The government has increased the use of remote inspections, published council performance data and dramatically reduced waiting times for building determinations. A whole lot of other stuff, Mr. Speaker, to make building more sensible. The goalposts have been changed too much. H1 is a prime example of that, and this government is also making changes so that H1 makes at least some sense to us. That is what we've also done with regional deals, setting up a long-term partnership between councils and government, making sure that it lasts beyond the whim of political cycles. We're backing that principle with a new $400 million incentive for growth fund, where councils who consent more homes will receive more funding. Instead of treating a new house as another cost for existing ratepayers, councils will finally participate in the upside of growth, an ACT idea given life. We're replacing the crappy old RMA system with a system to recognise property rights, provide clearer rules and make it easier to build and unlock the productive enterprises New Zealand needs. These reforms matter because delay is not free. Every year waited is another cost. Uncertain pipelines cause businesses to hold back from hiring apprentices, building machinery and expanding their operations. And that cost eventually falls on a Kiwi's bill. This government has made real progress, Mr. Speaker, but there is more to do. We need a culture in government that understands a simple truth. A country cannot regulate its way to abundance. Somebody must grow it. Somebody must manufacture it, somebody must transport it, and somebody must build it. That is how New Zealand was made, and that is how we'll unlock its potential.
Katie Nimmin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do love a general debate speech. And actually today, what a great time to have a general debate speech and just talk about how actions speak louder than words. And in fact, I will briefly touch on something that is going on around the world today, which is mums, working mums. And actually just acknowledging there was a mum up in the gallery this afternoon. You can be a mum, have a baby and work and actually achieve great things. And I like to say that in 3 years, as a Member of Parliament for Napier for National, we have achieved more in 3 years than my predecessor did in 9. And I'm really proud of that. So I'm going to share some of those things. And so I think it's really important to share that in that 3 years, we have the 4-lane expressway underway, progressing ahead of schedule, ahead of budget or under budget. The Waikari Gorge realignment. EIT is back to local ownership, and of course they're rebuilding after the cyclone. We have invested well over $100 million in our regional hospital and more than that in healthcare services. We have built more classrooms. In fact, I was at the opening of 2 beautiful new classrooms for Fairhaven Special School at Onikawa School for 12 new students with disabilities who now have a school to call home. We are building more classrooms because in fact we've halved the price of building a classroom. Now we can build twice as much. And in fact, the RMA reform, which we are all talking about at the moment, equals growth. Houses are being built, and across the spectrum, not just houses in the hills that'll be lovely for some families, but also houses that are affordable. And the government doesn't need to build all of them. They need to enable them. And we are all about an enabling environment, and that is what's important. Houses being built, jobs are created. Over the next 4 years, 220,000 jobs proposed based on the work program that we have set out ahead of us. And that is important to remember, because actually the actions that we show speak way louder than any word that is said that might counter what you're actually seeing out there in front of you. And in fact, I'm very, very pleased with all the amazing work that's going on in the Napier electorate and the wider Hawke's Bay region as well. We've got new energy. We have got wind farms. We've got a solar farm happening on just the other side of the electorate over in the Taupo Rangataiki Plains. We have new housing developments across the Motu. We have bridges. We have stop banks. We have a stop bank, actually, I might just share, that without my intervention was going to have a gaping hole in the middle of it where the road goes because we were unable to get funding to get the road to be raised to the height of the stop bank. Now, that is what advocacy of a local MP achieves. They listen to the community, they listen to industry, they listen to residents, they talk to government agencies, they talk to ministers, and they make stuff happen. And actually representing people is the best part of the job. Turning up at the crack of dawn to bless new houses, cutting the ribbon on bridges that the community has helped build. Partnership, listening to your community and being there when it matters. And actually, I'm very proud, and I will acknowledge it, that after a couple of weeks off work because, or 10 weeks off work because, of course, MPs, as most people might not realise, don't get maternity leave, but kindly granted parliamentary leave so that we don't have to travel backwards and forwards to Wellington. I was able to take my son with me to some of these incredibly historic occasions. Turning the sod on the 4-lane expressway, turning the sod on the new commercial vehicle safety centre in Napier, announcements from various ministers that we've been a part of and advocated for, the announcement for the Waikere Gorge realignment, some of these things that I will remember forever. And I got to have my son be a part of it. He's now 14 months old, a real treasure, yeah. And you know what? He's being raised by a village. And I feel very proud that I get to show other young mums that you can do it.
That's right.
And can I just say, I have got so much respect for any parent that has more than one child and does it. Because my goodness, it is hard. But we work 24/7. And actually, I think a representative with a bit of empathy and a bit of love in their life can do a pretty good job. And I just want to thank members from all across the House for their support today. I really do appreciate it. And I will just leave people with the view that actions speak louder than words. And when you hear unkind words said by people, question them. Have a look, see what's real, see what's true, and actually, yeah, call it out. Thanks.
Shannon Hilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I tautoko the previous speaker and a shout out to all of our working mums out across Aotearoa, New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister made an extraordinary admission. Christopher Luxon told this House that expecting his government to reduce the cost of living was economic illiteracy. And that says everything that New Zealanders need to know at this particular point. This is a government that promised to fix the economy. Instead, Mr. Speaker, they have made it absolutely worse. Inflation has climbed to 4.1%. It's the highest that it has been on their watch in the past 2 years. And Mr. Speaker, Kiwis don't need an economics lecture. They know exactly what is happening every time they set foot into their local supermarket. And I ask everyone in this House just to think for a moment about a good wholesome dish that is lasagna. But the thing is, when you go to the supermarket now, the mince costs 28% more than it did only 3 years ago. The cheese, Mr. Speaker, costs 30% more. The milk for the cheese sauce, and of course the milk and cheese make the best part of the lasagna, 26% more. And if you want a bit of bread or doughboys on the side, 68% more. These aren't luxuries, of course, they are everyday essentials for families, yet this Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, says lowering the cost of living isn't the government's job. Mr. Speaker, lasagna, of course, is a staple diet for students and student flats as well, and they are feeling the pressure more than most. And of course, studying should be a pathway to opportunity. It should be affordable, not a pathway into further debt. But under the national government, that's exactly what it has become for students. This year, they allowed another 6% increase to tuition fees, taking the cost to more than 19% higher when they took office. Students are paying more for education, more for rent, more for power, more for transport, more for food, while part-time jobs are harder to find. Where is the support, Mr. Speaker? But the evidence is clear, there isn't any. When the National Government launched the tertiary education strategy, Penny Simmons said, education is essential to prosperity. She says we cannot afford to leave young people behind. We cannot afford to leave young people behind. But her actions tell a very different story. Because today there's almost 100,000 young people not engaged in education, employment or training across the country. There's 17,000 fewer apprentices when then that lot took office. That is appalling. Regional training opportunities have been cut and our polytechs are worse off. There is not a pathway for them to sustainability without cuts, without job cuts and without less opportunities out in the regions just like Northland. Universities are being asked to do more with less while students are being asked to pay more. If making education more expensive, cutting apprenticeships and reducing opportunities isn't leaving young people behind, then what is, Mr. Speaker? Because too many young New Zealanders now believe that their future lies somewhere else, in places like Australia, and that is a direct failure of this national government, of Christopher Luxon, not a lack of ambition from young people and what they want to achieve. But under Labor, we have a different plan. We have an approach that actually invests in young people. And I take a recent policy like expanding our apprenticeship boost into more industries to support more women into trades, to ensure that young people have the pastoral care and wraparound support that they need to complete their qualifications, that they have the tools and resources to support them in their work from day one. That's where it makes a difference, and under Labor will ensure that we will continue to be focused on your job, your health, and making sure that your home is affordable, and we're taking real action on the cost of living.
Suze Redmayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may have noticed already that National is relentlessly focused on fixing the basics and building the future. We're ambitious for New Zealand and all New Zealanders, and it's making a real difference for people across the mighty Rangitikei and for people across New Zealand. In health, education, law and order, defence, business and trade, infrastructure. We've opened the Aotearoa highway and the construction of Otaki to north of Levin is underway. Unlike that disparate, lacklustre lot over there, all focused on borrowing and spending and taxing, right. Over here we are walking the talk and we are getting things done. I want to talk about a once-in-a-generation reform of the Resource Management Act. Yeah. We're replacing the cumbersome old broken beast with a new planning system that will make it easier to produce food and fibre and build the homes, infrastructure and renewable energy that New Zealand needs, while continuing to protect the environment. It's a big part of our plan to fix the basics and build the future, and it will save time, money and stress. I can speak on behalf of hundreds of constituents, farmers just like me and many of my colleagues, Grant McCallum, businesses, about the toll taken on the welfare and wallets of hard-working New Zealanders forced to go through the current consenting process. The fact we as a country collectively spend $1.3 billion a year on consenting is an outrage. The economic benefits are significant. Independent analysis shows the new planning system is projected to boost GDP by up to $3.1 billion a year. A cost-benefit analysis estimates $13.3 billion in savings over 30 years through reduced administrative and compliance costs. I also want to talk about trade, Mr. Speaker. Trade drives jobs, growth and prosperity. New Zealand is a trading nation. Mr. Speaker, over here, we know that we're not going to get rich selling houses to each other. We have to trade. Trade, it's in our DNA. In 2023, we said we'd do a trade deal with India. Chris Hipkins laughed. We got it done. That's right. National's trade agenda has supported rapid growth in exports. which have risen from $94.4 billion to $114.1 billion. We're on track to exceed our goal of doubling the value of exports by 2034. National's plan to secure New Zealand's next billion customers includes prioritising new trade deals. This is all part of our plan to build New Zealand's future, one where our exporters succeed on the world stage, because we know that means more jobs, more opportunities and higher wages for people here at home.
That's right.
Meanwhile, over there, Mr Speaker, all they've confirmed to date is resort to type.
That's right.
Yep, they've announced more than $20 billion in promises with absolutely no plan on how they'll pay for them, let alone deliver them. New Zealanders deserve to know how they're going to make their promises add up. Why? Because they'll have to pay the bill. There are two choices available to Labor, and both put this government's hard work, progress, our aspiration and our economy at risk. They'll either have to hike taxes on Kiwi incomes, on our KiwiSaver, on our houses, on our farms, on our businesses, or they'll have to borrow billions of dollars, pushing up inflation and interest rates and adding thousands of dollars onto your mortgage repayments or rental costs. Chris Hipkins wants to hide the plans from you until after the election. We're not having it. The election is only 3.5 months away, and I think the choice has never been clearer. Fix the basics and build the future with National, or return to Labor's happy place. Low growth, low productivity, higher taxes, higher inflation and more debt. National's plan to fix the basics and build the future is about backing Kiwis to get ahead. It's about growing the economy through responsible economic management, reducing wasteful spending, red tape and lowering debt. It's about a once-in-a-generation reform of the RMA that will unlock potential. It's about being ambitious and aspirational for New Zealand and all New Zealanders.
Absolutely.
Mr Speaker, that's what responsible government looks like. I'd also like to talk about a very special event that's happening in Fielding tomorrow. Talking about fixing the basics and building the future, we have the Right Honourable Christopher Luxon, the leader of the National Party, coming to talk about his vision for New Zealand and how he plans to fix the basics and build the future. Midday tomorrow in Fielding. See you there.
The time for this debate has expired. Honourable Matt Ducey.
I move that the sitting of the House today be extended into tomorrow morning to consider government orders of the day numbers 1 to 4.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on members order of the day number 1.
Interrupted debate on the first reading of the Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Julie Anderson.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. This bill seeks to provide closure for victims of families and incentivise homicide offenders to cooperate, and it implements a no body, no parole presumption, and it does this by seeking to amend 2 different pieces of legislation. The first is to amend Section 9 of the Sentencing Act to include the failure to disclose the location of a body as an aggravating factor the court must take into account. And secondly, it seeks to amend Section 28 of the Parole Act 2002, requiring the parole board to refuse parole unless the prisoner has cooperated satisfactorily to identify the victim's location. So Tom Rutherford has brought this bill to the House, and it seeks to address the additional anguish faced by families unable to recover bodies of their loved ones. Labor supports this legislation and acknowledges those families who have been directly affected by these crimes. The Michael McGrath case, the Christchurch builder whose body was never found after the perpetrator was convicted. And we know from accounts previously in this House and also through the media that his ex-partner described fearing for her life as no body or murder weapon was found, and the perpetrator was convicted on circumstantial evidence. The other case which springs to mind is the Sarah Neath case, where a mother of 3 was murdered and the perpetrator was convicted of manslaughter and released 6 years and 7 months and no parole exclusion period. The victim impact statement from her son testified that the perpetrator's failure to disclose the location of his mother's body worsened the grief and worsened that trauma. And so we support this bill. It is important to note, I think, and I haven't been on to hear the submissions on this, but the member in charge has highlighted that the cases I've just referred to deeply affect New Zealanders and deeply affect those families, and their experiences remind us that justice is not just simply about punishment, it is also about accountability, about truth, and recognising the ongoing impact on those families of those victims of crime. Labor acknowledges the argument that this bill may create a stronger incentive for offenders to cooperate with authorities and disclose information about the location of a victim's remains. If that results in more families being able to obtain answers and also achieving some measure of closure, that is a goal worthy of serious consideration. And so while we do support the bill's intent, we also believe that there are important questions that deserve careful examination through the Select Committee process. And it is important to note that I've just been reading through now, which is the Section 28 a report. Sorry, the Attorney General's Bill of Rights 1990 report on the Section 7 report, and in particular the concern that has been raised is the new Section 28A in the Parole Act. So the concern that has been raised is that they are concerned in that prolonging the detention on the basis of an offender's failure to cooperate to the board's satisfaction with the identification of the location of the victim potentially could remain a punitive measure that is at odds with the public safety emphasis of the parole regime. And it says in this report that there is an insufficient basis on which to justify continued detention in circumstances where there is a period of imprisonment considered by the sentencing court to be necessary to serve the purposes of that punishment, deterrence and denunciation of the offender as reflected in the applicable minimum period of imprisonment is passed, and the offender is not considered to pose an ongoing risk to the community safety. I'm sure that that will be one of the many things that there are submissions to the Select Committee in terms of understanding how we can make sure this bill works well and how it is operating as effectively as possible, and that is the benefit of having a good Select Committee process. And I'm sure, like the Justice Committee often does, is incredibly busy hearing so many of those submissions, and I think that this is one of those bills that is likely to have a wide range of people submitting their views. We would like to consider whether the provisions in this bill can be strengthened, whether they are workable in practice, and whether they could have understand to whether there's any unintended consequences that we haven't turned our minds to at this first reading stage. And in particular, I'm sure the Select Committee will examine the concerns raised in overseas jurisdictions about the possibility of disproportionately extended imprisonment in cases where there may be an offender who is unable or unwilling to provide that information, or in rare circumstances, Mr. Speaker, where a conviction is later found to be not sound or not right. These are important questions in terms of justice in our country. They do not diminish in any way or means the suffering of those victims' families, but they do require us to ensure that legislation is responsive, it is fair and is effective, and it is also, Mr. Speaker, it is consistent with the principles of our justice system. The experience of comparable legislation in the United Kingdom and Australia will be really useful, and I'm sure that will be drawn upon when this is sent to the Justice Committee. It will be useful in informing that discussion that takes place. We should carefully assess what has worked overseas in similar jurisdictions to our own, and also what has not worked. We want to make sure that New Zealand's approach in this place strikes the right balance between making sure the victims and their families are well supported and also maintaining the integrity of our justice system. And I'm sure the Justice Committee will do a good job at striking that balance well. Mr. Speaker, this House has a clear responsibility to listen to those families who have indeed had to live with uncertainty because the truth has been unrightfully withheld from them. Their voices deserve to be heard and their experiences very much deserve to be considered. And it is for that reason that Labor believes this bill warrants the full scrutiny and public submissions through that select committee process. We support the purpose of providing greater recognition of the harm caused when offenders conceal the location of a victim's remains, and also recognising to examine the bill's legal and practical implications in detail. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by commending the member in charge of this bill. I know that Tom Rutherford has worked on the ground and has contact with those families that have been personally affected, and I'd like to commend him on doing the job of being a good MP and bringing real live issues that affect everyday New Zealanders and making that into a bill. That's often one of the most rewarding parts of a job of being an MP, is using New Zealand's democracy to serve the needs of people, and this bill is a good example of that. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that for those people, anyone who's listening, or those representative bodies with legal expertise and even experience on this, to seriously consider making your submission to the Justice Committee. We know that we strengthen bills like this one through having a good wide range of views being submitted and taking all of those views into consideration when we look at how we can further strengthen this legislation and make it work as effectively as possible. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And likewise, I would like to acknowledge the harm and trauma of the families and the need they have for closure. And I want to thank Tom Rutherford for bringing this bill to the House. We are very concerned, and we share the concern of Tom Rutherford at the trauma and harm that a murder victim's family has when the victim's remains are still concealed. And this is something that I think it would be very difficult for us to understand if we're not in that situation. We're really concerned by that, but we don't see that this bill is really going to address the issue. And as my colleague Lawrence Unan wrote to Tom Rutherford back in May this year, the Australian example is that no parole laws have been in place in many states of Australia for around a decade, and unfortunately have not increased the rate of disclosure. So while there's a good motivation behind this legislation, it's not necessarily going to achieve the stated goal. And we don't see any evidence that these reforms have achieved their aims. In fact, we've heard from the Attorney General that the quote is, "I have concluded that this bill appears to be inconsistent with the right to be free from arbitrary detention affirmed by Section 22 of the Bill of Rights Act." So this is really thinking, well, what we're seeing here is that there could be harmful consequences of those wrongfully convicted. And most importantly, we don't know, we can't always tell if we've got things right in the courts. And we've heard here that, this is a punitive measure on parole. It's against the purpose of the parole regime, which has resulted in a Section 7 report. It says here we've got no body, no parole laws, an understandable reaction to the emotionally fraught situation, but is unlikely to accomplish its goal of providing closure to victims of the crime in most cases. So, as a review of these clauses laws state, prolonged detention on the basis of an offender's failure to cooperate to the board's satisfaction with the identification of the location of the victim's remains is a punitive measure that's at odds with the public safety emphasis of the parole regime. We will continue to use evidence-based solutions and best practice to provide closure for families, but, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned that this bill, while it has a good intention, will not achieve that aim, and for that reason we are not supporting it through. However, we commend the member, Tom Rutherford, for bringing it to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Concealment of Location and Victims Remains Bill. Firstly, I just want to congratulate the member, Tom Rutherford, who's in the House, for bringing this bill to Parliament. It's awfully horrendous when you hear of somebody who's lost a loved one under really extreme circumstances, the likes of murder, and then to have to be continually re-traumatised and unable to heal and move on because they don't know where their loved one is. That is deeply, deeply hurtful, and I know that other speakers have spoken about some cases and some ones that are in Christchurch, where I'm from. And it's not just the families involved, it's actually like the whole entire community that can feel this, and it definitely slows down that healing process for the family and for the community. So this bill amends the Sentencing Act to make an offender's failure or refusal to reveal or cooperate in identifying the location of a homicide victim's body or remains an aggravating factor at sentencing that the courts must consider. It also requires the parole board to take into consideration, or it amends the parole board's ability when it comes to looking at has there been a justified reason or an attempt in order to identify where the location of the remains could be. There obviously could be situations in where an individual may no longer exactly remember the location, or they may have attempted to locate and that may not be able to be located. So I think that there are some exceptions to this. But overall, families of homicide victims who may have greater leverage to obtain information about the location of loved ones' remains should have that ability to do so. And actually, I found it quite ironic when the previous member was speaking around evidence-based solutions in this area. And look, I think actually the evidence does show that when there is some kind of incentive to get parole, for example, that is something that I think someone would consider in revealing other details. So, and actually evidence does show that that does actually help with this. There could be some costs associated with this, of course, because the parole board will need to assess offender cooperation, and there might be some administrative changes with that. Obviously, we're going to support this bill because we think that victims deserve a justice system that puts their interests ahead of the interests of the offender. I commend this bill to the House.
Speaker.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Concealment of Location of Victims Remains Bill, and do genuinely commend the member for bringing this bill forward, not only because it is very hard to interact with victims who've suffered such a loss, but to take that and turn it into a positive program of work to ensure that we actually as a country start a very serious conversation about how we deal with these issues. The loss of a loved one through violent crime is horrific, and having been in the position of having to inform loved ones of that loss to investigate homicides and serious violent crime, it is traumatising to the extreme, but to not be able to give the family an opportunity to grieve, to put their minds at peace, and to know that their loved one is at rest is beyond horrific. I would recount that I was fortunate enough to be able to work on an investigation where a young woman was concealed after being murdered, and we were able, only after the offender who had committed the horrendous crime died, to recover her remains and return her to her whānau. It is an incredibly honoured position to be able to do that and put a loved one at rest. So any effort we can to ensure that there is opportunity to create some level of leverage to force those that have been responsible for these crimes to come forward and to give a somewhat alleviation to the suffering of family is really important. New Zealand First is, of course, and as our foundation pillar is about the protection of country and protection of our communities, we are absolutely committed to ensuring that we have the very best of law and order and reducing of violent crime, and I think this government has done an exceptional job in working towards reducing violent crime. This isn't an area that is going to be challenging. It is a complex piece of law around how do we deal with the deprivation of rights until a certain condition is met. It is going to be a complex piece of law to navigate, and I'm sure the Justice Select Committee will receive a number of submissions on both sides of this position as to how do we make this law come into effect. It is important that we do have this conversation, however, we do work out how do we navigate this law. You know, we do know of cases in New Zealand where people have been in custody for long periods of time and later reprieved of that conviction. If we look at the case of Teina Pora in terms of his release, if it had been a circumstances of a case where someone's body had been concealed, how long would we detain someone who in the end was found not to be guilty of the offence for which he was detained. So there is complexities in this process. It will be challenging to navigate, but that doesn't mean we don't look at how to tackle it. We don't look at how do we achieve an outcome that demonstrates to those that have lost loved ones through this type of serious violent crime that we as a government, as a country, as a parliament are prepared to consider alternate ways of addressing the loss and alleviating the hurt and suffering. So I think it is important that we navigate the Bill of Rights implications, that we navigate the unlawful detention components of this to ensure that there is a way we can provide some incentive or some input to ensure that we are doing everything we can to alleviate the hurt and harm. You know, the ability to lay your loved one at rest, and particularly to know that they are at peace. The unknown factor of not knowing where someone is, how their life has ended. There are so many unanswered questions which, we can stand in this house having empathy, but until you've walked that walk, the suffering and incredible pain that you carry just in the not knowing, and quite frequently what you pursue in your own mind can be so much worse than the reality. So I think it is with great honour that I, on behalf of New Zealand First, commend this bill to the House.
Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Look, it's a privilege to speak on this bill on a Members' Day, the Concealment of Location of Victims Remains Bill, and just acknowledge the previous speaker and her words and experience that certainly ring true in this House. And every MP brings with them life experience and a skill set which we all add cumulatively to the legislation-making process. I want to make a special mention to part of the genesis of this bill, and I will keep it brief, to the Honourable Member of Hamilton West, Tim McIndoe, who actually, I believe, seeded this bill, or was part of the original seeding of this member's bill many years ago. And in fact, he was here 12 years in Parliament and never once was successful in pulling out a member's bill. And yet in this House, we have some members, like one to my left, who's, I think, pulled out 3, and Catherine Weird, who's pulled out 3, or 2, just two within 2 years, and the record's 3 in less than 3 years. So it's amazing. It's a bit of a lottery in some respects, but all credit to you, all power to you for those members who have had that success. But in this case, and in this term, it was none other than Tom Rutherford, MP for Papamoa, Bay of Plenty, Tauranga, Mount Maunganui. It's a moving feast, but that general direction, but nonetheless a great MP. A great MP, and in fact the youngest of the National Party to become an MP in the last term. And but don't let his youthfulness fool you. Don't let his good looks fool you. He's a very intelligent, very diligent, hard-working MP, and deserves the honour and the ability to take this bill forward. And in fact has already advanced the work that the Honourable Tim McIndoe did by actually aligning, and this is specifically for you, Mr Webb, align some of the bill with the legislation from some other jurisdictions just to enhance the legislation and make it a bit more fit for purpose. So it's very relevant. But the special thing about this is justice for victims and families, because families deserve answers and closure. I can only imagine the difficulty when something horrible and traumatic like that has gone on, but then not to be able to get the closure and the proper process of a send-off, a burial, a tangi, or whatever the appropriate cultural send-off would be in those instances. So this is a very measured and thoughtful bill. It's only a small bill, and it only makes a small legislative tweak, but it is an important one, because for every individual, for every family member that is affected by something like this, it's their world, it's their everything. And it's also important to know that parole is a privilege, not a right. And so release should depend on genuine accountability and rehabilitation. And if an offender was unwilling to disclose information, it does raise legitimate questions about their remorse and their ability to genuinely provide mental, physical, emotional compensation for the damage that they've done. It's also about accountability, because we know that part of justice is accountability, and whilst we can control the victim in the way of prison or sentencing and stuff, part of the process, and many times for the victims, is to hear the offender's remorse, the offender's guilt, and to just disclose the location of a body is really an important part of that process. And so on this side of the House, we're keen to advance this bill to Select Committee. We know the Justice Select Committee is one of certainly the busiest in terms of legislative process in the House. An incredible amount of legislation around justice and law and order. And no doubt they probably don't enjoy the extra workload. I know even this week in the House, Mr Speaker, it's put extra pressure on their timing with rosters and double-ups and commitments, but justice delayed is justice denied. And so this is an appropriate response to deal with something that's quite bespoke, quite nuanced, but very appropriate, Mr Speaker. And this bill sends a simple message that justice is not just about punishment, it is also about truth, accountability, and giving families every possible chance to bring their loved one home.
Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I just start this afternoon, by acknowledging Tom Rutherford and the work that he's done in his community, and of course the success of bringing a member's bill before the House today for its first reading. Mr Speaker, I remember vividly growing up in Napier, the sad time of our community losing Teresa Cormack. And Teresa was part of the Marae Nui community, only a child, went to school with many of my cousins, and it impacted the whole community for many, many years. And that included their family, it included the local school, and it's something that has sat with me since my own childhood through to today, and something as I look at this piece of legislation, our members' bill this evening, that I reflected back to that moment and the sadness and the impact, the devastation that it has on so many. So, thank you, Member Tom Rutherford for following this through to bring it before the House today. This bill seeks to provide closure for victims' families and incentivise homicide offenders to cooperate. It must be one of the most difficult things not knowing where your loved ones are in something that is such a tragedy in the first place. And I know particularly for Māori communities, all communities across New Zealand, when somebody is murdered, somebody is taken, that the grief is much deeper when they can't put that person to rest, and that includes to rest with all of their remains. This Members' Bill implements a no body, no parole presumption and would amend two particular pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker, to amend Section 9, of course, of the Sentencing Act, to include the failure of disclosure, a location of a body as an aggravating factor the court must, of course, take into account. And then the second one is that it proposes to add Section 28A of the Parole Act 2002, requiring the parole board to refuse parole unless the prisoner has cooperated satisfactorily to identify the victim's location. Part of the work that I've seen from the MP that puts this forward today, of course, is the acknowledgement of the Michael McGrath case, Christchurch builder whose body was never found after the perpetrator was convicted. The ex-partner described fearing for her life as no body or murder weapon was found, and the perpetrator convicted on circumstantial evidence. Madam Speaker, you know, this stuff continues to be traumatic for New Zealand and New Zealanders, but my heart really goes out to all of the whānau and families that are impacted by what is very sad, tragic circumstances to so many. So Labour's position today is that we will support this Members' Bill to go through to the Select Committee. We think it is, albeit quite a complex piece to work through. I acknowledge that the Justice Select Committee is quite hard-working, and they've been, you know, not unusual for them to put in extra hours to work through the legislation that goes before them. So we will be supporting this bill through its first reading today to go on to hear from submitters through the Select Committee process. Sadly, we will hear from those families too, but no doubt it will influence the decisions of our Select Committee and the report back to this House. And in many ways, I look forward to reading that report to this House at that particular time, so I commend this bill.
The Honourable Melissa Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise to support this Concealment of Location of Victim Remains Bill in its first reading, and I'd like to acknowledge Tom Rutherford for bringing this bill to the House, and no doubt he will do an excellent job in the Justice Select Committee. Madam Speaker, when I first read this bill, it took me back to my early days of journalism. And when I actually give this example, lots of people are going to think I'm really, really old. But it's something that actually happened more than 30 years ago. As a young journalist working for a Sunday paper, I remember getting a phone call from Mount Eden Prison, a tip-off that somebody was actually going to go and actually point to the location where his wife, a missing wife, was buried. And I had to think very quickly, and I remember having to go and talk to my editor and basically dispatching a photographer to the location, which was in the, I think it was, trying to remember, Woodhill Forest out West Auckland. And what it relates to was a missing woman in 1982. It was well before I even came to New Zealand, but for a decade, she was missing, but a tip-off from a contact, someone who had actually heard the prime suspect, which was her husband, saying that he had actually buried her. And so the search was on. And that was the tip-off that actually ended up with a front-page news story, which I actually helped write. And in 1994, the husband was convicted of murder. And that actually came about because they managed to find the body. What had happened was that he had killed her in 1982 and reported her missing, pretending that she had left him because, he wanted a divorce. And that wasn't the truth. And what he had tried to do is that he buried her in a low-lying area in Woodhill Forest, and then he was worried that he was going to be discovered. So a couple of weeks later, he dug a deeper ground so nobody could actually find her for more than a decade. So after 12 years since he actually killed his wife, he got convicted of murder. In 2004, he was paroled. But he actually was called back to prison in 2011. Actually, when he got convicted for murder, he got life sentence. He was recalled to prison because the parole board was concerned that he was going to commit another crime based on the report from his second wife. So this is actually a man who has issues with anger, who actually killed his first wife, convicted and actually sentenced to life in prison, and then he was actually recalled to serve his life sentence. So the fact that we have a case where this man eventually ended up pointing to the location of the dead wife is actually very helpful. But there are so many other cases where they do not actually find the body of the deceased. And I think having that closure for the family, and as a young reporter, I remember feeling so sorry for the wife's family who would be grieving for more than a decade, not knowing where their daughter was or where their sister was or where their cousin was. And I think that actually this bill reminded me of that case, one of the very stories that I remember. And it's one of those things that have actually stayed with me for a very long time. So I support this bill. National has been very tough on crime, and we have actually reduced victimization, 46,000 less victims as a result. And this bill will actually go towards making sure that families and victims get the support that they really need. Because, when you actually have the discovery of the body, that actually means that there is closure. And I know that Justice Select Committee will do a grand job looking at the bill, going through the bill, and making sure that we actually work through the processes of what is right in terms of the rights for the offender. We have to look after that as well. But as far as I'm concerned, the rights of the victim actually trumps the rights of the offender who end up killing people. I commend the bill to the House.
Helen White. Thank you. Thank you for taking this call. I've just been away from the House because I have been listening to hearings in the move-on orders, their submissions, and I was asking a question in that process about the risk there is when we move women on who've had domestic violence and sexual violence in their lives, and they've ended up on the street in the light. When we move them on, we move them into the darkness, and there's a real risk of violence and murder as a result. So I think it's very important that when we look at this area, we're super realistic about it. I want to first of all say that I have thought quite a lot about the true trauma in the area of this kind of violence because of my portfolio. I've had to meet with people who've lost their children as a result of often domestic violence, and it is utterly heartbreaking, and it is absolutely real that if you can't find the person because they have been hidden from you, that adds so much to the trauma of the family of that person, there is clearly a need for us to have closure and to be able to know, even if it's something we terribly wish we didn't know, that the person has been killed. So I want to first of all say that has got to be a fundamental value in our society, that we want to make sure that people get closure as much as possible. And so has the prevention of this kind of violence, which is why I raise the other issue that's right before us now, because we can't have it both ways. If we care about the prevention of violence, we must stop it before it happens, surely, rather than this after the event type of law. Now, that does not mean it doesn't have a place in Labour as going to vote for this, going to select committee, but there are tricky things about this particular law. If the person actually is innocent, they won't know where the body is. And it's just an obvious thing we have to deal with. Law, I worked in law for a long time. I know it's a very flawed process. It's one where we make judgments. We have to decide, and sometimes we get it wrong. So it is going to be an important piece of law to examine well and robustly and think preventatively. But I also urge this Parliament to think very seriously about move-on orders in the same breath, because they also end up with people who are victims of violence and even death. Thank you.
Tom Rutherford in reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I firstly want to acknowledge the House for the tone and the approach that has been taken to the debate on this legislation. Madam Speaker, when I first introduced the bill 2.5 years ago, it was because I had met the McGrath family in Christchurch. I had met Michael's brother Simon alongside Hamish Campbell, who joined me, and listened to him in his lounge to hear the despair that he as a brother, that his mother, that his family and friends of Michael had to experience on a day-to-day basis. This is a case now, nearly 10 years ago, and that family and that friend group have still not had the opportunity to lay Michael to rest. And what a shameful experience that is for them and for us as a country to allow to take place, in the sense that in 17 years' time, David Benbow, the gentleman convicted of Michael's murder, will front to the parole board and without this piece of legislation can potentially be eligible to walk free, to be reintegrated into our society. And yet Simon's head will hit that pillow and he'll wonder, where is my brother? When will I have the opportunity to lay him to rest? When will I have the opportunity to finally and properly grieve? And that's what this bill is about. It's not going to impact hundreds or thousands of cases, but even one case is one case too many, because that's one family, that's one community dealing with the day-to-day impacts of the unknown of where their friend, their family member is. And that's what this bill will fix. Because for too long, we've said to those convicted murderers, you can reintegrate into society with no obligation whatsoever to disclose what you have done with your victim or victim's body. And I'm saying we're drawing a line in the sand. And it's not only the Michael McGrath case as an example. There's Sarah Neath and many others across the history of our country where families still carry that burden today. And so I say thank you to this House. I say thank you to the New Zealand Labour Party. I say thank you to New Zealand First. And I say thank you to the ACT Party for their understanding and willingness to allow this piece of legislation to go to the Justice Select Committee, to allow us as members of that Select Committee to hear from members of the public who will submit on this legislation. And I acknowledge that there are some pitfalls and shortcomings that this bill may have, and that is entirely the right place to send the bill, to sort it out, to iron it out, to fix it, and to get it right. And in the same breath, I acknowledge the Section 7 report prepared by the Attorney-General. The Attorney-General said in his own words, it was a line call. But in his own report, and if you get the opportunity, I recommend you read it, he says there are opportunities to fix and remediate the issues he is highlighting in his report. And that is precisely what I encourage the Justice Select Committee to do. To take the Attorney-General's bill, our report, listen to the submissions, and where necessary, fix this legislation so we make it workable and practical for our communities and our country. Madam Speaker, this bill has never been about harming people who are already in prison. It's solely about putting victims at the heart of our justice system. It's solely about saying to them, if you want to be released on parole, then do the right thing. Share with our families, our friends and loved ones what you have done with your victims' remains so that they have the opportunity to finally lay their loved one to rest. So I say thank you to this House. Thank you for engaging in the debate, and thank you for today, in my first Members' Bill, supporting it so it can go to the Justice Select Committee and we can progress it into law. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Concealment of location of victim remains bill, first reading.
The question is that the concealment of location of victim remains bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on members' order of the day, number 2.
Life jackets for children and young persons bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill be now read a second time.
The Honourable Shane Retty.
Mr Speaker, this bill is looking to save an average of 10 lives per year with a 60% reduction in small recreational craft drownings through wearing life jackets that are mostly already on board. The problem we are trying to solve is the 115 fatalities in the past decade on all recreational vessels for people who capsized or fell overboard and weren't wearing a life jacket and subsequently drowned. In this reading, I want to start by thanking the Select Committee for improving this bill, including the wisdom to take it back to the Business Committee for a scope change. Cameron Brewer brought this bill to first reading, and through the first Select Committee process, there were 158 unique submitters. 2/3 of submitters requested the scope of the bill be changed from under 15-year-olds to all ages on the basis that the average age of death in recreational boating incidents is actually more towards age 50 than 15. This is evidenced in the past decade with 8 fatalities in children under 15 compared to 161 fatalities in those over 15. In light of this, the Select Committee received approval from the Business Committee to change the scope of the bill to encompass all ages and commence a second submission process. This is where the bill was passed into my name. In the second Select Committee process, there were 128 unique submitters. The Select Committee heard that in the past decade, across all sized recreational craft, the vast majority of fatalities on recreational craft were on small vessels less than 6 metres. The vast majority of fatalities were while the vessel was underway. The vast majority of fatalities were on recreational craft that did carry life jackets. However, despite a relatively high carriage rate for life jackets, 60% of fatalities were not wearing them and may have been saved if they were. In summary, officials told us that 60% of fatal drownings could be prevented by wearing life jackets on small recreational craft, as this bill recommends. This is around 10 people per year. The Select Committee heard that recreational craft fatalities under 6 metres without life jackets accounted for 15% of all drownings last year. However, I am informed that unfortunately this year is already tracking above that average, with 7 deaths already on recreational craft less than 6 metres where life jackets were not worn. The Select Committee has taken this into account with its timeliness of progress that brings us here today to have these benefits in place for the upcoming summer season. At an international level, our current position on life jackets is out of step with many jurisdictions such as Australia. We heard that Tasmania introduced similar legislation 25 years ago with an immediate 50% reduction in small craft fatalities in the first year. We also want that benefit. Domestically, the Waikato Regional Council introduced this policy 13 years ago with significant ongoing improvements in life jacket wearing compliance and an apparent reduction in fatalities, albeit on small numbers, of nearly 50% from before and after. One of the important issues reported to the Select Committee was the range of life jacket bylaws across the country, from life jackets to be worn while underway to skipper's discretion to be worn at all, and for discretion for life jackets depending on region that they are encompassing. Harmonising these confusing approaches has been requested for many years and is considered important to saving lives. This bill achieves this. The Select Committee considered all submissions, and when working its way diligently through the issues, which were then unanimously accepted as 12 recommendations. It was agreed that 6 metres was the correct length and is a common cut-off in maritime legislation, where commercial requirements over 6 metres include annual surveys and bilge pump and firefighting equipment requirements. 6 metres is also consistent with many current regional bylaws and international jurisdictions. The recommendations included: number 1, that the age be amended to all ages on the basis that the vast majority, indeed nearly all recreational craft facilities, are over the age of 15. Number 2, that the title of the bill be changed to Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill. Number 3, that existing requirements for all recreational craft greater than 6 metres to carry life jackets and wear them at times of heightened risk are retained. Recommendation 4, change the water length line to overall length, which is better understood by the public and consistent with existing legislation in Part 91. Number 5, to amend wearing of life jackets while underway instead of at time of use. Officials advise that underway is more appropriate as it is already used in current bylaws and again in international jurisdictions. It was noted that of the 88 fatalities since 2015, where the phase of voyages recorded, 77 of the 88 occurred while underway. Recommendation number 6, to take the opportunity to embed the soon-to-expire 2022 exemption to stand-up power boards to bring the exemptions all into one place. Recommendation number 7, to use the term life jacket as being better understood by the public than personal flotation device, while clarifying that life jackets also include other types of buoyancy aids. Recommendation number 8, to develop an infringement regime. Number 9, if an existing bylaw has a different standard than the national rules will take precedence. Recommendation number 10 of 12, to change the timing for the bill to come into force from at royal assent to 28 days after royal assent to allow education campaign preparations that would position the benefits to be in place for the upcoming summer season. The final 2 recommendations look to make implementation easier for local authorities who already have existing bylaws, and I thank the obvious local government expertise on the Select Committee for addressing this. Recommendation number 11 then is that local authorities review their bylaws to be consistent with the national rule with a 5-year transition period. And number 12, to achieve this bylaw harmonisation, that local authorities need not undertake onerous public consultation to align with the national rule. The committee also explored mechanisms to bring this policy into effect in as timely a manner as possible, including regulatory review. However, recommendations 11 and 12 subsequently involve primary legislation and not just regulations, and so the current process is the most appropriate. The Select Committee also considered potential unexpected consequences. For example, the transition period between being on an eligible recreational vessel underway and jumping into the water for water activities such as swimming. It was recognised by the committee that it would be impossible to legislatively cover all transition scenarios, and harbour masters and officials did not indicate this was an issue anyway. I spoke with Waikato Regional Council, who have had this policy domestically for 13 years. They have had no significant issues. I also spoke with recreational boating safety officers in Hobart, Tasmania, who have had this policy for 25 years, and they have had no significant issues. And so this appears to be less than envisaged. All of this notwithstanding, the committee felt it was important to provide clarity to monitors around these potential transition activities. And so the committee agreed to the equivalent of a removal of doubt clause by way of example. This is recommended as new clause 91.4.1b. We also discussed life jacket types and was encouraged by experts that this is best undertaken by education from domain specialists such as Maritime New Zealand, Water Safety New Zealand and others, including the retail and recreational craft environment. They will provide advice on the best fit-for-purpose life jackets for each scenario, importantly underpinned by a philosophy of any life jacket is better than no life jacket. Mr Speaker, in conclusion, this coming Saturday, July 25th, is World Drowning Prevention Day, and this year New Zealand is already batting against the drowning average. Let's do what we can today and work with Water Safe New Zealand, Maritime New Zealand, Harbour Masters and Recreational Water Sports to have this policy in place for summer 2026-27 and for the Water Safe New Zealand education campaign in late October. To that effect, I would like to again thank the committee for their timeliness and diligence in progressing this policy, which was unanimously agreed at Select Committee, and we all look forward to the lives that may be saved as we look towards the upcoming summer season. Thank you.
There's a very buoyant presentation, Dr Reti.
Mr Speaker.
Tangi Utukiri.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the Labour Party to support this Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill. But as the member responsible for this bill has indicated, if the Select Committee's recommendations are adopted, the title will change to reflect the changes that have been suggested. Can I acknowledge the Honourable Dr Shane Reti, who is the current sponsor of this bill. Also acknowledge the Honourable Cameron Brewer, who initially held the bill before his extension. But I want to acknowledge Dr Reti's constructive way in which he has engaged with committee members, including myself, to ensure that actually there is a clear understanding of the changes that needed to be made and the basis on which those changes have been advanced. So I think it's important to acknowledge his cooperation in that space. As Dr Reti has indicated, Madam Speaker, the Select Committee had two bites at this particular bill. Round one, as we might call it, we went out and as a result of submissions, but also the departmental advice that was received by the committee, it was very clear that children are not the main victims of drownings from small recreational craft. And as a result, many submitters asked for the age band to be one of universalism to indicate the focus in that. The committee sought the permission of the Business Committee to expand the scope. That was granted, and so the committee went out for round two. And I want to acknowledge that that is a collegial thing for a committee to do, to go back out for a full sort of process of public consultation, to hear what the community might say on this change. And I want to acknowledge the 286 submitters that submitted to that process. Madam Speaker, the Labour Party supports the justification for this change because when we look at the stats, since 2015, there have been 8 fatalities for children when it comes to recreational craft. When you look at those that are aged over 15, that number is 161. The average age of fatalities related to recreational craft is 50 years of age. And so this change that has been promoted and accepted by the committee is one that actually will really tackle those 94% of craft-related drownings in 2024 for where there were no life jackets actually used. And the advice that's been received is that a significant number of that percentage would still be with us here today if they were in fact using a life jacket. This requires the person who's in charge of the recreational craft of 6 metres or less, and I want to acknowledge the collegiality of Dr Reti, because when I showed him my little drawing of a recreational craft, he gave me some feedback on that, but we were looking at the 6 sort of metre and where that would fall. But the responsibility is there nonetheless, so that those who are going to be on that craft whilst the craft is underway, and that is a term that is accepted and well known within maritime circles, they would be responsible for ensuring that all of those people, regardless of age, who are on their craft, actually have a life jacket. And I want to acknowledge the officials, in particular Maritime New Zealand, who came and gave a little bit of a practical exercise to the committee about the range of personal flotation devices that are actually out there, and that would kind of lend its favour to a whole range of different individuals. The other sort of issue that Dr Reti has touched on is where the measurements would be taken. Would it be on the overall sort of dimension of the craft, or would it be the waterline? And the Select Committee and the Labour Party agrees with this, that actually the overall sort of dimension is far more easier to monitor, and so we support that change. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that we believe will make a huge difference. We believe that it will provide some consistency around the country, as well as regional councils at the moment set their own rules around this. And so in particular, where Kiwi families might be moving about the country in some or other parts, wanting to utilise recreational craft and realising that at the moment there are different rules for different places, this will provide some consistency. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'm delighted, as I'm sure my other colleagues on the committee are, to ensure that there has been some change in the kind of quick fashion that local councils would be able to make this change without having to go out to a full public consultation process. One of the beauties of the Transport Infrastructure Committee is it has a couple of former mayors and one deputy mayor on it, and all of those members are in the House this afternoon, and so we were all very keen to ensure that actually changes like this are not held up as a result of the full sort of consultation that needs to follow in some particular areas. So, Madam Speaker, this is a good bill. We support it. We support the timeliness of it. It should be enacted just in time for summer. That will make a real difference and ensure that lives are saved as a result. I commend this bill to the House.
Celia Wade-Brown. Thank you. I rise on behalf of the Green Party, but also as a kayaker, to absolutely support this bill. It was a really good process, both from Mr Ratty and also from Mr Brewer, who originally brought it to us. They were open to the fact that this was a members' bill that had actually had a longer history, but that this was what they thought should come forward, but they were not dogmatic about the details. And that was extremely helpful for the full select committee process to be able to be applied in the way that I understand it should be. This process would improve much other legislation, to be honest, if it was followed in the same way. If government bills, when they were introduced, focused more on how you could solve the problem than taking the idea of the solution and never moving even 6 metres from the proposed solution. So I think there is more to this bill, and it's likely agreement across the House, than only the issue of life jackets on recreational vessels. We did learn a fair amount about terminology and differences between a ship, a boat, a vessel, and what we were going to call it. And it was really interesting to hear from so many harbour masters, Water Safety New Zealand and other people. Often those submissions are pretty moving because they talked about people who had lost their lives. They talked about family members that had drowned. And often the situation was not, yes, they went into this raging storm of 40 knots and they couldn't manage it. No, they went out and the conditions changed, or there was a rogue wave, or there was a bar, or they didn't realise how windy it could get on a lake. Those are all common situations that sometimes the most inexperienced are more likely to be caught out in those situations. So, as my colleagues have mentioned, we heard submissions and thought, actually, there's some quite big changes that we want to make here. Those changes were not consulted on in the first place, and we did the correct and democratic and inclusive thing of saying, well, let's go out and see people who are quite happy with 15 and younger, because that's the skippering age, would they be quite happy with everything? Or going to all adults as well. And I'm pleased for the safety of our 50-year-old males that people were generally supportive of those changes, and the change, obviously, to the title that will be a consequence of this. I'd like to thank the Chair of Transport Infrastructure, who helped make it a collegial process. We could drill into the issues that mattered, and probably there are some issues that will get teased out about how effective our definitions of underway are, but I just want to be clear on this for anyone that may be listening and have some concerns about recreational boating. If you are at anchor, you don't need a life jacket. However, if you are using one of the technological ways of anchoring without a physical anchor, that can actually be quite rough, quite exciting, quite lively, even if you are not physically moving from the GPS spot that you are fishing at or whatever else you might. For me, it's probably taking iNaturalist pictures of dolphins, but whatever you're doing, sometimes when you're stopped, just being stopped is not that much safer. So I am pleased with the definitions that have come about in that bill. I also, personal flotation device is something that's a familiar term to me. It's one of our wonderful 3-letter acronyms in this country, PFD. And it is a different term from life jacket, but life jacket is what people understand. So I think we moved around, were we going to call it PFDs, were we going to call it life jackets, and we didn't come up, thank goodness, with a new term for it all, but we explained the inclusive nature of life jackets. I would like to also say that there are many, many times when regional differences are important, whether it's soil types, whether it's housing density, whether it's ecological variation. Those are valid reasons for different regions to have different rules, to have them locally set and so forth. Drowning is universal. So I really appreciate the way that we will have one set of rules. And it wasn't just to make it happen quicker that we decided we would be able to allow bylaws to be superseded. It was also one of those rare moments where we collectively agreed to help local government. So I really support this bill. Thank you.
Simon Court. Wonderful to see you in the Speaker's chair again.
Wonderful to see you too.
Starting point of this bill. The evidence that we were presented with the original proposal, the Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill, was insufficient to progress the bill in that form. What we learned is that it would be a very rare occasion where the provisions of the original bill were actually going to save the lives of children and young people. What became very clear from the evidence the Select Committee heard was that, in fact, it was adults, and typically men of about my age, going out in small craft with the hero cape on, feeling invincible, or simply not being prepared for when the conditions changed and they needed to take action to make sure that themselves or their passengers were safe. Now, ACT listens to evidence, so we supported the change in scope to include the wearing of life jackets for all people on vessels under 6 metres. But we also support recreational boaties to make good decisions about the safety of their vessel, to understand the conditions they're operating in, and how their passengers need to be protected. But a lot of that comes down to personal responsibility, and it will continue to, because despite changing a law, which is what this bill proposes, in the end, every skipper will continue to be responsible for the safety of their passengers, as they are under the law right now, and they will need to make good judgment calls and make sure that their passengers wear life jackets where appropriate and where required. Now, ACT also believes that there needs to be a reasonable approach to enforcing the wearing of life jackets. And we advocated very strongly for that reasonable approach to be written into law. Because if you go out on a small boat and you're out for the day, you may or may not have a marine toilet. You may or may not be in a depth where you can safely anchor, but on a flat, calm day, say if you're boating off the Bay of Plenty, like my good friend and colleague Cameron Luxon often does, and you want to have a swim off the boat, or you want to have a bit of a play in the water, you're not going to, as he often does, he tells me, you're not likely to be wearing a life jacket to get in and out of the water, so you technically comply with wearing a life jacket on the vessel at all times. So ACT advocated very strongly for a test of reasonableness, so that if a harbour master or anyone else enforcing the law in the future came across a boatie and some passengers who weren't wearing life jackets, or one of them for some reason, that they could say, oh, actually, we understand the law provides for a reasonable reason where you might not be wearing it. And in the legislation, we managed to get some way. The legislation is returned to the House, says that if you're going for a swim, then you don't have to wear your life jacket. Well, who knew? Because who on earth in New Zealand swims with a life jacket apart from babies and people learning to swim? But the intention in the bill is still not conveyed in sufficient detail, and we'd like to see further improvements, and we hope the member responsible will take those on. Because while going for a swim might make sense, actually there are other reasons why you might not be wearing a life jacket at a certain time. You might be taking a raincoat on and off. You might be donning warmer clothing. You might be going to use the boat's head. And so, for that reason, Madam Speaker, ACT supports the bill as reported back to the House, but we'd also like to see further changes to make it very clear that there must be a reasonable level of responsibility applied to the skipper, so they can use their judgment at times when that's appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Andy Foster.
I'm delighted to rise on behalf of New Zealand First, and also as the chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, which considered this, well, I'm not sure whether I call it the Life Jacket Bill or the Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Crafts Amendment Bill, because that's the new name that we have suggested that it has. Look, Madam Speaker, it's a delight to actually be able to have a 10-minute call, knowing that I'm not going to have members of my good friends over there on the National Party are going to give me grief about how long I'm going to be speaking for, and tell me it's only going to stick with 10 seconds. See now they're onto it already. They cannot help themselves, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker,
you asked for that.
Madam Speaker, when we have a message to say, and we are New Zealand First, we will have a New Zealand First message to say on any piece of legislation, and we will have to say that, because that's important that we make out our space. And while the opposition are being so supportive of that kind of a message as well, you know, if we were going to be more efficient in this House, both sides of the House need to look at the behaviour, depending on whether it's whether it is a government bill time when it's the opposition who are filibustering, or whether it's a Members' Day when it's the National Party who are filibustering. Anyway, it's a great pleasure to have a 10-minute call on this piece of legislation. I wanted to start off just by thanking the Honourable Shane Retty, but also before him the Honourable Cameron Brewer, for the work that they have done in shepherding this bill through the process. I wanted to thank the committee, who, as always, really collegial, worked very collaboratively together through a really good process. So thank you very much for that. You're thoughtful, you listened well to everybody, and I think we've made some really good changes. Well, a lot of really good and substantial changes to the bill, because it's quite a different bill to what it started out as. Also wanted to thank the advisors and the officers of Parliament who supported us, but I also wanted specifically to thank the submitters, because the submitters here were people who, in many cases, were actively involved in water safety. So whether it's the Coast Guards, the Water Safety New Zealand and so on, these are organisations, these are people who have dedicated a lot of their lives to saving other people's lives on the water. And they gave us a lot of really good advice. And it was their advice, when we went through the process, this bill started off as being targeted at under 15s. And these organisations and a lot of our submitters were very strong in saying, actually, the problem is not under 15s, that is a problem, but the main problem is actually adults. And the data there is absolutely crystal clear, as we've already heard. Since 2015, beginning of 2015, 8 children lost their lives as a result of drowning off recreational boating craft. 8 children, so that's far too many, that's 8 too many. But 180 adults lost their lives in that same time. So it made it very clear that the problem, children is a problem, but the biggest problem there is actually adults. And we had some really, I thought, really terrible stories that we heard. And you can just imagine the scarring for life which would occur here, where we had children in a boat wearing life jackets, parents in a boat not wearing life jackets, they got into trouble, and the children watched their parents drown. Can you imagine what that does to those children for the rest of their lives? That was avoidable. Those are the things that this legislation is trying to avoid. And if we can save those 10 lives a year, which the estimate is, that's worth doing. Now, I kind of heard from ACT a little bit about personal responsibility there. This is a place where we are stepping in, where the Parliament, where the government is, or the Crown is stepping in to say, actually, we want to mandate that you do wear life jackets in these circumstances. And I'll come to those circumstances in a moment. But I want you to think about another area where we also mandate that you are required to wear a safety device. And we do that to save people's lives and to stop them getting injured. And it is a safety belt. We require people to wear safety belts. We don't say it's up to you to make the choice. We don't say it's personal responsibility. It is everybody's responsibility. And in effect, the state it's got that responsibility, but also the state has a huge investment in every one of us. In every one of us, the state has a huge investment. So it's important for the state. We want our people to survive. We want our people to be part of our community. They're no good to us dead. They're no good to us drowned. So we're taking some responsibility in that area. So anyway, we started out as an under-15s bill. We had strong, informed submission saying that actually we needed to broaden the scope. And actually we did ask the question, Mr Speaker, should we actually just, get this through? It's an improvement. We'll just get the children part of it through and we won't go and do the adults as well. And they said, no, we want you to take the chance, if you like, go back out to consider it again and take it to adults as well. And we took that on. We went back to the Business Committee and said, can we have an extension of time? Now, we were told, line call, we were told that we could actually have said, well, we'll box on and we'll do it anyway. We will go and expand the scope ourselves. We felt that that would be the wrong thing to do. From a democratic point of view, from a scope of the bill point of view, we felt that that was the wrong thing to do because there would be potentially people who would submit against taking it to adults who might have not submitted at all or been in favour of children being covered. So we went out again. We think that's the right thing to do. And guess what would happen is that people came back and said, actually, we support the change to the bill. We support it covering adults as well. So we think we have a really, really strong mandate there, and I think we gave exactly the right process. There is one other area which we did get some, in the second round, some thought that we could also extend it, and that was the size of the vessels involved. Because we went out, we said 6 metres. We had 6 metres at the waterline to start with, which people said, oh, what's the waterline? If the vessel is more heavily laden or less heavier laden, that becomes a bit of a challenge. So we said, right, okay, well, it's the bow to the stern. Okay, we leave out the motors and all those sort of thing, and we leave out bowsprits. You can't muck around with bowsprits or that sort of thing. So we were clear about what that is. But there were some people who said, well, some submitters who said, well, what about taking it to all recreational craft? And some of those recreational craft, was a super yacht a recreational craft? Okay, you can imagine the super yacht, people on board super yachts saying, well, you've got to wear your life jacket at all times. That would have gone, Paul Henry on a super yacht. That would have gone really, really well. But first of all, there was a scope issue there. We had not consulted on that, and that would have been a really unreasonable thing to do, in my view, in terms of scope. Secondly, lower risk. The larger the vessels, the lower the risk. We certainly heard that. Thirdly, you've got things like sleeper boards. Well, if you're sleeping on board a vessel, the larger the vessel, the more likely you are to be sleeping on board, using a kitchen, whatever else it might be. Doing that with a life jacket probably is not a particularly practical proposition as well. And then there's also that issue, Mr. Speaker, that whatever vessel you're on, even if you don't have to wear the life jacket in on a larger vessel, you do still at least have to carry sufficient life jackets. And if you're in that situation where it's a time of heightened risk, you're crossing a bar, whatever it was, really rough conditions, then the skipper's discretion there is to say, actually, I want everybody actually wearing a life jacket at the moment, whether you need to or not. So we felt that those things were well covered. We changed the name. We're recommending changing the name of the bill, as we said, because obviously it's not about under 15s anymore. It's about all ages. So we're recommending that as well. We spent a bit of time discussing the definition of a life jacket, as you've already heard. So life jacket is now all PFDs, or personal flotation devices, rather than the other way around, where personal flotation devices covered life jackets and everything else as well. What is clearer, though, is that each of those devices, you choose which device is most appropriate, whether you're windsurfing, kayaking, and I like Celia Wade-Brown, I'm also a kayaker. In fact, we've been kayaking quite a number of occasions together, including Cross Cook Strait, which was very, very good. But I wouldn't dream of not wearing a life jacket when I'm kayaking, the appropriate thing to do. And I wear a life jacket. But, there are different flotation devices, different life jackets in different circumstances, and people are able to choose those, but they've got to meet the standards that are required. We did have some discussion also about this issue of being underway, whether electronic anchors were okay, whether drifting was okay. We had some concerns from Fish and Game about that, the really slow movement issue. So I think there is an issue there that they might have concerns about. And we also had, Mr. Speaker, some issues around exemptions, which we've already heard a little bit from the ACT Party. The maritime rule also already has a long list of what are pretty common sense exemptions. I mean, surfing with a life jacket on is going to be a bit strange. We brought in as you've heard, the stand-up paddleboarding in the surf situation because we had an expiring rule, and we thought, well, let's bring it in so we're reducing the administrative burden there, in this case for the government. We took on board ACT's concerns around things like swimming off a vessel. So we said, look, that's practical. And we've also said quite specifically that we expect harbour masters and enforcement agencies to use common sense when they're enforcing, and discretion when they're enforcing the bylaw. And look, finally, just in terms of implementation, we did want to make sure, and we changed the implementation date to 28 days, we want to make sure there is time to develop a penalty regime, to do the public education, and a lot of our submitters were organisations who will be actively involved in that public education program, and I thank them for that. And finally, the point that Tangi Utakiri raised about the amending the bylaw process. It's not often that government actually helps local government out and makes life easier, because government's very good at loading costs on central government, and we were quite insistent. We said, no, we're not going to do that. So if their bylaws are inconsistent now with the new law, then they can simply just talk to the Director of Maritime Safety and say, look, we want to take those out, rather than have to go and consult. That just saves them a bit of money. And there's no point going to consult on something which is effectively ultra vires or illegal. So thank you, everybody, for the work that's been done, and I commend this bill to the House.
5 minutes, Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that I think this might be some of the absolute best work of this entire term of government, and I want to congratulate Chair Andy Foster, the member who is now Honourable Cameron Brewer, who had the bill pulled, and now Honourable Shane Ritty, and all the members of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. Normally I'm a permanent member of that committee, but I haven't been for most of this bill, just because I've been overseeing the planning bill and the Environment Committee, but I'm soon to come back to Transport. I know you all miss me. And my colleague, Celia Wade-Brown, who did excellent work looking after this bill on behalf of the Greens. I think this is such an important issue. And it is, I mean, I'm sure everyone's talked about all the issues, so I probably don't need to repeat them all. But as someone who occasionally gets lucky enough to go on a sailboat with my partner's family who are fond of sailing and don't own a boat but charter boats, and we take our little children on a boat, and never would anyone consider being at sea without wearing a life jacket. But of course, it just makes sense to make that the default for everyone, and I think it's fantastic that the Select Committee listened to the submissions, listened to the evidence, and actually has decided to change the bill to go further to do what people were asking it to do. And this is New Zealand's Parliament working at its absolute best to get sensible outcomes. And I do think it's been too long. We shouldn't have had to wait for a member's bill for this to happen. It should have been on a government program. But as is often the case with these things, like marriage equality, it came from a member's bill, and it was some of the best work this Parliament has done. So good on members' bills and MPs putting in really good, constructive members' bills, and having a select committee that's actually treating the issue seriously and taking on board and pushing to actually get the changes that are needed for the bill to do the best job it can do. And I really hope that we see other changes to support this implementation. That means that we can actually reduce our drowning record, which is far, far too high, and it can be much lower. So I commend this bill to the House.
Carlos Chung.
A rise in strong support for life jacket for children and young person bill, which is now changed to life jacket bill on its second reading. At its heart, this is a bill about protecting lives. It is about making sure that when New Zealanders head out onto the water, whether they are fishing, boating, kayaking, paddleboarding, or simply enjoy a day with their families, that they can come home safely. This bill is about strengthening their chance through clear, practical, and common sense measures that promote wearing of life jackets. New Zealanders have a deep connection with the water. The water is part of who we are. We are surrounded by it. We grow up around it. We enjoy it. But we also know that our water can be unforgiving. Weather can change within minutes. Calm conditions can become dangerous without warning. Even experienced bodies can find themselves in trouble. This is why this bill matters. It is a practical piece of legislation. It is evidence-based, and most importantly, it saves lives. One of the highlights of this bill has been the select committee process. I want to acknowledge the work of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, which is led by Chair Andy Foster. But above all, I want to thank every person and organisation who took the time to make a submission. In this House, we often talk about public participation in the lawmaking process. This law shows exactly why that participation matters. The Select Committee is not simply another stage in passing legislation. It's not about just listening to the submitters, their feedback. It's not about just listening. It is where New Zealanders can bring their expertise, their experience, and sometimes their personal stories to parliaments. It is where legislation is tested, challenged, and ultimately improved. This is exactly what's happened with this bill. We heard from Water Safety New Zealand, Coast Guard NZ, Maritime NZ, emergency responder, boating clubs, and members of public who care deeply about keeping people safe on the water. Many submitters make one very clear point. If the purpose of this bill is to save lives, then it should not be limited by age. The committee listened. Because of the thoughtful and constructive feedback we received, we agreed to expand the scope of the bill so that it's applied to people of all ages. I think this is one of the strongest outcomes of the Select Committee process. It demonstrates that public submissions are not simply listened to. They are generally shape legislation. This is democracy working exactly as it should. To everyone who make a submission, thank you. You have strengthened this bill. Your voices have made this legislation better. And because of your contribution, this bill has the potential to save even more lives. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Mount Wasco, I want to speak about what this bill means to my community. I have a chance to visit Coast Guard base in Auckland and talk about what does it mean to my community. I've been realized that many families from Mount Wasco actually enjoy spending time on the water, whether it is fishing, boating, or spending a weekend with families. One of the most popular destinations is Manukau Harbour. The Manukau Harbour is also one of the New Zealand's most challenging waterways. It consistently tops water safety NZ list of the country's high-risk water safety passport. Its powerful tidal currents, shifting sandbanks, narrow channels, and rapidly changing conditions make it one of the highest risk areas in the country. Many Aucklanders know how quickly conditions can change there. What makes the harbour especially challenging is a unique geographic position. Rescue teams require extra travel time before they are able to reach an incident. When every minute counts, those extra minutes can mean the difference between life and death. This is why wearing a life jacket is so critical. A life jacket keeps a person afloat. It helps them conserve energy. It helps keep their air rays above the water. Most importantly, it significantly increases the chance that they will still be alive when the rescuer reaches them. Simply put, a life jacket buys time. For those who enjoy the activities in Manukau Harbour, their extra time means everything. This bill recognizes that reality. It is not about taking away people's freedom to enjoy our waterway. It is about making sure they come home after work.
That's right. Well done.
This legislation is about creating a stronger culture of safety. Changing behaviour does not happen overnight. Yeah. But Parliament has an important role in setting expectation. We have seen this before. Seatbelts were once resisted. Motorcycle helmets were once debated. Today, those measures are accepted because they work. And I hope that in time, wearing a life jacket becomes just as automatic. Before someone starts the engine, before someone leaves the boat ramp, before someone heads out to fish, putting on a life jacket should become second nature, because prevention is always better than rescue. I also want to acknowledge those who work behind the scene as helping in this legislation to where it is today. I want to thank you, Minister Honourable James Maker, Honourable Cameron Brewer, who is originally the bill carrier, and now Dr. Shane Reddy for their commitment and support throughout the development of this bill. Much of the work that goes into this legislation happens away from public eyes. It involves careful policy work, engagement with stakeholders, collaboration across government, and a genuine commitment to improve outcome for New Zealanders. I also want to acknowledge the official, committee staff, departmental advisor, and everyone who has contributed to this legislation. Good legislation is never the work of one person. It is the result of many people working together with a common purpose. Ultimately, this bill is about something very simple. Every life lost on our waterways is one too many. Behind every statistic is a family, a parents, a child, a partner, a friend, people whose life are changed forever by a tragedy that, in many cases, should have been prevented. If wearing a life jacket can give someone a better chance of survival, if this legislation encourages more New Zealanders to wear one, if even one family is spared the heartbreak of losing a loved one, then this bill will have been worthwhile. This is why I support it. It has been strengthened by the public participation. It reflects common sense. It promotes a culture of safety. And most importantly, it will help save lives. Before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge all the rescue personnel, all the volunteers, and all water safety advocates who tirelessly to save life and keep New Zealanders safe on our waterways. Like Dr. Shane Reddy just mentioned just now, I think this Saturday will be the World Drowning Prevention Day, and there will be a multiple event happening in Auckland. I encourage people to go there, to have a look, to understand more, to understand how a life jacket can save life, how you can handle when you are drowned, how can you keep calm and ensure you can preserve energy so you can earn more time for the rescuer to come to rescue you. But also here, I also like to say, I want to thank you all the people, all the volunteers, because their courage, dedication, and commitment to educate the public and responding when emergency arises make a huge difference. It makes between life and death. And this bill supports your effort. And I hope that it will ensure more people will come home safely. I commend this bill to the House.
Point of order, Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put it on the record that the Greens intended to cast 15 votes against the concealment of location of victim remains bill, and Te Pāti Māori intended to cast 4 votes against the concealment of location of victim remains bill.
That will now be on the Hansard. Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on what was titled the Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill and is now being renamed the Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill. Mr Speaker, can I just quickly indulge the House on a different matter, because last week I attended a basketball game in Palmerston North between my two favourite teams, the Manawatu Jets and the Nelson Giants, and I promised my friend Mr Utikere that whoever lost the game had to congratulate the other in the House, and so I do that tonight. Even though I grew up in Palmerston North, I still strongly support the Nelson Giants and wish them well for this Saturday. But having led the game for 3 of the 4 quarters and then going into 2 sets of extra time, it was a fantastic game, and I congratulate my colleagues. So there, I did it. Mr Speaker, it is a pleasure to take a call on this bill.
He hasn't turned his back on you, I notice.
As MP for Nelson, we are, like many parts of New Zealand, part of a country that is surrounded by water and where many people spend time out on the water for recreation purposes and for commercial purposes, Mr Speaker. This is a very good bill and one which I support. Can I congratulate the various members who've been in charge of the bill, the Honourable Cameron Brewer and now the Honourable Dr Shane Retty, and of course the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, because they did an excellent job, in my view, of listening to submitters. The bill originally was intended for, as it said on the tin, children and young people. But if you look at the statistics, there's a very clear evidence to show that the greatest risk on our waters is from adults who don't wear life jackets. And others have mentioned the statistics. I just will briefly, to have it on the record, that there have been 8 recreational boating fatalities of children under 15 since 2015, compared with 161 for people over 15. And that 94% of craft-related drowning fatalities in 2024 involved people not wearing a life jacket. And so we know, Mr Speaker, that life jackets save lives. The conversations I've had with our local Coast Guard, with our local Harbour Master, is that they support this bill. In Nelson and Tasman, we have 2 very closely located areas under the 2 different councils with separate bylaws, but they're very close to each other, but not 100% identical to each other, and that's the case around the country. It's been left to regional councils to make those determinations, and so a boatie could be going from one region to another on the same day, and they have a change of bylaw throughout that time. And what the Harbour Master said to me is what would be really helpful would be nationwide consistency. That's actually the most useful thing to do. And so alongside actually making life jackets compulsory for adults as well as children and young people, what this bill does is actually put some nationwide consistency in place, which is going to be really helpful for enforcement, but also for education purposes. So I do want to congratulate those MPs on the committee and MPs across the House who then had conversations around changing the scope of the bill quite considerably, actually taking the time to listen to the feedback. I think this is a change that is probably overdue, and on that note, I commend it to the House.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr Speaker, I appreciate the tone of this debate because we have a debate here about a serious issue. And this bill, there aren't many bills in Parliament that you can genuinely say that saves lives, but this is one of them. And as my friend and colleague, Dr Shane Retty pointed out, we have a terrible case of drownings in New Zealand, 383 drownings since 2000, and roughly 80% of those drownings were found to have no life jackets that were worn. And in economics, we talk about causation, and it's very clear the causation between wearing a life jacket and saving a life. So this is a serious bill, and it is good to see that unanimous support has been found for this bill in Parliament. And I must say, as a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, I've learnt a lot actually through the Select Committee process. I've learnt about various different definitions of life jackets, different definitions of boat sizes, what underway means and what being anchored means and so forth. And it has been a real privilege to understand the current piecemeal rules that we have, and the former speaker actually just mentioned those. It was very regionalised, regionalised in a way where every region had their own bespoke rules. And so if you were a harbour master going through from one region to another, oddly enough, you'd actually have to, in theory, change the rules as you head from those different regions. So this is about standardisation and about saving lives. I do want to mention the members who have brought this bill to the House, so Dr. Shane Retty and Cameron Brewer. But I also do want to mention Alfred Naro, because he was, I think, on record as perhaps the first former member to... What's that? Oh, well, he did. Alfred actually raised this as a member's bill when he was in opposition, and I recall he came to the House. If you guys can recall, he actually wore a life jacket in the House to raise the profile of this issue, and so I do not want to acknowledge him, and I wish him luck in his candidacy and for his contribution to this bill. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Select Committee process, I think Carlos actually spoke really well about the Select Committee process worked, and I do want to thank those that submitted initially on this bill, because what we heard very clearly is that there was a strong consensus to widen the scope of it. And that is why we actually heard from submitters and then took it to the Business Committee to see if we could widen the scope. And then we put it out to more submissions and heard from the public. And as a result, we came up with some pretty impressive changes from the Select Committee process. As has been outlined, those changes include extending the life jacket mandate for all ages. And that is in part to save more lives, because the lives lost at sea isn't actually, it's disproportionately older adults. It's not young children, it's actually older adults that are proportionally. And when you break it down by gender, it's actually older men. And I think it speaks to the culture of New Zealand, where it's older men who aren't wearing life jackets and therefore are putting their own lives and the lives of their families at risk. So we've widened the scope and said that people of all ages will need to be using this life jackets. We're keeping the definition, and we've expanded the definition of underway, which means it's a technical definition that most boaties understand. If you're anchored, you don't need to wear a life jacket, but if you're not, you're expected to be underway, you're moving, and therefore you are expected to be wearing a life jacket. There are technical definitions of what is a life jacket in the bill, and as we heard on Select Committee, there are different flotation devices, and we actually had an exhibition of different life jackets, and we got to try. Yes, different devices, and it was really helpful. So I do want to thank Maritime New Zealand for helping to educate Select Committee members. They have done a really good job at helping to bring us up to speed on the technology and the current rules. As my friend and colleague, Dr. Carlos Chung, has mentioned, this is about culture change. It's not just about legislation, it's about a culture change. And really what we want to do is use the legislation to drive culture change in this country. Much like when, you get into a car, a bit old-fashioned, but when I was raised in this country, is just what you do. When you get into a car, you put your seatbelt on. What we want in this country is just common practice. When you get in a boat and you're going out for the day, whether it's in a lake or in the sea, you just put a life jacket on. That's all we want to see in this country. The legislation is there as a guide and as a stick. But as we know, there's limited resources to police, and enforce these laws. They will be enforced, but it is actually about driving a shift in culture in this country. And so that is really the intent behind this, is to help shift the mood and the culture of this in New Zealand. Other changes, I think, from Select Committee has been actually extensively explained by Shane Retty. I do just want to talk about and thank the members of the Select Committee for their hard work, ably led by Andy Foster, and Andy's been really engaged in this process, as I think all of us have been, but I want to appreciate your contribution, Andy, and pushing and guiding the Select Committee to the changes that we've got here today. I want to thank the submitters, because we had people who submitted on the first round and then had to resubmit, and it's not easy to get people to do. They're busy, leading busy lives, and I want to thank the members of the public who submitted on both occasions as part of that process. As Carlos Strong mentioned, this is a case of democracy in action. We listen to submitters. People in the public that think that select committees, how good select committees can be, and I think there was a lot of bipartisan work together on this right across Parliament. So really appreciate members of the public for getting behind and becoming part of this process. Because there were a lot of submissions, and so first round of submissions there were 158 submitters, and then the second round was 128. And we did hear submissions on both, and we've come out of that process with some changes around definitions. We've changed the title of the bill, so we don't have to have a lengthy debate about title and commencement, hopefully. It's now simply called the Life Jacket Bill. We've changed that from the Life Jackets for Children and Young Person Bill, Mr. Speaker. So hopefully that's clear for the public to understand. Look, there is a desire to get this in place for this summer, so that Kiwis up and down the country, that when they're celebrating the return of the national-led coalition government, they can actually go about their lives and start enacting this. But it also gives an opportunity for regulators, likes of Maritime New Zealand, to really start to ramp up the education campaign, because there will be a desire and a need for education and awareness of the new rules. So, Mr. Speaker, this really literally is a case of fixing the basics and building the future. I know it's a members' bill, but it is all part of our government's plan to fix the basics and build the future. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure on behalf of this side of the House to be commending this bill to the House.
Oh, well done, well.
And just before I call the next speaker, Mr. Bidwell, I didn't want to interrupt you, quite a liberal use of first names. We're just maintaining the dignity of the House by using full names, not making it sound like a public bar on a Saturday night. Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate all those involved in bringing this bill to the House. I dipped into the Select Committee process probably to sub in for someone, and this bill was actually being discussed in its early stages, so it's great to see it here. I wanted to start with a personal experience. When I was about 6, my mother got a phone call from a friend, and she worked with a beautiful woman called Alice McGlashan, and her son, Sandy, had gone missing. He drowned. He and his 2 friends drowned. And it was a terrible learning experience of how that impacts on an entire family. It was just such an incredibly terrible event in what was a very beautiful and strong family, and it caused so much harm. And so I that was really a really formative experience for me, because I think I was about 6, and I just don't think you really understand at that age what the ramifications are of things like that. But I come from a family that they're kind of gung-ho. They are those kinds of men, particularly in my family, who take risks. And in fact, one of my uncles died on top of a roof while trying to fix his electricity during a storm. That wasn't an uncommon thing in New Zealand culture. They were from a farming background, and you got up and you fixed your electricity despite the fact that that was completely insane. And I think that is true often around the culture of boating as well. So people have been brought up in this country to take unnecessary risks, and the consequences can be absolutely devastating. And so I was really pleased to see this bill come forward and to grow into something that wasn't just about children, it was about grown adults, because I think that that's probably the part of the culture which has just been a little bit out of kilter with reality. And with it's really necessary sometimes to nudge people. And we did that with some other law here. Like one of the ones that I remember most profoundly was the smoke-free law. We changed the culture in New Zealand by changing the law and making it inappropriate to smoke in a public place. And we've probably saved a lot of people's lives and a lot of tragedy as a result. So this is another example of that. So I thank the Parliament for doing this. It's obviously something we don't do every day. We have to be careful when we're making rules for people, but this is a good one. Thank you very much.
Sam Uffendale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, it's good to hear the speeches from members around the House in support of this bill, and in support of a bill that is going to make lives more safe for people on our water. We are an island nation, Mr. Speaker. A lot of people in New Zealand spend a lot of time in their local lakes, rivers, harbours, out there in the ocean, whether they be swimming, fishing, pleasure boating. And as some of my colleagues have mentioned, I think Dr. Chung did it very well when talking about Manukau Harbour, how dangerous that can be as well. And I represent Tauranga, which, as you will know, is an area surrounded by water. Tauranga meaning safe anchorage. And there are a significant number of pleasure boaters and recreational fishers who are out there on a regular basis. This bill would deliver a significant change and make things quite clear that if you are below 15 years of age, you must wear a life jacket. And as someone with young children, Mr. Speaker, I am always very clear that whenever we are out on the water, the children are in life jackets, as should every parent and person in charge of a vessel or out there on the water be making sure that young ones are protected. And now this, well, assuming this bill proceeds all the way through, then that will become a legislative requirement for all New Zealanders. And you do see a lot of unnecessary deaths in New Zealand. Young people in New Zealand, I think it's the third highest cause of accidental death is drowning. We are a nation surrounded by water, that is right. Even in the rangatiki there is water. Probably one of our more mountainous electorates, Mr. Speaker. But you do have the sea, and I know that you do live on the cliffs. But being all jokes aside, it is a very serious matter, and it is a bill that we are in favour of. I want to congratulate the member in charge, the Honourable Shane Retty. Also give mention to the Honourable Cameron Brewer, who initially brought or placed this bill into the biscuit tin. Also make mention of Andy Foster, who has helped shepherd this through the select committee process. It's quite clear from the speeches given so far that the Select Committee process was a thorough one. The committee did its job very well and have brought back a strong bill to the House for further consideration. And I think, as another speaker said, you know, it is quite rare that you do get everyone in the House coming together on stuff, and it's great that we are able to, you know, put safety first, and instead of politics, and say, look, this is a sensible thing for New Zealanders. If you are a young person in motion on the water, on a vessel, on a small vessel under 6 metres, you must wear a life jacket. It should have been common sense and commonplace beforehand. Now it will be a requirement. And time will tell, Mr. Speaker, as we look on the drowning statistics of New Zealand. But there will be accidents out there. There will be things that happen that are beyond skipper's control, or weather conditions come up. In time, this legislation will save young people's lives, and it will hopefully also encourage adults on vessels to you know, consider whether they should be wearing a life jacket as well. It applies to adults as well. And thanks for the conversation. But it will save lives. It will clearly save lives, and it will also save many families significant anguish. No one wants to lose a loved one. No one wants to lose a loved one through an accident, and no one wants to lose a loved one in an accident where death was avoidable if only some simple safety precautions had been taken. And this is what this bill does. National is fixing the basics and building the future. I commend this bill to the House.
The time has come for me to leave the chair for the meal break. The House will resume at 7:30 p.m.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa ka tuku whakamoima te ati mātai mona karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātai. Ka wahi o mātai pānga whai ora katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātai ki te kiengi me te inoi atu mo te arihitanga I roto I o mātai whakaaroarohanga. Kia mohi ai kia whakaiti ai tā mātai whakahaere ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te mangaronga me te aroha o Aotearoa, āmeni.
I'm sure that members would wish to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Inka Kantan Pavi, Women's Affairs Minister from the Kingdom of Cambodia, and her delegation who are in the gallery. A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Ankit Gumba requesting that the House urge the government to increase penalties and enforcement powers for illegal dirt bike use and resulting noise pollution.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 17 papers.
Climate Change Commission 2026 Emissions Monitoring Report. Statements of intent for Heritage New Zealand, New Zealand On Air, Radio New Zealand, Te Papa Tongarewa, Television New Zealand. 2026-27 Statements of Performance Expectations, Broadcasting Standards Authority, Creative New Zealand, Fire and Emergency New Zealand, Heritage New Zealand, New Zealand Film Commission, New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, New Zealand On Air, Radio New Zealand, Tamaki Regeneration Company, Te Papa Tongarewa, Television New Zealand.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. No Select Committee reports have been delivered to the clerk for presentation. No bills have been introduced. We come to oral questions first in the name of Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago the Reserve Bank released its latest monetary policy review. This included a decision to increase the official cash rate by 25 basis points to 2.5%. Previously, the OCR had been at 2.25% for 7.5 months.
Supplementary. Was this OCR increase a surprise?
Mr. Speaker, no. The OCR rises and falls in cycles, and 2.25% was the bottom of the most recent cycle. In lay terms, the Reserve Bank's accelerator has been flat to the floor, providing stimulus to the New Zealand economy. It was no surprise to the market or to economic commentators that the Reserve Bank decided to ease off the accelerator a bit. And since this move was already widely anticipated and priced in, there has been little or no change in fixed-term mortgage rates since the announcement. It is important to note, however, that the current OCR of 2.5% is still very accommodative or stimulatory, with low interest rates continuing to provide stimulus to the economy.
Why did the Reserve Bank decide to ease off the accelerator?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday's CPI release showed annual inflation above the target band at 4.1% due to a spike in fuel prices from the Middle East conflict. That spike will pass, but the Reserve Bank remains concerned about potential second-round effects on other consumer prices. It also expects the economy to continue strengthening. For those reasons, it has decided to ease off the accelerator. The Reserve Bank's job is to keep on top of inflation. Monetary policy's contribution to longer-term economic growth and living standards is through price and macroeconomic stability, and that is to the benefit of all New Zealanders. We have seen quite recently, between 2021 and 2023, just how destructive high inflation can be, with prices rising up to 7.3% a year.
Supplementary. What has the government been doing to help limit inflationary pressures?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has been focused on not adding to inflationary pressure with large increases in discretionary spending, as happened in 2022 and 2023. Our responses to the fuel crisis have instead been temporary, targeted and timely. Our new spending in each budget has been very restrained. This fiscal discipline has helped limit any inflationary pressure from fiscal policy and therefore any additional pressure on interest rates. As a government, We have also applied significant focus to addressing the underlying productive capacity of the economy and are advancing supply-side reforms to ensure a more productive economy and to limit price rises in future, whether that be rates caps, work to accelerate the development of electricity generation, or work to ensure a more responsive housing system.
Question number 2, Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Education, what recent data has he seen on student attendance?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, wonderful news. And Term 2 just finished a few weeks ago. Regular attendance was 64.2%. That's up 5.8% from Term 2 last year. And it is the best Term 2 in a decade. I should add a small caveat that 2020 was slightly higher because due to COVID measures, children were routinely marked present when they in fact were at home. However, had normal conditions applied that year, this most certainly would be the best in a decade. And it is a tribute to New Zealand's children and parents who've been getting it done, because we heard tremendous negativity at the start of the term that due to the fuel crisis, attendance would plummet and it was all going to be Chicken Little. Well, Kiwi parents and Kiwi children do not share that negativity. They have set a 10-year record for school attendance, and that is a wonderful thing for our country's future.
Supplementary. Were there suggestions early in Term 2 that the price of fuel might negatively impact school attendance?
Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that, but I appreciate the member's invitation to further expand on the matter. The interesting thing is that there's always a certain type of negative person who sees success as an excuse for grievance rather than an example to follow. I'm talking about the leadership of the PPTA and the NZEI and the Labor Party, but I repeat myself thrice. Mr. Speaker, actually, in stark contrast to those negative attitudes, Kiwi kids, Kiwi parents got it done because they see the value of education, and we're proud to see that progress.
Just take this moment to remind the House that it's not appropriate for government questions to be used to attack other parties.
Supplementary. Thank you, Minister, for clearing that up. What are some of the attendance initiatives this government has invested in?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is, I believe, in the first instance, the children that show up to school that deserve the praise for this, and the parents who often save and make sacrifices to get their children educated. But it is also true that this government has taken a range of initiatives, starting from just taking it seriously. We did not take school attendance seriously enough in this country in the years before this government was elected. We started publishing the data every day, where previously the minister responsible had got in trouble for refusing to release attendance data. Now you can see the data every day. We have given every school board an attendance action plan and implemented the Stepped Attendance Response Scheme, or STAR, which gives a different response at every stage of a child's attendance journey. If their attendance gets worse, there is a new response every time they go down 10% attendance. We change the strategy to get them back. We have also put around $40 million extra into attendance, and we have contracted the attendance services up and down the country after an ERO review found that those contracts were not performing. As a result of all of those actions, we have just set a 10-year record for school attendance in a winter Term 2.
Supplementary, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Does the Minister agree with the proposition that the best thing that we can do to reduce youth crime is to ensure that our kids go to school?
Mr. Speaker, it very much depends on the student. If the student is a naughty student and commits crimes at school, then it could be worse, as the member can well remember. However, as we can all imagine. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith has the report cards to prove it. He was on detention at Auckland Grammar every other day. But, Mr. Speaker, if you have a student who is diligent and learns and gets the skills and the self-esteem and the qualifications to set a good path in life, then yes, an education is definitely the best insurance against a wayward life afterwards, later in life.
As the member asking the question can attest. Question number 3, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Yes, in particular efforts on attendance and lifting educational standards.
Supplementary question. Why did he tell New Zealanders in December 2023 that his 100-day plan had, quote, a laser focus on bringing down the cost of living, end quote, if bringing down the cost of living is, in his own words, as he told the House yesterday, economic illiteracy?
In answer to the last part of the question, could the member provide the full quote, please, in the context it was given?
Sure. If, as he claimed in the House yesterday, quote, falling prices leads to less spending, that leads to businesses not investing, and as a result, the economy shrinks, end quote, why has his government repeatedly promised falling food prices over the past 3 years, something they've failed to deliver?
No, what I was talking about, I was helping to educate the member because clearly he led a very economically literate government. The point I was trying to make to him was, look, you have high inflation, which is what the last government created, 7.2%, 32-year high. It was actually out of the band for 11 quarters. Too high inflation is bad, right? Because actually what happens is the prices go up and people's wages don't keep up with that and they get falling behind. That's the situation that member created. But then what he started arguing was the flip side, the other continuum, which is called deflation, where he argues that actually we should have falling prices. And when prices start falling, economists tell you get less spending. Less spending means business incomes fall. Then you actually get cutting costs, wages and jobs. And so the extremes aren't good. And so what you do is you try and get in the band of called 1 to 3%. And that's what his government failed to do. He doesn't understand deflation. He doesn't understand the impacts of high inflation. It was just an education lesson to help him out, given the economic illiteracy on his side.
Well, Mr. Speaker.
Just before you progress, the House needs to be a little more orderly than we've just seen from some sections in the answer. Well, the last answer was being given. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
If his concern is that shrinking prices will lead to a shrinking economy, how has his government managed to deliver higher prices and a shrinking economy?
My deep concern was for the member's economic illiteracy around an issue called deflation. Because deflation, look it up in the economics books, isn't a good thing, and that's what that member's been advocating for. What this government has delivered is inflation at 4.1% in the middle of the biggest oil spike and crisis we've seen. If you strip that out, we're at 2.9% within the 1 to 3% band that the RBNZ sets in place. I just remind the member, under his record, it was 7.3%, 32-year high, outside the band for 11 quarters. It's a special kind of skill to create that amount of illiteracy and poor economic management, but he has it in spades.
So, supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. If prices coming down is a deflation and economically illiterate, why did Nicola Willis state, and I quote directly, prices coming down is exactly what we want to see?
I would just put my record of 7.3% up against the member's record of 7.3%, up against our record of 4.1%. 4.1 is smaller than 7.3. Do you get it?
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. So when did reducing...
Hang on. The House will just settle right down while questions are being asked.
Mr. Speaker, when did reducing the cost of living stop being his first priority and become economic illiteracy? Was that before or after he failed to deliver it?
Look, I'm just going to help the member. I'm going to send you a book called Economics 101. It's a great textbook. I got it in the sixth form at high school, and it highlights the dangers of what you're talking about, which is deflation. That's why we manage it within the band. Strip out the Iranian conflict. We're well within the band at 2.9%. We're making progress. Here's some other numbers for you, though, because you banged on about food inflation yesterday. It was 12.3% under a Labor government. It's 2.8% today. We have 0.5% rent inflation, the lowest in 25 years. That member drove up rents $180 a week. Rents are stable across the whole term of our government. And as you can see by the stats data, it's up 0.5%, the lowest in 25 years. The record doesn't match. Your record doesn't match with ours.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker.
Some people just on the other side of the House just need to calm down a little bit.
So if arguing for lower grocery prices is economic illiteracy, was Nicola Willis economically illiterate when she said, and I quote, "National is committed to Kiwis paying less for homegrown food at the checkout"?
And as I tried to explain to the member yesterday, but he doesn't get numbers or do numbers, is he had food inflation at 12.3%. Food inflation today is 2.8. Mr McAnulty might even understand that 2.8 is less than 12.3. This is the point that we're making. So we're making good progress. Most importantly, the economy's on an upswing. There's lots of good information coming through the economy, but I just will help the member. I'll send him that book.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. So if he'd had no intention of bringing down the cost of living and lowering grocery prices, why didn't he just tell New Zealanders over the last 3 years that actually what he was promising was grocery prices that just wouldn't increase as fast?
Because we are focused on lowering the cost of living for New Zealanders. That member had inflation at 7.3%. He had food inflation at 12.3%. He had rent inflation at 4.6%. He had mortgage rates at 7.4%. Not only that, because his spending was so wasteful, he tripled the debt, for goodness sake. We pay $9 billion worth of interest because of their economic mismanagement and illiteracy. So I'm just saying to the member, I'm just trying to help him by educating him, because I look at that front bench and there is nobody with any economic management skills whatsoever. Just look at the faces. Not one of them can run anything.
Okay.
Not one of them. Speed limits.
Question 4, Dr. Vanessa Winning. Mr McAnulty, you're not called, so don't speak. Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. What recent reports has he seen on the government's reform of the New Zealand planning system?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, as the House knows, yesterday we welcomed the Environment Committee's report back of the Natural Environment Bill and the Planning Bill. As I think, on Monday, as I think, you got me there. You got me.
Sorry, just a moment.
You got me.
Just a moment. Far too much. All right? Just calm it right down. You may enjoy your little quips, but people are trying to understand the answers of questions that are being asked properly in this House. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, we welcomed the report back of the Natural Environment Bill and the Planning Bill. As I think all members know, there isn't a corner of this country that hasn't been affected by the failure of our planning system, and the new bills to replace that planning system will result in significant economic opportunities for all New Zealanders. I want to thank the Environment Committee for the improvements made to the bills, addressing a number of concerns by submitters. We've had a number of changes around renewables, agriculture, housing, and also the environment.
Supplementary. How have the bills been improved to drive infrastructure delivery and housing growth?
Mr. Speaker, there have been changes made to the heart of the system, which is the goals of the bill, to better focus and direct this sort of growth. We are, for the first time, writing into New Zealand law that our planning system should create abundant development opportunities rather than the status quo of just meeting current and expected demand. And when it comes to infrastructure, we are writing into law that the system should enable infrastructure rather than just plan and provide for. These are subtle but very important changes because they go to the heart of many of the problems besetting the New Zealand economy, which is an infrastructure deficit, a housing crisis and an energy system that has made it too hard to develop our abundant renewable resources.
Supplementary. What changes were made to enhance the environment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in contrast to what the member for Auckland Central is saying around laughable, a new goal in the system is to support and enhance the natural environment, which has been added by the Select Committee, sending a clear signal that the planning system should value the natural environment and indeed enhance it. Environmental limits, which are not a feature of the current RMA, have been retained. There have been changes made to clarify how those are set, to make sure they're reflective of local context. Regarding climate change, decision makers will be able to consider the positive effects of activities associated with reducing the adverse effects of greenhouse gas emissions. For example, it will be easier to consent renewable energy generation and public electric vehicle charges in the new system, and the bills establish a dedicated wildlife approvals process to make sure that the Wildlife Act's protective purpose and approach continues to be applied.
Supplementary. What feedback has he seen on the Select Committee's report?
Well, there's been a lot of feedback, Mr Speaker, some of it accurate, some of it less accurate. Some of the accurate commentary was from Liz Moncrief from the New Zealand Planning Institute, who's confirmed that the bills are likely to make obtaining resource consents faster. That is a real problem in the current RMA. We've also seen Dairy New Zealand saying that the job is not finished, but the reported back bills provide a much stronger foundation for a system that can deliver environmental improvement, greater certainty and lower cost. I was also confused, Mr Speaker, by some of the criticism of so-called new ministerial powers that I'm apparently giving to myself. In the current RMA, the Minister has the ability to set national direction and national standards and regulations under the Act, and of course those powers remain in the new planning system, but they will exist in a much more coherent and streamlined way.
Supplementary. Oops. Sorry, that was a bit loud. Sorry,
That's right. Marimeno Kapakingi.
Has the Minister seen reports that existing mana whakahono ārohe agreements were negotiated to improve planning efficiency by enabling earlier engagement between councils and iwi?
Yes, I have seen those reports, and nothing in the new system will stop engagement between councils and iwi. And in fact, it will be one of the parts of the new system will in fact encourage that as part of the development of spatial plans, which again is a new feature of the system that will be a real enhancement on the status quo.
Supplementary. What advice has the Minister received that abolishing those agreements will further improve planning efficiency, given the Far North District Council reported that its mana whakahono ārohe agreement with Ngāpuhi would save time and money through earlier engagement?
Well, I would encourage the Far North District Council, once the bills pass into law, to develop an iwi participation agreement with Ngāpuhi, and there will be the ability for them to do that within the framework of the new legislation. One of the reasons we've abolished, or we're proposing to abolish, the mana whakahono ārohe agreements is that they were developed in the context of the RMA. We're obviously changing the RMA and developing a Planning Act and a Natural Environment Act, so it makes sense to have a system that reflects that when it comes to iwi participation agreements.
Question number 5. The Honourable Julie Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education and reads, has the Privacy Commissioner been notified about the Smart Tool data breach, and if so, what advice has she received on this matter?
The Honourable Erica Stamford.
Mr Speaker, I'm advised that the Ministry of Education notified the Office of the Privacy Commissioner on the same day that the issue was verified. I'm advised that the Ministry have followed the guidance of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and have followed their obligations under the Privacy Act.
Supplementary. Over what period of time was the, quote, unexpected access able to obtain access to the information of 276 students?
Mr Speaker, I've been advised that there were 2 teachers who had access between the 5th of July and the 12th of July. The 2 issues, one happened on the 5th of July and the other 2, with the other separate teacher, happened on the 12th and 13th of July. We became aware of the issue and verified it on the 16th and undertook the correct process as outlined earlier.
How were trial logins able to access 276 real student records?
Mr Speaker, I don't have the technical knowledge of the back end of the system to be able to answer that question. What I can say, though, is that as soon as the issue was verified, all of the access was closed down immediately while the Ministry of Education worked to ensure that the proper process was taken, the identification, containing, restricting access and then notifying the correct people. But all of those steps were undertaken, and it has been found that it was just those two teachers between those periods of time.
Supplementary. Was the final security accreditation for Smart Tool completed before or after live student data was loaded into the system?
Mr Speaker, I don't have that information on me. The member's going to have to put that in writing.
Question number 6. Big one.
I've got on supplementary.
Well, stand up and ask it. Don't sit there waiting.
Why did she push ahead with the Smart Tool when Treasury explicitly advised against it, stating that key processes for assigning and changing access permissions were yet to be developed?
Well, Mr Speaker, that information and advice from Treasury was through the business case process, which is a standard process. The advice was given, the Ministry acted on it, and the business case proceeded as it would normally do.
Supplementary. Why did she push ahead with the implementation of the Smart Tool when the Ministry of Education explicitly advised her that there was an active risk of a security breach serious enough to lead to complaints to the Privacy Commissioner and reputational damage to schools?
Madam, Mr Speaker, all the advice that I've had from my ministry before we went live is that the security of the system was robust and that they had confidence to go live.
Question 6, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Ngā mihi e te mangai.
There is one person asking a question, and the people who have repeatedly started to give their opinion to the House while someone else has the floor won't be staying any longer. Marama Davidson.
Ngā mihi e te mangai, ki te pirimia. E tautoko ana ia I ngā mahi me ngā kōrero katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he accept that successive governments, the courts and Parliament have recognised treaty-based obligations in environmental decision-making for decades? And if so, why is his government weakening a mechanism designed to give practical effect to those obligations?
Well, in answer to the second leg of the question, what we're doing is we're making sure that any agreements are in the context of the new RMA legislation going through this House. Importantly, any agreements are held at a high level to deal with issues like spatial planning, and quite rightly I think most Kiwis would understand that's important to protect important cultural significant sites and to uphold treaty obligations. But equally at the individual level, we want farmers to be able to crack on and build farmhouses on their own property without having to have endless engagement with lots of others.
Can he confirm that mana whakahono ārohe agreements, which have been around for almost a decade, have not once transferred council powers, created a veto or established any form of co-governance?
My point is that, and our point is that we actually want any agreements to be in the context of the newly developed RMA legislation.
What practical problem is solved by scrapping mana whakahono ārohe agreements if the government still intends to provide for iwi participation agreements under the replacement resource management legislation?
Well, as I've said to the member, we're transitioning from an old piece of legislation that's broken and doesn't work to a new one. We're in a transition period, and while we are, we're just encouraging everybody to say, let's get with the right law framework and the legal context, which is the new RMA laws, and put it in that context.
What advice has the government received on whether removing mana whakahono ārohe agreements could increase disputes, litigation, duplicated consultation, decision-making delays or treaty breaches?
Well, again, the point and the principle of the decision is actually to make sure that any agreements that are struck are done within the context of the new RMA legislation. That's as simple as it is.
Does he accept the concern raised by former Minister for Treaty Negotiations that scrapping mana whakahono ārohe agreements is doing, quote, untold harm to the treaty relationship?
Sorry, could the member repeat the question?
Does he accept the concern raised by the former Minister for Treaty Negotiations that scrapping mana whakahono ārohe agreements is doing, quote, untold harm to the treaty relationship?
Just in answer to the question, I don't know which former treaty negotiations minister is referencing.
Question 7, Hana. Question 7, Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te pika. To the Minister for RMA Reform, what negative impacts, if any, will his government's RMA reforms have on iwi Māori rights and interests?
It's not actually the question, but anyway. Mr Speaker...
what do you mean it's not a question?
I'm happy to. I'm pleased to say the new planning system will provide for more certainty around how Māori rights and interests are provided for. It will address the uncertainty created under the RMA by vague treaty provisions that did not specify what was required of decision makers or iwi. The efficiencies created by the new system will significantly benefit Māori. We are committed to supercharging iwi development. In fact, it is in the goals of the system. Iwi have suffered as much as anyone from the complexity of the RMA, and the new system will support iwi groups to use their land and natural resources for their own benefit. To give you one example, Ngāi Tahu have emphasised to me how much of a barrier overly complicated consent processes are to them actually using and realising the benefits of the aquaculture settlement areas that are provided for under the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act 2004. And this is extraordinary, and it's important for the House to hear it. To date, no consent has been granted for a gazetted aquaculture settlement area after 22 years. That, to me, is a contemporary treaty breach, and we are fixing it through the new planning system.
Supplementary. How many mana whakahono ārohe agreements...
Questions, I don't know why the House has to be reminded so much today, are heard in silence by everybody other than the questioner. Please start again.
Supplementary. How many mana whakahono ārohe agreements in Hauraki Waikato will be removed by his government's RMA reforms, if any?
I don't have the specific number in relation to Hauraki Waikato, but if the member puts it down in writing, I'm happy to look at it. What I can say is that when the bills were introduced, there were 8 in existence. There have been 3 agreed since the bills were introduced. 4 short-form agreements were agreed in 2025. 27 have been initiated since the bills were introduced, and I'm advised that councils have advised of approximately 50 that have been initiated since the bills were introduced, so they will have to transition into the new system.
Supplementary. What assurances can he give to the people and places of Ngāti Taratokonui Trust, Ngāti Pāua Trust Board, Ngāti Hako Tupuna Trust, Ngāti Tumutumu Trust, Ngāti Tamatera Treaty Settlement Trust, Ngāti Hauā Iwi Trust, Raukawa Charitable Trust, Te Kawerau Iwi Trust, and Ngai Tai ki Tāmaki, that their relationship with their local councils will be enhanced by the removal of mana whakahono ārohe agreements and not diminished further?
Well, they'll have the ability to negotiate with their council new agreements once the bills come into effect, and I'd expect some councils to do that and some iwi and other groups to do that as well.
Supplementary. If iwi decide to seek justice through the courts over the removal of their mana whakahono ārohe agreements, can the Minister assure them that the government will honour those decisions?
Well, the government is, of course, subject to the law. That is a core principle of the rule of law, which is part of New Zealand's constitution. However, what I would also say is that the government is moving to change the law specifically, so to create a new legal regime for iwi participation agreements. And I want to stress that it is important in the system that there is the ability for iwi to have influence at the spatial planning level, but we are determined to get out of the system the idea at an individual resource consent level that you have to go and talk to every man and his dog around the country in order to get permission to use your own whenua to do something in this country. That is part of what's held this country back. So we're keeping things at a spatial planning level, and as the system funnels down to an individual resource consent level, we expect far more freedom for people to do things unless they affect other people.
Supplementary. How does the Minister expect mana whenua and Hauraki Waikato to have confidence in this government when decisions continue to be made that are inconsistent with te tiriti and the commitments made to them?
Well, that's just completely incorrect. I mean, for starters, this government has agreed to transition over the variety of treaty settlement arrangements in Hauraki Waikato into the new regime. It's a core coalition commitment that treaty settlements entered into by the Crown in good faith after many years of injustice are honoured, and that remains as part of the new regime and will continue as part of the new regime, and I'm in constant and regular dialogue with many of the iwi in Hauraki Waikato about those very matters.
Supplementary question.
The Honourable Tamapota.
To the Minister, how will Māori primary sector organisations have better opportunities to contribute more to export growth as a result of the RMA reform?
Well, one of the points that is often made to me by many of these groups is that the RMA has been a massive stumbling block to the development of primary sector exports or forestry or aquaculture, as I adverted to in the primary answer. And there is the great ability in the new system for much greater export growth and development of our natural resources as a result of the planning changes and environmental management changes that we are making.
Question number 8, the Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister responsible for RMA reform, is it correct that the regulatory relief provisions in the government's planning bills could impose costs of $1.99 billion on councils, and will ratepayers ultimately bear the burden of these costs?
The Honourable Chris Fisher.
Mr Speaker, there's a range of estimated costs, as I think the member knows, to implement the regulatory relief provisions. The member's chosen the upper end of the scale from the Martin-Jenkins report, but the Martin-Jenkins report also says it could range from $7 million to as high as $1.99 billion. So she's technically correct, but it's unlikely to be like that. One number is 284 times larger than the other. The bills provide councils with a range of options in how relief is provided, including rates relief, development rights, land swaps, reduced fees, access to grants and cash payments. That is all to be worked out in due course.
Supplementary. Can councils afford the regulatory relief provisions in these bills without passing on the costs to households by increasing rates?
Well, as the member should have listened to my primary answer, I mean, I just gave a range of different ways in which they will be able to reach the regulatory relief if indeed it is required. It's worth just pondering. It's worth just pondering why it exists. We are trying to deliberately tilt the system or introduce some greater tension in the system towards private property. And the reality is, if someone has a piece of land that is private property, and a council turns up and says, well, it's now subject to significant heritage restrictions or a significant SNA that takes 80% of the land, or at least renders 80% of the land unusable, or an outstanding natural feature or landscape, or something that's of high natural character. Those are legitimate roles in the system, and the system should protect things like that. But they also have an impact on someone's private property to the point where there may be a diminution in the value of that property. And I don't want to live in a country in which councils can just do that willy-nilly. I don't want to throw out planning entirely, but I also want to introduce some tension into the system so that those costs on individual landowners actually bite somewhere. And if the effect of that is that councils think hard about whether or not something is actually heritage or whether or not something is actually an area of significant natural area, then that is actually a feature of the system. That is what we are trying to accomplish. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Supplementary. So, is there a risk councils will put off introducing protections for biodiversity, heritage, landscape and sites of significance for Māori because of the risk of having to provide monetary compensation for that protection?
Well, as I've just said, one of the goals of the system is to make councils bear some of the cost of those restrictions which are imposed on private landowners. So that is what is allowed in the status quo at the moment. You know, talk to the farmer who owns a piece of land and finds that the council turns up and says 85% of the land's now an SNA and you're not allowed to farm on it and you're not allowed to do anything on the land. Well, I'm sorry, that is not acceptable. That is currently allowed, and there are examples that members on this side of the House could point to up and down the country, or the individual landowner in Wellington who happens to own an alleged so-called heritage house because it was designed by some architect in the 1950s, who's found that you can't add a second story to the house, can't even change a light bulb barely inside the house because the council's decided it's a heritage house. Well, I'm sorry, I stand on the side of the landowner who is subject to those restrictions. And it's not to say that councils can't and shouldn't do that, because we do need to protect heritage, we do need to protect significant natural areas, we do need to protect areas of significant biodiversity, but there is a cost to that, and the question before the House is, who should bear that cost? Should it be the poor, long-suffering private landowner, or should it be councils? Yeah. And I say councils.
Just one person asking a question, that's all.
Does he agree with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment who said the bill effectively reasserts a right to destroy biodiversity?
No, I don't agree with the Right Honourable Simon Upton in relation to that. So My colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister, says till he apologises for the RMA, but that's slightly mean-spirited. Yeah. I don't agree with him, but what we're trying to do is, so firstly, we're not getting rid of zoning, we're not getting rid of the concept of SNAs or heritage, and in fact the threshold for when regulatory relief will kick in is a significant threshold. So it's not any heritage restriction or any biodiversity overlay or anything like that. It's a significant threshold. And it's a tilt towards the idea, as I've said a couple of times now, that private property matters. That is the foundation of a modern market economy. And we believe in it on this side of the House, and we want to introduce greater tension in the system. I get the member doesn't like it, but it is a core element of the reforms, and it's what we are trying to accomplish. And if the member wants to stand up for untrammelled power of councils to impose restrictions on private property, she can.
Questions are required to be relatively brief and concise. Answers should be as well.
Fair enough.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Could the $1.99 billion figure that some allege in some scenario councils might have to pay for reducing the value of people's land also be seen as an indication of the size of the costs that councils can put on people when councils restrict people's right to use their own land?
Yes, indeed, Mr Speaker. That is an alternative way of looking at that, and it is definitely true that councils at the moment impose costs on individual landowners that are borne by the landowner when in fact they are social public goods that should be borne by everybody else.
The Honourable Rachel Brooker.
Does he accept that these reforms could force councils to choose between protecting the environment or protecting households from higher rates?
No, I don't accept the false binary the member has put forward. There are a variety of different ways for councils who think creatively and laterally, which I realise is sometimes a challenge, but they will need to think creatively around how they give effect to the rules. So it doesn't necessarily need to be about compensation. It could be remission or things like that. It could also be the exchange of development rights somewhere else on a property in exchange for impositions on one other part of the property. So there's a variety of different ways, and if you think about what other countries do, they do that now. So we are providing greater tools for councils to think about how they give effect to regulatory relief.
Question number 8, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 9, I believe. Mr Speaker.
Okay, then
my
question number 9, Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What recent report has he seen? My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What recent report has he seen on the effect of the government's RMA reform on the primary sector?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Environment Select Committee's final report on Planning Bill and Natural Environment Bill, Planning and Natural Environment Bills was released on Monday. The government welcomes the report as it is a significant step forward for the primary sector in our farms, as have many farm leaders. For too long, the RMA has added cost, delay and uncertainty for the people who grow and produce New Zealand's food and fibre, replacing it with a system that is practical, proportionate and focused on outcomes is good news for farmers, for the environment and for the wider economy. And I'm pleased to see that the Select Committee has taken on board many of the suggestions from the wider farming community, including the wool sector, and thank the committee for its hard work.
Supplementary. What are the intended benefits for farmers from these changes, and will it include getting Wellington out of farming?
Well, Mr Speaker, across the country, farmers and growers have been held back as the RMA has failed them. It has been burdensome, stifles productivity, and that is exactly why we're replacing it. Key changes that will help farmers and growers include adding reference to food and fibre production to the goals of the bills. It will mean fewer unnecessary rules. The new system removes rules that aren't needed. Regulation focuses on real environmental risks, not minor or low-impact activities. Consistent rules nationwide. Planning processes will be simpler and more predictable, with clear, consistent national rules that support long-term investment in the rural sector. They're focused on what matters. Farmers will only need to manage effects on farms that are minor or more than minor, unlike the current RMA, and clear environmental limits for natural resources like air, water, land and Indigenous biodiversity will be set and monitored to protect people's health and the environment. Mr Speaker, finally, farm plans will mean fewer consents but more environmental achievement. Freshwater farm plans will be flexible and farmer-led, and they'll help farmers identify environmental risks on their farms and then plan practical actions to manage these, reducing costs and driving better environmental activity. Well, OK, I'm going to start again.
No,
I really do believe
don't start again. You're in the terminal zone as it is, so just...
But I can only believe it slightly more because it is so good. The change we're making is going to help farms and going to help farmers. Absolutely.
Supplementary. What is the government considering on Waikato PC1?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Minister responsible for RMA reform and I recently held a public meeting in the Waikato to discuss PC1. PC1 was developed more than a decade ago and has spent the intervening years in court. It is no longer clear from those we heard that it is fit for purpose or that it will achieve many, if any, of its original intentions. It doesn't make sense to have a new national planning system adopted by Parliament, but Waikato farmers and growers are sentenced to rules that were developed under an old system. Waikato farmers are committed to improved water quality, but they need modern planning rules to achieve this, not ones that were developed 15 years ago. The government's committed to addressing this as we move through the RMA reforms through Parliament so that all areas of New Zealand are treated equally and treated fairly.
Supplementary. What are the foreseen benefits for the country?
Well, Mr Speaker, we have a primary sector we all can be and we all should be proud of. This year it will export a record $62 billion to the world, forecast to grow to $70 billion by 2030. Our farmers and growers and others in the private sector are responsible for 360,000 jobs. Exports are how we grow the economy, and our producers are delivering. The world wants New Zealand's high-quality, sustainable, trusted food and fibre. The RMA replacement will see increased productivity, reduced costs on farms, better environmental outcomes. It will allow local communities to make fit-for-purpose decisions, including around land use change, and reduce heavy-handed regulatory burden. Mr Speaker, as it drives up production whilst meeting environmental obligations, it will mean more jobs, higher wages and greater exports for New Zealand.
Question 10, Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Building and Construction. Is he satisfied with the state of New Zealand's construction workforce? If so, why?
The Honourable James Meagher.
Mr Speaker, not entirely, because we know that the construction sector has experienced significant pressure in recent years. However, activity levels in the sector are building, with recent data showing an 18.5% increase in consents for the year to May. This activity is being supported by the actions of this government to speed up consenting through fast-track reforms to the building consent system and overhauling the RMA. These reforms will increase activity and mean more growth, more jobs and higher wages for Kiwis.
Have any of his regulatory changes kept even one of the 75,000 workers who left construction in the year to May 2026 in their jobs?
Mr Speaker, the regulatory changes by this government have seen an increase in the number of employees in the construction sector by 0.7% over the last 12 months, so I think that demonstrates good progress.
Why has he not done more when 1/3 of new construction workers are leaving their job 6 months in and only 1 in 5 lasted a mere 2 years?
Mr Speaker, well, the government has done quite a lot in this space. We are reforming the RMA, we are fast-tracking large numbers of housing projects, we are speeding up consenting and allowing granny flats to be built, we are increasing access to building products, we are introducing self-certification for builders and plumbers, we are speeding up inspections, we are improving liability rules, and we are fast-tracking consenting for residential buildings with solar generation. This all adds to a growing construction sector.
What precipitated the drop in building apprentices by 30% on his watch, down from 40,000 apprenticeships and trainees in 2022 to just 28,000 in 2025?
Mr Speaker, that drop was precipitated by years of borrowing and spending by previous administrations, which drove inflation through the roof, interest rates through the roof, which caused a slowdown in the construction sector, including a peak of apprentices in 2022. It was downhill from there, and this government is taking responsibility for fixing the basics of what we were left behind and literally building the future.
Why would a second-year building apprentice stay in New Zealand when 5-year completion rates have collapsed from 58% to 43%, dropout rates have risen every year under his government, but Queensland is hiring?
Mr Speaker, because New Zealand is a great place to make a future for yourself and your family, and under this government we are introducing a range of reforms to strengthen and boost the construction sector, including in Budget 2026, doubling the number of places in trades academies and increasing the number of youth guarantee spots by 1,000, not to mention rescuing the apprenticeship boost, which was left unfunded and on a fiscal cliff by the previous administration.
Will he concede that his government is tinkering around the edges, as Minister Chris Bishop has said, while presiding over the deepest construction downturn on record?
Mr Speaker, no, and in fact this government is undertaking a range of fundamental reforms to the building and construction sector, and I welcome the bipartisan approach of the member across the House who at the Build NZ conference this week in fact, said that we need to take a much more forward-looking bipartisan approach to reforms in the building and construction sector so that we can support all of our young apprentices, current builders and those who might be entering into the pipeline in the future.
Question 11, Dan Bidwell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing and asks, what recent reports has he seen about growth in the manufacturing sector?
The Honourable Cameron Brewer.
Mr Speaker, our manufacturing sector is having its strongest run in years. The latest BNZ Business NZ Performance of Manufacturing Index, PMI, jumped to 59.7 in June, the strongest result in nearly 5 years. BNZ said it was, quote, staggered by the result. Orders, production and employment all moved firmly into growth territory. This is further evidence that confidence is improving, manufacturers are investing and New Zealand's economy is growing, and as we say, as we fix the basics and build the future.
Supplementary question to the Minister. How does New Zealand's manufacturing performance compare internationally?
Mr Speaker, our manufacturers aren't just growing, they're outgrowing the rest of the world. New Zealand's PMI of 59.7 is well above the JP Morgan Global Manufacturing PMI of 52.2. That puts our manufacturers ahead of Australia, the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan and China. Kiwi firms are proving they can beat the very best when they've got a government that backs them.
That's right.
Supplementary question. How did manufacturing contribute to New Zealand's most recent economic growth figures?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, there is more evidence, yet there is more evidence that this government's economic plan is working. Statistics New Zealand's figures show manufacturing was the single biggest contributor to growth in the March quarter, growing at 1.9% in that quarter and helping drive overall GDP growth of 0.8%. When manufacturing grows like this, the whole economy feels it, in higher productivity, in stronger exports and in businesses with the confidence to take their next step.
Supplementary question. How is this government supporting the manufacturing sector to grow?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this government is backing our manufacturers to invest and grow. That's why we introduced Investment Boost, letting a firm deduct a big chunk of new machinery and equipment up front so they can gear up to keep pace with demand. And we're backing them right across the board, cutting the red tape and the costs that get in the way so they can get on with what they do best. That's what happens when you fix the basics, Mr. Speaker, and build the future.
Question, supplementary?
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. Does he consider more than 2,100 company liquidations in the past 12 months, the highest in 10 years, to be a sign of growth?
Speaker, what I can confirm are the numbers that I have just spoken about, and that is the wider trend is clear. The wider trend is clear. Manufacturing has shown strong GDP growth in the first quarter of this year, and the latest PMI also shows confidence and activity continue to improve. That side might want to talk down the manufacturing sector, but this side backs it.
Question number 12, Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Energy. Has an assessment of safety risks to local residents been undertaken as part of the liquefied natural gas terminal procurement process? And if so, what safety risks have been identified?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm advised an initial safety evaluation has been undertaken as part of the two proponents' feasibility work. Detailed health and safety assessments will be carried out through the safety case that any operator is legally required to prepare under regulations made under the Health and Safety at Work Act 2015, and the operator must not commence operations unless and until that safety case has been accepted by WorkSafe. LNG is safely imported, stored and handled in many countries around the world. This government will not compromise on the safety of Taranaki communities. I was recently in Taranaki where I met residents and some stakeholders and welcomed the opportunity to hear their views directly. I reiterated to them that safety is and will remain a bottom line for the government on any proposed facility.
Supplementary. Will the risk assessments undertaken during procurement be released to the Taranaki community and other port users, given the proposed terminal's proximity to homes, schools and businesses?
Mr. Speaker, there is a procurement process underway. No doubt as part of that there will be an opportunity for those, once a preferred provider has been selected, an opportunity for them to engage directly with the local community.
Supplementary. Will WorkSafe's assessment of a full safety case be completed before the government signs a contract, or could a contract be signed while the assessment is still ongoing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in the primary answer, a safety case must be accepted by WorkSafe prior to it being able to be operational. The detailed health and safety assessments will be carried out through the safety case that any operator is legally required to prepare under regulations made under the Health and Safety at Work Act 2015.
Will local emergency services, including Fire and Emergency New Zealand, be consulted on their capacity to respond to incidents and safety requirements for the proposed terminal during procurement?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I expect that as I said, the safety case has to be approved, has to go through the process, and I expect those parties will be part of responding to that.
Will local communities in Taranaki have any formal opportunity to engage with MB and have their concerns heard beyond the legislative process for the enabling legislation? And if not, why not?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, safety is a bottom line, and no facility will operate until WorkSafe has accepted its safety case. We're going through a procurement process at this stage. Once a preferred candidate has been selected, I expect that they will be engaging directly with the community. But I think it's also important to acknowledge the bigger picture, which is that we have declining gas and a dry year risk, which means we have power bills going up and jobs being put at risk, and LNG is a backup which can ensure we have affordable supply of energy in this country to keep the lights on, ensure affordable power for households and businesses, and that's why we're getting on and getting this done.
David McLeod.
Is the Minister aware of other countries within the OECD that have safe access to imported gas, including liquefied natural gas?
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, LNG import facilities are regulated for safety in every country that operates them. In fact, I have a list of OECD countries that have access to imported gas, including LNG, which include Australia, Austria, Belgium, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Korea, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Mexico, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, United Kingdom and the United States.
Might have been interesting to hear that to music. The oral questions are now concluded.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Good evening, members. When we broke for the dinner break, we were debating Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill. Second reading, we are up to call number 11, a Labour Party call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to start proceedings post-dinner by speaking about this bill, the Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Craft, and to speak in support of it, and also to reflect on the fact that this is a really good example of what can happen when a very important issue, the wearing of life jackets, is constructively worked on together across parties and also enjoys the appropriate amount of time at Select Committee for submissions to be received and heard. And I believe in this case close to 300 submissions were received that spoke to the reasons that we need to have better laws and better legislation in place to keep New Zealanders safe when they are out enjoying the water. And we have a lot of water to enjoy, so it's great to see that that process could happen so constructively at Select Committee, and also really good to see that a bill that started its life as a bill really only around life jackets for children has grown into being a bill that is about life jackets for all New Zealanders on craft smaller than 6 metres. So really making sure, and when you look at the evidence and the stats, you can see that there is an overrepresentation of, I believe, men over 50 who are impacted by high drowning rates and by potentially not wearing life jackets. So good to see that that's been picked up, and that this bill has taken that into account and changed to reflect that going forward. Now, being a Member of Parliament in a coastal electorate, I can never let the opportunity pass to miss acknowledging the incredible work that our surf lifesavers do in and around the water and along our coastline. We are very lucky in Christchurch East. We have 5 different surf lifesaving clubs, all running along our beautiful coast and along our beautiful beaches. Those are the South Brighton, the New Brighton, the North Beach, the Waimari and the Spencer Park surf lifesaving clubs. Extraordinary work that happens there, extraordinary leadership, a lot of it from young rangatahi members of our community, but also from people who have had a lifetime of involvement in those clubs and do great work to keep people safe in the water. And that's ultimately what this bill does as well. There are still some I guess, some things we think everybody should be aware of. One is that this bill has a duty but no penalty. Also from an enforcement perspective, I think particularly with a new bill that sets out new regulations, it's really important for us to think about ensuring that there is an educational aspect and that that's well resourced, as are Maritime New Zealand and Harbour Masters, so that they can help to enforce this new bill when it does become law. But ultimately, I think we need to see this as just the beginning, one of the many tools that we can have in this House to make sure that New Zealanders are safer in the water, and ultimately that we can make sure that we save lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Vanessa Wenning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to be able to speak in support of the Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, this bill has been shepherded through, has been well canvassed by my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Shane Retty. And Dr. Retty is well known in this House for his very considered and careful approach to everything that he does. He has great mana, and prior to him coming to this House, he had also a very distinguished medical career. He's been a very quiet and diligent member of this House, and I just would like to take the moment to thank him for his service and personally for his mentorship to me as a fellow medical practitioner. So this bill is a great example, as people have said, of cross-party and cross-the-House collaboration. How I see it is a tremendous example of a very best kind of public health intervention. So the best kind of a health intervention is one where you can prevent harm before it occurs. And in this case, preventing drowning and tragedy by use of life jackets for everybody. The expansion of this bill to include everybody on a craft under 6 metres underway is an extremely good development during the process, and I commend the committee for their deliberations and for the way that they went about it, and also all of the people who took the time to submit, some of them more than once, on this bill. The organisations involved with saving people at sea are extremely hardworking and extremely dedicated to their causes. I have a number of them in my electorate as a coastal electorate, and the Coast Guard in particular I've been out with very recently, and also 2 of the surf life-saving groups that we have in Banks Peninsula are very hardworking, and I just want to acknowledge them while I'm on my feet. So, as I mentioned, this is a public health intervention, and what's fantastic is that public health interventions are things that we often end up becoming part of our everyday lives. Things like seat belts, motorcycle helmets, smoke alarms, pool fencing, drink driving laws. Those are all examples of where legislation is actually public health interventions. And none of those stops every death. However, collectively they do save thousands of lives. And so the other amazing thing about this bill is that it costs virtually nothing for the public purse. And there is evidence that it may save up to 10 lives per year. We don't like to talk about, and we feel a little squeamish sometimes about talking about the value of a life, but when people are doing the cost-benefit analyses of policies, they do talk about a life saved as being up to about $4.9 million per year. So if we are saving $4.9 million per life saved, that means it's around $50 million a year for an intervention that costs the public purse virtually nothing. That stacks up as an extremely excellent intervention. So, Madam Speaker, I actually grew up on boats in the Marlborough Sounds. The Marlborough Sounds, for those who don't know it, is actually one of the most difficult sailing places in the world, where you can virtually cross a different bay or turn a different head, and you have completely different weather conditions and wind directions. And my parents were very keen sailors. In fact, some of my earliest memories are of me wearing a life jacket and rugged up and sailing around there. I always had a life jacket on because my parents expected that something could go wrong. It wasn't a matter of thinking that this is something that we could avoid. It's always having the expectation that things could go wrong. Boating accidents don't usually come with an advanced warning. It could be a rogue wave, it could be a sudden wake, a collision, or even a capsize. And people don't get a couple of minutes to calmly locate and untangle the straps and put on a life jacket. So the moment that you need a life jacket is usually the moment it's already too late to start looking for one. And that's why when you're underway, you should always be wearing a jacket. So my parents had extensive history, as I mentioned, with yachting. My father and my mother both separately had done a lot of yachting around the islands. And on the way to, on one of the journeys my father was on, they lost a man overboard and they never found him. And that event had a profound impact on my father, on the captain of that vessel, and every member of that crew. And that person and their family were impacted forever. And that's why in my family would never be on a vessel without a life jacket. Even our concrete boat that we had to go down to the mussel farm, which was over 6 metres, but we would be we were always in life jackets. Madam Speaker, this bill has been extremely well supported by very good evidence. As people have mentioned, the rates of drowning in this country are unacceptable, and those who've drowned with potential to have not done so if they'd gotten on a life jacket or had been wearing a life jacket are absolute tragedies. And Water Safety New Zealand did show that numerous accidents happened while they were available to the victim before they entered the water, but just weren't there. Also, the evidence showed, as we've heard, that adults were much more likely to be impacted, and specifically older men. So this tells us that there is a cultural issue as well as a timing and an issue of what happens to the body when you fall in the water. The fact is, once you're in cold water, you might be injured or unconscious or separated from the boat. There's really another opportunity to be able to put on a jacket. So the safest place for the jacket is to be on your body already. This is a very sensible piece of lawmaking. So rather than having a confused patchwork of local bylaws, we will now have a clear national expectation. This is very helpful. So it's very clear that if you're on a recreational craft underway, wear your life jacket. Everyone knows where they stand. That clarity can make education much easier, and as has been mentioned earlier, we're coming up to the Water Safety Awareness campaign that will be launched, and this law will be in place before this summer. So this is a very important and timely issue that we're bringing forward. Madam Speaker, every Parliament debates legislation, and often we're talking about enormous sums of money. We've just recently been through the budget, but this bill cost, as I mentioned, virtually nothing. It imposes only a modest obligation on people, and for many who are already who own recreational vessels, they will probably already have the equipment, and if there are small investments needed to be made, I'm sure people will realise the value of those. However, we aim and could save around 10 New Zealanders every year, and that's an extraordinary return on investment. If it saves 10 families each year being spared the knock on the door from a policeman, if 10 search and rescue operations become successful rescues instead of recoveries, if 10 children get to grow up with a parent who otherwise would not have come home, then this legislation will have been profoundly worthwhile. Again, I want to congratulate the Honourable Dr. Shane Retty for bringing this and continuing to bring this thoughtful bill to the House and the work he's done to guide it through, and also to acknowledge my colleague Cameron Brewer for having it pulled out of the tin and for the initial discussions. So National is very happy to support this bill. It's another way that we are fixing the basics and building the future.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Life Jackets for Children and Young Persons Bill, second reading.
And Mr. Clark, there is a new name for the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Maritime Transport Life Jackets on Recreational Craft Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on members' order of the day, number 3.
Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker. The Tangi Utakiri.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I want to acknowledge and thank my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, for his considerable work in developing and drafting this legislation. During my time in Parliament, Dr Webb has long advocated for a justice system that balances accountability with rehabilitation, and I'm grateful for his expertise and guidance in helping bring this bill before the House. This bill is founded on a simple principle. People who have genuinely turned their lives around should have the opportunity to move forward with their lives. New Zealanders believe in accountability. We expect people who offend to face the consequences of their actions. But I also believe New Zealanders believe in rehabilitation, redemption and second chances. And this bill seeks to strengthen that principle. The current clean slate regime has helped many New Zealanders move on from mistakes made earlier in life. This has been a good move by the Parliament when former MP Nandor Tanchos navigated that bill through this House 22 years ago. But there remains a group of people who are still permanently excluded from the scheme, not because they continue to offend, not because they present an ongoing risk, but because years or even decades later, after they received a sentence for offending that falls within the current exclusion criteria. Madam Speaker, it is important to be clear about what this bill does and does not do. This bill is not about every offence that results in imprisonment. It is also important to be clear that in this context, a custodial sentence is broader than a prison sentence alone. It does include sentences like corrective training, preventative detention, imprisonment served by way of home detention, borstal training, detention centre training, or any other sentence requiring the full-time detention of an individual. In the context of a custodial sentence, this bill is focused on people convicted of Category 2 offences who received a sentence of less than 12 months and who have subsequently demonstrated at least 10 years of lawful behaviour. Eligibility would also extend to individuals who have been subject to an indefinite period of disqualification from driving if they have completed a 10-year rehabilitation period. Those are people who, under the current law, may have no pathway to a clean slate despite remaining offence-free for a decade or more and demonstrating that they have successfully rehabilitated themselves. And this bill creates an opportunity for those individuals to be covered by the clean slate regime. Madam Speaker, since this bill has been drawn from the biscuit tin, I've heard from individuals and I want to thank them for sharing their experiences with me. These are people who had accepted responsibility for their actions, served their sentences and spent years rebuilding their lives, only to find themselves continually held back by decisions that had been made years earlier. They have told me about job opportunities that were lost because of a conviction from many years ago. They've spoken about doors being closed despite having worked hard to rebuild their lives. Many of these stories relate to offending that occurred in their youth, mistakes they readily acknowledge, mistakes for which they accepted responsibility, but mistakes that continue to have consequences decades later. These are not people who have sought to avoid accountability. They have already been held accountable and they've paid the price demanded by the courts and by society. What they have been asking for is the opportunity to be judged on who they had become rather than who they once were. A clear desire to be recognised for the person they are today, not solely for decisions they made years ago. Madam Speaker, members will know of people in their own communities who have rebuilt their lives after offending. They have found employment, although that may have been a difficult path for some to achieve. They have raised families. They have volunteered in their communities. They have become productive and valued members of our society. Yet they continue to face barriers because of something that happened many years ago. A person who has remained offence-free for 10 years has personal responsibility. They have demonstrated sustained behavioural change. They've demonstrated that they are not defined by the worst mistake they may have ever made. Madam Speaker, this bill recognises that reality. It does not erase history. It does not rewrite what occurred. It simply recognises that there comes a point when someone's history should not be a permanent barrier to their future. Let me be very clear. This is a bill that is targeted and measured. It does not apply to all offending, and it does not create a blanket entitlement to the clean slate provisions. It is focused on a limited category of former offenders who have received relatively short custodial sentences or an indefinite period of disqualification from driving, and who have then demonstrated at least a decade of lawful behaviour. The 10-year lawful behaviour requirement remains a significant threshold. 10 years is a long time. It is not a token period. It is longer as a period than the 7-year provision currently in the Act. And as such, it represents a sustained commitment to living within the law. If someone reoffends, they will not qualify. This is not about excusing criminal behaviour. It is about recognising genuine rehabilitation where it has occurred. Madam Speaker, the Justice Committee of this Parliament considered the petition of Leah Lupala, who called for amendments to the clean slate eligibility and reported back in August of 2024. Ms Lupala had a previous indefinite disqualification from driving, which presented a challenge in securing employment for her because of the required security checks during the job application process. This is despite regaining a full driver's licence in 1998 and maintaining a clean record since her conviction more than 30 years ago. The committee helpfully looked at how this issue is tackled by other jurisdictions. Some Australian jurisdictions allow the non-disclosure of some custodial convictions after a person has been conviction-free for 10 years. Ireland allows convictions that result in short custodial sentences to be concealed following a conviction-free period of 7 years. The United Kingdom has similar provisions. Madam Speaker, the Justice Committee formed the unanimous view that some of the criteria for obtaining a clean slate may be unduly restrictive. In their report, they said this: an indefinite loss of licence could be a threshold that unreasonably prevents the achievement of employment opportunities. They also referenced that the current law has prevented people from being eligible for a clean slate where they have custodial convictions during the 1980s and 1990s for offences that would be considered minor today. They formed the view that the current Act should be reviewed to allow former offenders who have sustained good behaviour to be given the opportunity to reintegrate fully into our society. And they recommended that the Act be reviewed to better enable former offenders to gain meaningful employment that could improve their rehabilitation and reintegration into society. Madam Speaker, sending this bill to Select Committee will provide for that opportunity to occur. I also want to be clear that if this bill receives the support of the House tonight and proceeds to Select Committee, I will approach that process with an open mind. I am open to feedback, I am open to refinement, and I'm open to amendments that might emerge through a robust Select Committee process. Madam Speaker, if there are improvements that can be made, then Select Committee is the place to make them, because the objective is to ensure that we get the policy settings right. Madam Speaker, in closing, at its heart, this bill asks a very simple question. Should there be a pathway forward for people who have spent a decade or more proving that they have changed? And I believe there should be. I believe accountability and rehabilitation can coexist together. I believe public safety and second chances can coexist together. And I believe New Zealand is stronger when we recognise that people are capable of change. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that will make a meaningful difference. It's a bill that affects real people, real families, and provides real opportunities for change. It affects New Zealanders who made mistakes, accepted responsibility, turned their lives around, and now simply seek the chance to be judged on the lives they have built since. For those reasons, I commend this bill to the House, and I urge members to support its referral to the Select Committee so that New Zealanders can have their say and that Parliament can properly consider this important issue. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Tim Costley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And can I just start by acknowledging the member for Palmerston North who is in charge of this bill and leading this through this process. I think it's an issue, it's a really worthwhile issue for this House to be considering. And, you know, when we think about the fundamental principle of Parliament and what it is that we're here to do, I think these kind of issues that have no easy answer necessarily are good ones to tease out and to think about and to have this conversation. And there has been a process over the last 3 years now that National has been in government where we have looked to conduct a bit of a reset of the justice system that focuses more on the victim and less on the offender. And there are a number of things, and they might get rattled off later on this evening, whether it's, you know, the sentencing discounts that we've seen that we think there should be a limit to. There's a sort of a number of times that you can say I'm sorry and get a discount for that, but ultimately that's not something you can keep repeating. Bringing back policies like 3 strikes, which had made a marked and material difference in terms of limiting reoffending in the most serious and violent crimes, changes for sexual offenders, things that actually bring back the victim to the heart of the system. And I do think that's appropriate. But I also am caught in those sort of parallel railroads, and the member himself referred to it at the end of this isn't his language, but this is mine, of consequence and grace. Of when things go wrong, when people make poor choices, there is a consequence. But there has to be a parallel track of how do we reintegrate people to society. And I always have tried to live by the principle of second chance, not second best. That people will inevitably make mistakes. I don't think at that point we write them off forever, that we say, well you're no good now, we need to find the second best person because you've blown it. Actually, people do deserve a second chance. And I guess that lies at the heart of the 2004 legislation that brought about clean slates, the clean slate policy as it stands today, is that people fundamentally deserve a second chance. I guess the question, and I'm wrestling with this as we speak, is that the question is, what does that look like? And where do we draw the line? And we say, well, for less than 12 months, a 10-year. And do we say, well, what if it's less than 18 months or 2 years? Does that go out to a 15-year? How do we draw this? And this is the issue that I think that this House has been asked to grapple with tonight, to say, where do we draw the line? Because I absolutely agree with the fundamental principle that I think sits behind this, and I think probably motivates the member who originally wrote this bill and brought it to the House, is how do we reintegrate people when they have committed a crime? And previously this House has agreed that we draw the line on custodial sentences, and as I think was articulately explained, it's not just about imprisonment, there are some other ones that qualify as a custodial sentence. But that was always the line. If you get a custodial sentence where you are held or your life is run by corrections 24 hours a day, effectively, that is where we drew the line. And to get a custodial sentence, we should be clear, is significant. And the offending that leads to that point is significant. And there are a number of pathways that allow people to avoid convictions or to have those convictions removed down track. There is a diversion pathway that exists in our justice system up front. People get discharged without conviction. For some, then people may receive a conviction but have that removed under the clean slate. I don't think anyone in this House will be arguing that we shouldn't have pathways for people that allow them either at the time or further down track to have a life that isn't ultimately run by past convictions. But what is the point that we change that? And here's something I think about when I think about this. If the argument is, well, it's 10 years of no reoffending, it's 10 years of good behaviour, and the criteria that are well listed in this bill, then they can start again. I also wonder if that's inherently wrong in and of itself, because surely all of us want to see, and those that work with people in this space want to see people reintegrate into society. It is not okay to say, well, you've served your custodial sentence of perhaps 6 months, wait 10 years and then we'll reintegrate you. And I know that's not what anyone's advocating for, because, you know, this country used to be run not on box ticking and rules, it was run on judgment, not compliance. It was run on the reliance on someone giving that person a chance, of saying, yep, they made some poor chances, they've done their time, now it relies on someone ultimately being willing to give them a chance. And I don't think the legislation in and of itself will change that, because we need someone to give them a chance after 1 month or after 6 months or after 1 year. We cannot be waiting until 10 years. There needs to be a pathway to rehabilitation. People need to give them an opportunity, and that will not change regardless of which way this bill goes. So we shouldn't pretend that this is the solution in isolation. I'm not suggesting that's what anyone is saying, but we shouldn't say that passing this will fix an issue that has been identified. I acknowledge there is an issue that was taken to the Petitions Committee a couple of years ago. But I think there's also another subtext here. There is another underlying principle. We've talked about the grey side, which is the consequence, or even the deterrent, which is to say, yes, we believe people deserve a second chance, but that doesn't mean that we should remove in entirety the consequence. And yes, it will weigh heavy on people having to carry convictions where they've received a custodial sentence with them for the rest of their life. That shouldn't prohibit them from reintegrating society to proving their value, and the member over there used the language being judged on who they have become, not what they had done previously. I think that's really eloquently put. People should be judged on what they have become, but that doesn't mean that in all cases we remove the record of what they had been, of what they had committed and what caused a custodial sentence. That is a pretty significant threshold. And so I think there is something of a deterrent in that. And if we were to remove it at this point, if the House may say, actually, we think this is worth testing, it goes to Select Committee, and that would be an opportunity for a really robust debate on this and scrutiny and the ability to change and tweak and find the pathway through. But if the House was to say, actually, we think that's okay, I guess the question is, what next? Is that the ultimate end state? Because in 2004, we thought we'd reach that with 7 years for non-custodial sentences. Is 10 years for a custodial sentence less than 12 months? Is there another step? At what point do we actually say we need to have a deterrent in our justice system? We actually do have to draw the line, and that is uncomfortable, but so is the offending that gets us there. People have to live with that for the rest of their life if they are the victim. And that doesn't get removed after 10 years. So I do think there's a principle that actually says we want to put the victims at the centre of this. That actually we do want to remember that the consequence of some of this offending, albeit that person might have reformed, other people may have to live with this for a long time. And in some ways, having that stay on the record just records. It might be validating the victim's experience. It may be a number of things. It doesn't need to prohibit a pathway to rehabilitation, but it also doesn't kind of say, hey, this didn't happen, this didn't exist, you don't matter. Now, again, I want to emphasise, I know that no one is saying that, but I do wonder when we start to unlock this and we do just start to have a little bit of mission creep where the line moves forward a little further and then a little further, where does it end? Where does it end? Is our focus on what's best for the offender? And this it is. But of the wider system, it must surely be on the victims and inherently in the first place trying to prevent these crimes from being committed. That's what we're after. That's what is at the heart of our justice system, is that the whole reason we have custodial sentences isn't just to say you did the wrong thing, you must pay a price. It is to say we want to deter people from ever making that poor decision at the right time. And so when we consider this, Madam Speaker, the National Party position is that we think the line was drawn in the right place in the original one with non-custodial sentences. It may be the will of the House that we want to look at this further in Select Committee, and we would of course engage in that in a really robust and careful manner to ensure that we can get the best result for the people of New Zealand. But I think the fundamental principle we're bringing here is, yes, we believe in second chance. Yes, we believe that there needs to be a pathway back, but we also believe in that parallel railway track of consequence tied to deterrent. And it is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that the National Party won't be supporting this bill.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party in support of this bill, and I'd like to acknowledge Tangi Tukiri for the work he's done on this bill, and also that of Nandor Tanjos 22 years ago, who helped obviously navigate the Clean Slate Act as we see it today. Obviously the Green have had a history with this Act, and also recently Chloe Swarbrick also called for the scheme to be extended to cannabis convictions. This bill actually makes a lot of sense, and it's quite surprising to hear that the member on the other side talk about second chances. It felt like people deserve second chances, from Tim Costley. When you actually have a look at what this bill is achieving, it is not much of an extension. It is for people that have served less than 12 months of a custodial sentence and then have been had a rehabilitation period of 10 years. That is a significant amount of time without reoffending. For people to be in custodial sentence for such a short period of time and then spend another 10 years actually living a good life, being part of society, actually this would make sense to extend it, so therefore they can actually make it more easier for them to reintegrate into society, because we know that people that do have records on their records do struggle sometimes to find gainful employment, do struggle in society. This is an opportunity to extend this ever so slightly to actually make it a lot more beneficial for many more people. So the Green Party support this member's bill and acknowledge the work of the MP to my right. Kia ora.
Laura McClure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I just want to congratulate the member, Tani Aotearoa, on having his member's bill pulled from the tin. It's awfully lucky. And also, I want to acknowledge the work that the Honourable Duncan Webb has done on this in the past. Now, ACT is quite tough on crime. Like, we're known as the party that puts victims first. We also make things up, but that's okay. Oh, okay. You might want to see if we're supporting this bill first from the other side over there before you give us some kind of heckling that I think is completely untrue and uncalled for. But look, the thing is, we do actually believe people can change. And when you look at particularly our young people under 25s, the types of behaviours and the type of things that they can get up to in that age group that can go on and have huge consequences for the rest of their lives for very small mistakes that they may have made. We believe if they've turned their lives around that should be counted for something. So ACT is actually going to support this bill to Select Committee, and it's for that reason that we do actually believe in second chances, and it's because we are tough on crime. We do believe that people should take accountability and responsibility for their actions, but we also believe that something that you did when you were younger, that you took responsibility for, that you may have turned your life around and you follow on for the next 10 years and you have a completely clean slate, that you should actually be able to go out there and make that official, because like the previous national member spoke about, just because you've had an offence and you should be working to rehabilitation straight away, and you should be given second chances by employers, all of those things are true. That should happen right away where possible. But the truth is, sometimes those little things that hang over you for a really long time can be really significant. So look, we actually agree. ACT is prepared to support the Select Committee. But I think there are a couple of things that we want to flag as well. We want the Select Committee to ensure the bill doesn't unintentionally limit access to criminal history where information is legitimately needed to protect the public. We think that's really important. It's also important to remember that the Clean Slate Act is statute agnostic. A change here doesn't just affect one act. It can have implications across a wide range of legislation that relies on criminal record information. So I think it would be really important for a Select Committee to look at that and how this change would actually impact other pieces of legislation and the wider system. For example, declaring a criminal offence before travelling overseas, etc. So I think these are things that we just need to make sure we look at. And this is exactly why Select Committee scrutiny is going to be really important. We need to understand the full consequences before extending this eligibility further. ACT will approach this bill constructively with an open mind, while making sure that any expansion of clean slate protections maintains appropriate safeguards and public confidence. And we hope that those young people that made a mistake when they were younger, that they've turned their lives around, that they are actually given a second chance. Commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill, and I commend the member Tangi Utikiri for both your speech and your approach to this legislation. I think it is a worthwhile cause. I will state from the outset that New Zealand First will be supporting the legislation through to Select Committee. It is on two aspects that New Zealand First supports this, in that we absolutely acknowledge the importance of holding people accountable for crime, absolutely hold as a core value that people need to be accountable for their actions. But as the member Tangi Utikiri said, this is about accountability, but it is recognising that once you have been held accountable and you have redeemed yourself over a period of time, that you should be able to reap the benefits of turning your life around. And this is about those hard-working Kiwi battlers that do decide that they can turn their lives around, that they can be accountable to their families, to their children, to their new lives, and therefore they should have the benefit of being recognised for the fact that they have delivered those positive outcomes. As the member before me has spoken, there is some considerations that we think will be needed to be thrashed out through the Select Committee process. I think it is important to recognise that we are in an era that historical offending can be reported, and therefore understanding the implications of historical offences that may have been committed well before the 10-year period of clean slate, how that has implications on the clean slate period, even though the offending may have occurred well before, but the conviction may occur well after. There is some nuances in that space that I think is necessary to work through in this, the way we manage this. The other aspect is touched on is the ability to access records. We are in a realm where profiling and understanding offenders is critically important to solving historical crimes. That is the nature of how criminal investigations operate, and they do. We've had real leaders in this field in our enforcement agencies to understand. So having access to historical records of offences of things that have occurred are necessary in this space, unfortunately. And we know that for particularly in the instances of offending against children and sexual offending, victims can take quite some time to come forward and be brave enough and strong enough to report those incidents. So I think those are the things that I know will be worked through in a robust Select Committee process, and I commend the member for his assurance that this process will be entered into robustly with an open dialogue to ensure that we aren't unintentionally creating a harder pathway for victims who step forward. So I think those are important considerations as we work through this legislation. Fundamentally, I think that we are, the clean slate process is about redeeming, and I think all of us have family and friends that have strayed off the path, that have done things that they have regretted. Even in adult life, in raw emotion times, it's not necessarily when you're a child. People do get pushed to limits. They make bad decisions over a range of different drivers, and that can be as a result of addiction, it can be as a result of emotional or mental harm that has been occurring at any given time. And so therefore you can do things in a momentary lapse that is out of character, and therefore once you have served your time, you have been held accountable, you have demonstrated your commitment to never do that again, I think that society should be open enough to ensure that your life isn't ruined through those momentary lapses or youth indiscretion. So I think it is a useful piece of bill. I think it is a useful piece of legislation. I think it will be an important select committee process to work through. I'm sure there will be a number of submitters who will come at it from angles that this House hasn't considered, but I think it will be important in that process to ensure that we do recognise that everyone is redeemable, and rehabilitation does allow for people to move on with their lives once they have served their time. So therefore, New Zealand First will be commending the bill to the House.
Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendments Bill in the name of my colleague Tangi Utikiri. And can I congratulate my friend and colleague on his bill getting to this point. And it is heartening, Madam Speaker, to hear that there is support from across the chamber for what is a sensible bill, and that it is likely tonight to proceed through to Select Committee. And that is very heartening to hear. Madam Speaker, as has been traversed tonight, we all know that the Clean Slate scheme has been in place since 2004, and that has worked very well. It has given people the opportunity to have a second chance and to be able to continue with their lives, having, I guess, done the punishment for their crime, and then had a period of 7 years where there's been no more offences, and it has worked very well. But there are some examples that we can see where people have also, who have committed a crime, who have done their time, have then led a blemish-free life, and wanted to be fully integrated, reintegrated back into society, have been unable to do that. And there's two reasons why that is the case. One is because if there has been a custodial sentence, people are ineligible for a clean slate approach, even if it has been for a very short period of time. And secondly, people who've had an indefinite disqualification from driving for repeat offences are ineligible as well, even if they've then, as Mr Utikere has talked about, a particular case, again led a blemish-free life, unable to then have that wiped from the public record in order to be able to proceed their life within society. And so this is a good bill because it focuses on specific offences listed under Category 2, and I'm just going to read out what some of those are. Things such as low-value theft, possession of cannabis for personal use, first or second drink driving and driving while disqualified offences, and these would have to have a custodial sentence of less than 12 months, and then a conviction-free period of 10 years after that time. And those are offences where they are not considered as serious as others, so under the Category 3 and Category 4 offences. And I think most of us in the Parliament would agree that offences listed in those Category 3 and Category 4 categories are the type that we do, I think, really important that we do keep on the public record. Things like family violence offences and breaches of protection orders, supplying or dealing drugs. It's a very different offence to someone who has had cannabis for personal use. Arson, driving causing death or injury. These are the types of offences that are not covered by this bill, and I think that is the right line for it to have been arrived at. And so, Madam Speaker, I think it's excellent to hear that parties from the government benches are going to support an opposition member's bill on what is a sensible bill, and also be willing to actually have a really robust conversation at Select Committee around any potential changes to ensure that it will be workable and that it will be fair. Madam Speaker, earlier tonight we passed the bill around life jacket use, and I think it was an example of the committee taking a long period of time and a considered amount of time to make the bill as best as it could be, and it's my hope that that's what will happen with this bill, so that it can actually continue its pathway all the way through the legislative process. So, Madam Speaker, again I commend my colleague Tangi Utikere and commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Melissa Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to speak on this Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill in its first reading. And I'd like to commend Tangi Utikere as the sponsor, as the member responsible for the bill, and congratulate him on having this bill drawn. And as all members know, how difficult it is to actually get a member's bill drawn out of the biscuit tin. And I think it's wonderful that he's able to see this through. I know that this bill will actually get to select committee with all of the support from different parties. But as my colleague Tim Costley actually spoke, there are aspects of it which I personally actually struggle with. And I think, you know, the clean slate scheme, as everyone's actually mentioned, has actually been in force since 2004. And, you know, there are many, it actually covers people who have had no convictions within the last 7 years, never been sentenced to a custodial sentence, and the list actually goes on. And what this bill basically changes is to, but the clean slate doesn't actually include when people apply for jobs going for the police, prison, or social work, or judicial or national security type roles. But this bill extends that 7 year to 10 years, and it actually extends to people who've actually had custodial sentence of up to 12 months. And I was actually curious as to what kind of crimes people have committed in order to actually get a 12-month custodial sentence, for example. And I can just list a few. Assault causing injury, which is more serious than common assault. Aggravated drink driving, which is not a first offence but several, repeat offenders. Burglary, especially repeat offending or burglary involving significant loss and multiple victims. Serious fraud or theft, such as stealing tens of thousands of dollars. Family violence offences, where there are repeated assaults or breach of protection orders. Drug offending, such as supplying of methamphetamine, and commercial quantities of cannabis. Indecent assault, lower level sexual offending is actually included in that, and possession of objectionable materials, including child sexual abuse images, and repeated breaches of court order. When you look at some of the range of offences, criminal offending that a person actually gets a 12-month custodial sentence, these are some of this. And I have to actually think about the victims in this case. I do understand about wanting to give people a second chance, especially the youth who actually make a mistake, that I can understand. But this custodial sentencing also include offenders who actually do things which, to me, I think a lot of victims will actually find very difficult to forgive, and for them to celebrate the clean slate of someone who had actually offended against them, and they became the victims, especially people who family violence, for example. I have met so many people who have been victims of family violence, and I do not know if they would actually celebrate this bill getting passed in this House. And for me, I'm, on the side of the victims on this. And I say that knowing that I also feel bad for young people who actually make a mistake and actually get a sentence that could actually prevent them from getting a job. But this is a balancing act that us members have to actually deal with. And I hope that the Select Committee will actually look at this bill carefully and come back with a way that we can all potentially support. But at this stage, the National Party opposes this bill, and I cannot support this.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, I wish to speak to two issues that have been raised by members of the National Party. Before I get to that, though, I do want to thank the ACT Party for their support for this bill. The ACT Party is a party of principles. A lot of those principles I don't agree with, but weirdly, this to me fits along with their idea of their boot camps, or whatever they're called, where the objective is to create a second chance. So this does in a way stack up alongside with that. I find New Zealand First unpredictable, but I'm nevertheless grateful for their support for this bill. I think the National Party are cowards, actually. This is an issue that does need to be examined. But I want to go to the two mistakes I think that speakers from the National Party have made with respect to this bill tonight. The first one was from the previous speaker, who spoke of her concern around people who had gotten 12 months custodial sentences for some types of sexual offending, for family violence, for assault with intent to injure and so on. The member has made a mistake. This bill would enable people with custodial sentences of less than 12 months to enter this pathway, this clean slate pathway, but it's only for Category 2 offences, all right? It's Category 2 offences, so let's just go what they are. In practice, it means offences such as common assault. You know, that's just a punch on the street. It's not a serious assault. I mean, I sort of think it's a good thing. Let's be clear about that. Willful damage, disorderly behaviour, shoplifting and low-value theft, possession of cannabis for personal use, and first or second drink driving and driving while disqualified. But if it's a Category 3 or Category 4 offence, or any offence, then it's excluded. So assault with intent to injure is excluded. Family violence offences are excluded. Sexual offending is excluded. So this bill would not apply to those sorts of offences. I'm going to invite the member, given that she's made that mistake, to reconsider her position on this bill, because the reasons she gave just are just not what the bill covers. So there is protection here for the victims of those serious offences. So I do invite the member to reconsider. The other issue I want to address was the issue raised, I guess, by the first speaker from the National Party, who said, well, this is an issue we could tease out of a parliament, and we could think through some of the complications. Of course, Parliament's actually the highest court in the land. It's our job to consider some of these justice issues. But what he said was, well, all right, so we're going to allow, if we have 10 years of good behaviour and following a 12-month custodial sentence, well, then we'll let you go to the clean slate. He said, well, what do we do if you've got someone who's got, you know, an 18-month custodial sentence and 15 years of good behaviour? Or what about, and he painted a series of possible positions that could be taken to enable people to enter a clean slate pathway. It was just a bog-standard slippery slope argument. It's saying, if we go this far, well, where do we stop? Well, that's precisely our role as a parliament, to sit there and work out where we stop. We are actually paid to do that. That's part of the reason we come here, is to sit there and to work our way through some of these rather tricky issues and to make that judgment ourselves, to really consider it. When we are elected here because people want us to grapple with these difficult cases. So I think it would behove the National Party to consider changing their mind on this and actually to take this to Select Committee where we can tease through those very difficult issues and try to work out where is an appropriate place to draw the line. Now, I submit that my colleague, Mr. Utikiri, has put forward a really good proposal about where the line could be drawn. It's not lenient. 10 years of good behaviour is quite substantial. Mind you, I say that as someone who's only ever had one speeding ticket in their life, but and some library fines and parking tickets. But nevertheless, you know, so badly behaved. You know, but 10 years is, you know, of good behaviour after a custodial sentence. I submit that that's a place where we could draw the line. So, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Nancy Liu. Madam Speaker, I'm standing to share my views, especially hearing the last speaker's response to some of the comments that were made before her. And I just couldn't believe when she said that the National Party are cowards because we're putting victims first. We've made it very clear in our speeches till date that we said we are putting victims first. People commit crime. They serve their sentencing. It is the consequence of committing crime in New Zealand. And this is why we live in a rules-based country where law and order, where people feel safe to go to work, to come back home, to see their family, to go out, because people abide to laws. And so when National Party are putting victims first, I just couldn't believe that senior member, that front bench senior member on the opposition, on the Labour Party, are calling us cowards when we say we're putting victims first. And then she said, oh, about the category 2. She was making a comment to my colleague, the Honourable Melissa Lee, a bit earlier about the offences. And then she said, oh, it's category 2 offence. It's just a punch on the street. It doesn't hurt anybody. I'm sorry. For the victims and their family, a punch, no matter what, it is unacceptable. It is unforgivable. And you do not just lightly put it to say, oh, it's just a punch on the street. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. But I have to firstly acknowledge Tangi Utikere, who is the member, who is very, very, in my opinion, lucky. I think all members who have their ideas drawn from the biscuit tin deserve to be applauded on and actually, in a way, envious. Because many of us, the members across parties who work in this building, would love to see our idea being pulled from the biscuit tin one day, to have our ideas shared and debated, and hopefully, in the belief and the principle that we have, to see that our bills be passed and supported across the parties. So to be a member who have an idea, who obviously firstly have developed an idea and worked very, very hard into building that idea into a potential member's bill, and then get pulled on and drawn from the biscuit tin requires a good idea, requires some hard work, and also a bit of luck. So I wanted to congratulate the member in taking this bill into the House. But I do understand that he's got some great intentions bringing this bill into the House, but however, it's just learned through experiences that good intentions don't really mean good bills, and certainly not in this case, and that's why I can't support for it to go to Select Committee, although it will. I do believe that people can change and people deserve the second chances, but I have to, again, put principle and put values first. Because I put up my name to go into elections. I choose to put my family at home and be here away from them because I want it to serve the country in the right way. I want to protect the people and stand up for people and victims in the right way. I don't believe, no matter if it's at the moment the current the clean state for 7 years or later, if should some be changed to 10 years. Some people may walk out in 10 years' time thinking, tick, I've done my 10 years, I've been a good girl or a good boy for 10 years, tick, I can now hide my past, things that I've done, I can finally put it to rest, sweep it under the carpet, I can move on. But for victims and their families, those bad experiences, those traumatised experiences, those money and funds lost, the damages, the broken ribs, the bruises, those don't disappear in 7 years or 10 years. They don't disappear just because someone else has served 10 years or 7 years or have done things that have ticked the good boxes. So although I do believe that people deserve second chances, they can move on, second chance. After the 7 year, there is the clean slate available. There is in New Zealand. People can do that. But I do not agree with the opposition who calls National Party cowards, because we are a party that stands for victims. And when we came into government, we made a promise to reduce victims for New Zealand. And so far, we have reduced 46,000 victims, and that is 46,000 people who didn't suffer injury or traumatised, and that includes their families, and that's why I don't support the bill.
Tangi Utikere in reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I firstly just thank members across the House for their contributions to the debate this evening, particularly to the ACT Party and New Zealand First. Can I thank you for your helpful and constructive contributions. To my colleagues here in Labour and in the Greens, I thank you for your positive and supportive comments. It looks as though this bill will proceed to Select Committee. I want to just very briefly, Madam Speaker, reflect on some of the points that have already been made in this debate. I want to particularly acknowledge the contribution of Laura McClure the ACT Party, it seems, will be approaching this in a constructive way and with an open mind. The role and the impact on young people in New Zealand, if we don't get this right, it can provide a real detrimental sort of avenue for young people in this country. I agree that there needs to be a conversation around ensuring that the limitations, whether they be limitations or not in terms of access to records, is something around public safety that is teased out through the Select Committee process, and obviously the implications on other pieces of legislation as well. Can I acknowledge the contribution from the Honourable Casey Costello? I too agree that many in our community can turn their lives around. And they should not have to constantly and continually be effectively live a punishment 10 years after they've served their time if they are law-abiding citizens that are just wanting to get on, want to contribute to our community and to society. I also agree that we probably will hear from a number of different submitters that have different angles on this issue, but we also do not, and the intention of this bill is not to create things, a harder pathway for victims as part of this process. I have to say I am disappointed in the contributions from the National Party tonight. There seems to be a little bit of confusion about what this bill actually seeks to achieve and the types of convictions that this bill would cover. Many of the offences that have been referred to by the National Party tonight actually are not possible under this bill. These are Category 2 offences for which a period or a custodial sentence of less than 12 months has been imposed 10 years ago. And even if someone did commit a Category 2 offence but was sentenced to a period that is 12 months or longer of a custodial nature, they would not be eligible for the provisions under this bill. So I actually agree with the earlier contribution from the National Party that actually a Select Committee, we could look at where the line is drawn, what offences should be in, what offences should be out. And I do think that there is still an opportunity for the National Party to support what appears to be all the other parties in this Parliament in sending this bill to Select Committee tonight. Madam Speaker, I am very clear and committed to the promise, I guess, that I gave earlier in my contribution to the House, and that is I want the Select Committee process to work. I want the Select Committee to tease out the good, the bad and the ugly and the opportunity around this. Because at the end of the day, what I am doing in promoting this bill is to ensure that actually those that have done their time, those that should be able to get on with their life, are able to do that. And I look forward through Select Committee to hearing from those advocates of victims. I will also point out that in some of these offences, there is not a victim as such. That yes, there is a conviction, but in some instances there will be, in some there won't. And so sending this to Select Committee that will allow for a range of people to submit to that process, I think is a good thing. And I think it actually addresses a number of, I won't say concerns, but a number of the contributions that members from the National Party have made tonight. So, Madam Speaker, once again, I thank members for their support. It is a bill that I think is going to make a huge difference. The purpose of putting it through Select Committee is to make it a better bill than when the Justice Committee receives it. I thank members for their ongoing support.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Was that a call for a party vote? Wake up, please. The ayes have it.
Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Criminal Records Clean Slate Additional Eligibility Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on members' order of the day, number 4.
Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Priyanka Rahakrishnan.
I move that the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to end a practice that has no place in a just society, a practice that harms women and girls in silence, in shame, and too often in the shadows and under the guise of cultural or religious expectation. Virginity testing is not a tradition or a rite of passage. It is a human rights violation that is practiced in at least 20 countries that span every continent, and so it is not confined to any one community or even any one country. I will focus on what these practices are, why I believe they should be stopped, and outline the wider changes needed. But first, I want to acknowledge some people. First and foremost, women and girls who have been subjected to, pressured into, or impacted by these practices, and those who have supported them or spoken up for their rights and dignity. One day at a public meeting that my colleague Venushi Walters and I held, one woman raised this issue, and I want to acknowledge her. Samira Qureshi, thank you for your perseverance. While that day was the first time I'd heard about virginity testing in New Zealand, I know it wasn't the first time that she had raised it as an issue. Research by the Helen Clark Foundation shed further light on these practices and concluded that while it's difficult to determine the scale of the issue in New Zealand, conversations with healthcare professionals and some impacted communities suggest that the practice is occurring here in New Zealand. I want to specially acknowledge Sophia Hare, who wrote an excellent literature review on eradicating virginity-related harm in New Zealand that much of my speech today is based on. When this bill was drawn from the biscuit tin, Madam Speaker, I met with a woman named Kathy Lowe, a clinical nurse specialist with 30 years of experience in matters related to virginity and hymens. Our conversation blew my mind, and I will get to that shortly, but suffice to say that it made me even more determined to champion this bill. I thank Kathy for her years of advocacy. It was my colleague Venushi Walters who initially decided to put up this bill. I took it on in this term of Parliament, and when she rejoined our caucus midterm, I refused to give it up. I acknowledge her work on this and her support. I thank everyone who's been part of this bill's journey and ask colleagues across the House for their support to ensure that it continues its journey to Select Committee, to Royal Assent, and finally to being part of a suite of laws that protect and uphold the rights and dignity of New Zealand women and girls. Virginity is a social construct, a term to describe someone who hasn't had sexual contact. It has absolutely no scientific, biological, or medical validity. I want to acknowledge that virginity isn't an issue for everyone, but for some, it is everything. According to the World Health Organization, within some groups, the concept of virginity can be a significant determinant of social status, of honor and purity and personal safety, while for others, it may hold little relevance. When we talk about virginity, Madam Speaker, it refers to female virginity, because the understanding has always been that there's no medical way to determine whether a man is a virgin. In addition, patriarchal, fundamentalist religious and cultural belief systems often create unequal, rigid gender norms and expectations for men and women that have then been used to control women's bodily autonomy for centuries. Young men are often allowed to be sexually active before marriage, encouraged even to sow their wild oats, but young women had to be policed, chaperoned, and controlled. While I may not agree with such beliefs, Madam Speaker, I'm not here to ask Parliament to criminalise belief systems. The problem occurs when the woman or girl is required to prove that she's a virgin. Sometimes it's non-physical, like checking for blood on bed sheets. Sometimes it's a physical exam, that is virginity testing. It's invasive, often called the two-finger test. It is humiliating, painful, and predicated on a myth. Now, this is the bit that blew my mind. Much of the myth and misunderstanding that surrounds virginity relates to the hymen, a small tissue membrane located at the vaginal opening. Many have been taught that the hymen is like cling film and acts like a seal, that trauma can tear the hymen and that it will break when penetration occurs for the first time. This is factually incorrect. The hymen is more like a scrunchie. It expands and contracts. Like every other body part, it looks different for different people. Natural variation. And it can change through life as a result of hormonal changes, genetics, and so much more. A study of over 6,000 women found only 42% experienced bleeding during first sexual contact. Because it's a myth that it's like cling film. It's also a myth that virgins always bleed. Some do. That's because of abrasions in the vaginal wall or when there's force. And so virginity in women also cannot be determined medically by inspecting the hymen. That too is a myth. I want to also state for the record, if anyone listening has experienced rape or sexual assault and feels that their virginity was taken from them, please know that what happened was an act of violence. Virginity is not something that can be physically or biologically determined. If it's something you value, you carry it with you and you choose when you give it away. It cannot be taken by force. Kathy tells me that in such situations, a woman can still say she's a virgin because she didn't choose to give away that quality that she values. That is powerful, and I'm saying it today because I want it on the record. Many have asked me why this practice occurs. In many cases, it's the fear of stigma, the loss of marriage prospects, community pressure, or family sanction that can result in unmarried girls or women being forced to undergo a virginity test. Sometimes young women request it out of concern for their safety or in response to social pressures or coercion. The impacts of virginity testing often extend beyond that specific physical exam and can result in long-term trauma, pain, and significant risk associated with failing a test. Women and girls who are deemed to have failed it are considered impure and can be excluded from their wider communities and support networks, physically abused. Sometimes it can be life-threatening. Hymenoplasty is known as hymen repair or reconstruction. It's a surgical procedure that claims to rebuild the hymen. It's been likened to female genital mutilation that was banned in New Zealand in 1996. Like virginity testing, the basis of hymenoplasty relies on myths about the hymen and not any medically relevant science-based understanding of anatomy. A study explored the reasons why women ask for it. Almost half of the participants in that study had a history of sexual violence, and all of them either wanted to bleed again or feel tight. Almost 90% of the women who had it didn't bleed during first sexual contact after the procedure, and that suggests that that is not an effective procedure. It can also lead to serious medical complications, and to be clear, it is distinct from legitimate procedures that could be performed on the hymen for clinical reasons. Now, Madam Speaker, legislation alone is insufficient. We know that it needs to be accompanied by education, through schools to all children, through various community organisations in ways that are safe, culturally appropriate and tailored to their unique needs, and to medical professionals. Currently, only some of them get this training. Medical professionals have said that they have witnessed virginity testing being asked for in New Zealand. Specialist sexual violence service providers who had received such requests, they felt comfortable in responding with education about virginity, but other medical professionals didn't feel equipped to be able to respond to those requests appropriately. They need better guidance. Madam Speaker, a number of comparable jurisdictions have taken legal action against these practices, including in the United Kingdom in 2022, France in 2021, and most recently Luxembourg in 2025. This bill was modelled after similar legislation in the UK, and as such proposes criminal action against people who order or conduct virginity tests in hymenoplasty. This includes anyone who takes a child under 18 overseas for such procedures, and specifies that consent is not a defence. However, having worked with young women who were forced into marriage, yet another form of honour-based violence that is often hidden, I know that hardly any young person wants to criminalise their own family. So I ask the Select Committee to pay specific attention to this and determine whether a civil pathway should also be considered, and if so, what that should look like. Madam Speaker, this is a bill ultimately that is about the rights and dignity of women and girls, and it's about creating a system that is equipped to uphold them. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Dr. Vanessa Weiner.
Speaker, it's a pleasure again to rise and stand on behalf of National in support of this bill. The Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill is an example of an excellent piece of work that has been well researched and evidenced, and we are proud as National to be able to support it. Thank you and congratulations to the honourable member for bringing this to the House. It's a great thing to have it pulled from the tin, and as this is debated, I'm sure a lot of people will learn many things, and I do commend you for your excellent speech in introducing this and explaining some of the real problems that exist, the myths that are surrounding the concept of the supposed idea of a medical or clinical ability to test for virginity. If something is testable, then you should be able to say how reliable that test is. If a test is less than 50% chance of being a positive and true test, then it is in no way reliable. And some of the evidence that you spoke about showed that there is no validity in testing for virginity. Virginity, supposedly, or the damage of a hymen, a hymen can be damaged for so many reasons. There are physiological variations that are completely normal. There are also things like riding a bicycle or a horse or just running that can be enough to change the physical appearance of the hymen. Therefore, placing any kind of societal importance on the presence of that piece of tissue, it makes absolutely no sense. And that's not even talking about the completely illogical way that women are treated and their virginity is given some kind of importance. Now, that's a philosophical discussion and a point of view that it may be debatable, but from my perspective, as a strong feminist who's happy to call herself a feminist, the idea that a woman's value should have any way, shape or form, any relationship at all to her sexuality status, the number of people that she may have had sexual intercourse with is completely irrelevant to her value, is completely irrelevant to any person's value as a person. We should each be judged on our contributions to society, on the status of our character, on the kinds of things that we give to other people and the energy that we bring to relationships, not on the presence or absence of a tiny little piece of skin. As has been pointed out, men's virginity or male virginity is never taken into question, and that highlights some of the fundamental gender inequality. In New Zealand, we like to think of ourselves as being one of the most progressive nations in the world when it comes to the status of women. However, the sheer fact that things like this are happening in our country shows that none of us should ever rest on our laurels. We should never, ever think that the battle has been won. The only time that we are at risk of going backwards in terms of rights of women is if we start to think for a second that the battles is won, because there are fronts opening up all around the world all of the time. One of the places in the world where this kind of thing probably happens all the time is Afghanistan, and the rights and status of women in Afghanistan and the place and everything terrible that's happening to them shows us that any one of us in any part of any country in the world could go backwards if conditions were right or if they're terribly, terribly wrong. The status of women and the political status of gender and sexual rights and human and reproductive rights in the United States of America should show us all that the status of women can be changed over time, and the battle has not been won. So, Madam Speaker, I do commend this bill to the House, and I look forward to seeing its passage as it goes through.
Just what I want to make clear is, and I should have at the beginning, this is a split call, so I call Nancy Lou for the second half of this call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for actually giving me the opportunity, and thanks to my colleague for sharing some time with me so I can share some of my reflections and reading about this members' bill. And first of all, congratulations to Priyanka. I think it is evidence actually for the many members sitting in this room, many of us women do feel, I think in a way it is funny that in 2026 in New Zealand we're talking about banning virginity test for female, in whatever way that it comes to what it is today. But I thank Priyanka for bringing this forward. And as a woman myself, and also as a mother of 2 young girls, I would like for them to grow in a country where ethnicity is celebrated, is embraced, gender is celebrated and embraced, and such actions, such intrusive and traumatizing actions are absolutely and clearly banned. This is the country that I want to see my girls grow up in. And so I thank you. And I'm also envious of the luck that you have having your bill drawn from the biscuit tin, because I think all the members sitting in Parliament would love for our names to be pulled at the midday when it's a members' ballot day, because we all have brilliant ideas that we want to bring into the House, and actually use the opportunity during Select Committee to hear it from the public, to hear it from New Zealanders around the country of all backgrounds, from all walks of life, and what they think of a particular member's bill, and to have their recommendations heard in public, and to have the opportunity to talk to the members of Parliament should they wish to connect. National Party is supporting this bill to Select Committee, obviously based on principle that we should be protecting New Zealanders, every New Zealander living in this country, but also including New Zealanders who with the amendments in this bill, be protected should they be taken out of New Zealand for such traumatising actions. But also I want to use the very limited time that I have in the House to also share that it also adds to who we are as ethnic MPs. Culturally, and as Priyanka had shared in her initial speech, for many, in my opinion, unethical reasons, particularly in ethnic cultures, such testing or such belief to have to test female on this is quite a cultural thing. But then also, often it is behind closed doors at dining tables where young female or young children who have certain ideas or questions are afraid of raising it with their parents because it's considered culturally sensitive or taboo. So the fact that we are now debating on a bill to potentially legally, clearly ban such traumatising actions in New Zealand, I think it helps. It helps the many, many ethnic communities that we have in New Zealand to make it very clear what is acceptable, what is legal, and what is not acceptable in New Zealand. And this practice, as actually shared by my colleague a bit earlier, and that is Dr. Vanessa Wenick, who is an expert for me. I go to her for medical advice. For someone who she also shares in her work experience, such practice of so-called a testing of that membrane is actually not scientific. It is absolutely intrusive. It is a nonsense. There you go. It's nonsense, quoting Dr. Vanessa Wenick. It's nonsense, and it's traumatising for girls and women. And to even imagine what could such test results deliver for such person or such individual. And so I really commend for this bill to be taken to the Select Committee, and I want to use this opportunity, whereas some of our members don't quite understand, some of the public, New Zealanders don't quite understand what Members' Day mean in New Zealand. Often they kind of come to me and go, really? Out of everything that is happening around the world right now, you guys are talking about this particular bill? Well, yes, that's what Members' Days are for. And public should have and seize the opportunity to bring in their recommendations and their feedback and their support for members' ideas that are raised during a Members' Day. So I look forward to further work in the Select Committee. Thank you.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill. I would like to thank Priyanka Radhakrishnan for bringing this forward, and I would also like to acknowledge her role together with Jenny Marcroft, Joe Hayes and Goris Garaman in bringing forward the female genital mutilation legislation some years ago. These are both about protecting women. The World Health Organization, that generally New Zealand still supports, thank goodness, classifies virginity testing as the physical inspection of female genitalia. And as was mentioned, nobody seems to care about whether a man is a virgin or not. And in fact, I suspect that if one were to assert that some members in this House were virgins, the males would be insulted, which is ridiculous. It is a pseudoscientific, medically unnecessary, invasive and patriarchal practice. As people with more medical knowledge than myself have said, it doesn't tell you anything. But let's think, even if it could tell you definitively, it would be absolutely abhorrent. I am very pleased to see that we will be bringing this publicly, openly, as part of a wider education discussion that can start in this House and move into a range of different cultural backgrounds. The sad part is that often this testing is supported by other women, and we have to understand the context that that comes in and support the change rather than demonise the practice. I would like to finish by acknowledging that we have heard several really varied pieces of legislation tonight. Whether it's life jackets, whether it's clean slate, whether it's this virginity testing practices bill. And I note that Nancy Liu, for example, said that it was a matter of luck that these came through. There is another way of getting sensible members' bills into debate in this House. We have got the opportunity of the route of 61 non-executive members to support these things so we don't have to rely on luck. And they cover such a wide number of areas. And I think this House needs to think very carefully about making more use of that cross-party support for legislation. I will nevertheless be keeping my fingers crossed for tomorrow's ballot too. Thank you.
Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real privilege to be able to stand today on behalf of ACT and support this bill. I'm really grateful for the fact that the member has brought this bill through on a Members' Day. There are lots of different ways for legislation such as this to happen, but sometimes this is actually a quicker route than waiting for the backed up legislation of government bills at the moment. As the Minister for Prevention of Family Harm and Sexual Violence, I often go up and down the country talking to many people, and one of the saddest things I heard was some young people who were afraid to speak up about the fact that they had been raped because they thought that they would be judged for the sexual behaviour, even though they hadn't consented to that behaviour. And so they didn't speak to their family members about the rape that happened to them for that very reason. And the practice of virginity testing just reinforces the fact that even when sexual consent isn't there, that the judgment would still be there with a test such as this. I just heard a statement that was made that it made me feel a little bit sad when I heard whether that the test it wasn't reliable, and this was one of the reasons why we shouldn't be testing. We shouldn't be testing at all. You shouldn't be putting a woman's worth in the hands of a test to say whether they're a virgin or not. Whether the test is reliable or unreliable, this is not the point. The point of the matter is a woman's worth should not be around their sexual behaviour and whether they're a virgin or not. A woman shouldn't be judged based on that. And so whether or not the test is reliable or unreliable, quite frankly to me, has nothing to do with the reason why I'm supporting this bill. But yes, there is no medical, scientific basis for these tests or ethical basis. It's a harmful practice that violates the dignity and rights of women and girls. Such practices cause discrimination and control over women's bodies. It has no place in New Zealand, but there is no law that is explicitly criminalising this practice, but there soon will be, and thank goodness for that. And there is also looking at the practice of the hymenoplasty procedure. And I was just listening to the member speaking around the reasons why women do this procedure. And it's really sad that women feel that they have to make themselves something they're not, just to be good enough for people who are going to judge them on that. And this practice just needs to stop. I heard about this not so long ago, and I was actually horrified to realise that this practice was being asked about, and that this was actually something that hadn't been raised with myself up and down the country as a particular issue. But as soon as I heard about this, I knew that this was something that I would like to see criminalised, and was very grateful when I saw it drawn from the ballot. My concern was around families sending them overseas for this practice to happen. So I'm really grateful to see that we're closing that loophole and making sure that we're keeping our young people safe, particularly our under 18s, from being sent overseas for this practice. And I agree that there may be another option to look at, whether it's criminalisation or whether there's some kind of other way to deal with the consequence, so that we do have people speaking up. So I look forward to seeing what the Select Committee does with this, and the conversation as well that is so important to be had. The more we talk about these things, the better it is for us, because we can't fix what we don't know. And I'm grateful once again for this being brought to the House today.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill, and from the outset will state that New Zealand First will be supporting this piece of legislation to the Select Committee. There is a great deal of comfort that I take on the fact that there is recognition today in the House that there are specific rights and protections needed for women because they are women, that we have unique conditions and concerns based upon our sexual biology, and therefore this bill is recognising that. And so I think I would commend my colleague Jenny Marcroft for her legislation that is seeking to ensure these definitions are applied in law. It is with some hesitation that I recognise the importance of this bill, and I do. Women need absolute protections. Without hesitation, I recognise that. But I think we also have to be cognisant of an adult woman being able to make decisions that she wishes to make for her body, and therefore the encroachment of her inability to seek medical consultation, however she sees fit, as a person who is independent and adult, able to make those decisions, should be protected. And a law that would walk into a medical consultation room between an adult woman and her medical provider whatever conditions or whatever treatment she seeks to take, it is her body, and therefore she should be able to make those decisions. Yes, of course, when there's coercion, when there is other considerations, we need to ensure the law will protect them from that. No woman should be required to do that. But it is still an adult woman's choice we're talking about here in some instances. So I would like to see the Select Committee ensures that there is protections from a woman who seeks medical consultation to allow discussions about what she wants to have checked or done to her body is her choice, and I would not like to see that criminalised. And in the same token, we have to respect religious choice. We have to respect religions of different choices that value different things. And this is not to say that we are devaluing a woman because she's not a virgin. But the fact that a woman chooses to be a virgin and chooses to ensure that her body is protected and valued in that rate, she should not be and somehow slighted or slanted because that is her choice based upon religious belief or whatever pathway she chooses to take. So I think we have to be careful in this piece of legislation that when we are affording protections to women, we are very cognizant of all of the decisions that a woman is entitled to make about her body. And therefore, we also have to be equally cognizant of their religious choices and how they choose to believe and how they choose to value their body. And I would hate to see this House choosing to say that some religious choices are of more value than other religious choices. So therefore, we need to ensure that this legislation is protecting those women who are adults who are choosing to take a pathway. I'm not talking about any type of discrediting or coercion or enforcing women to do certain practices. I'm not talking about the ability to have freedom from being exploited or traded by any way. But it is about ensuring that women do have choices, that we respect religions that are different to our own, and that we ensure that a woman can have medical consultations, and fundamentally that we recognise the uniqueness of women, that women have needs for specific protections because of their biology, because of who they are as women. And therefore, we will absolutely support this bill to the Select Committee. But I would like to ensure that we consider all aspects of this, and fundamentally that it is important we do recognise that being a woman is a specifically unique need for protection in certain aspects of legislation. I commend the bill to the House.
Hana Rafferty Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā tātou te whare e tuana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mo te Pāti Māori i te pōnei, wai hoki ki te mihi atu ki a koe, Priyanka mo te moto pire, kua kawea mai e koe ki roto i tēnei o ngā whare i tēnei o ngā pō. I rise to support this bill and would like to mihi to the member for her member's bill being pulled out of the ballot. But not only that, but the education that I've learnt myself tonight and other young girls across the country watching your first reading speech. So I just want to commend you and your member's bill. This is the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill. This bill seeks to protect vulnerable women and girls by amending the Crimes Act 1961 and introducing new offences that criminalise virginity testing and the related practice. Te Pāti Māori proudly supports this bill. This is about one simple principle, the fact that your body can be an invasion of privacy and even up for thought or for karo to get tested is mind-blowing to me. But also the bodies of wahine and girls are not for inspection, control or policing. And what this bill does is makes virginity testing illegal, criminalises the related practice when used to reinforce harmful ideas around virginity, protects vulnerable women and girls from forced and honour-based abuse. Virginity testing, and what we've heard across the floor tonight, is virginity testing is a myth, not medicine. There is no medical or scientific way to determine whether someone has had sexual intercourse by examining them. The World Health Organization, UN Women and United Nations have all concluded that, quote, virginity testing has no scientific validity, it is medically unnecessary, and it is a violation of human rights. I also want to touch on some of the relevant statistics. Around 38 countries have introduced laws or policies banning virginity testing or prohibiting healthcare workers from carrying it out. The World Health Organization states there is 100% no scientific evidence that examining can determine whether someone has had sexual intercourse or not. Also want to touch on some of the other members' bills that have been brought into this House this term around the kaupapa of not consenting. So, for example, we've also had Lauren McClure's bill that we've supported in terms of AI deepfake and not having your body consented to being on artificial pornography online as well, and also supporting this bill, which is not having your banning virginity testing practices. Virginity testing practices, and also hearing from across the House tonight around we do not test males or men for virginity testing. So the fact that we as a country have been really progressive in supporting women's rights, the first country to support women voting as well, it's important that we support this bill. And I quote from Auckland clinical nurse specialist in family violence, Kathy Lau, quote, "For me, it's not a woman issue, it's a human rights issue. It affects men and women. Imagine if we told men that they had a virgin semen and the first time they lost it, they weren't virgin anymore and they had to go to a doctor to prove that they were still a virgin before they were allowed to be married," end on quote. So tonight, I just want to bring some of the evidence, the testimonies, acknowledging the statistics from across the world and the data, but also the ethical morals of making sure that we support this bill, and congratulating the member. Tēnā rā koe.
Honourable Carmel Tipoloni.
Madam Speaker, I really want to acknowledge the Helen Clark Foundation and the work that they have produced here, the research. People like Sophia Hari, who have really shone a light on the existence of this practice in New Zealand. I think that many of us in this chamber and many more of those outside of the chamber would not have been aware of the fact that this practice existed in New Zealand or the extent of the practice. I also want to acknowledge the Honourable Member Venushi Walters for initially bringing the bill to the House, but of course my good friend Priyanka Radhakrishnan for continuing that work and for having the good luck and good fortune, not just for herself, of having the bill drawn from the ballot. Madam Speaker, it's been very interesting watching the House as this debate has unfolded, and I want to acknowledge the parliamentary colleagues who have been very watching with great interest and listening, particularly to the speech of Priyanka Radhakrishnan and the level of detail that was provided. I do want to acknowledge Vanessa Wienick and Catherine Wedd and Greg Fleming for the attention that they have paid to the detail that has been given in the House tonight, because it is a very important matter. Madam Speaker, I want to go back to something that Priyanka Radhakrishnan said earlier, and that is the fact that this is not an issue that sits squarely with one ethnicity, community or religion. And it was a point that was clearly stated in the research that came through from the Helen Clark Foundation. We need to be very clear about that in the House, because some of the speeches that followed on were perhaps a little bit out of step with that initial assertion that Priyanka Radhakrishnan made. And I think that people could be perhaps surprised to learn where this practice has been undertaken and across the many different communities and circumstances in which it happens. But we must make that very clear. We also have to be very clear about the misogynist nature of this practice and the fact that this practice is deeply rooted in misogynist systems, Madam Speaker. I worry about a contribution, even though I know it was well intended, by the New Zealand First Minister, talking about the fact that adult women should have the choice to undertake this particular procedure, when actually the Minister member doesn't seem to understand.
Point of order, Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I never said that an adult woman should have the right to take that procedure. I said an adult woman should have the right to have a consultation with a medical doctor without the law intervening. I never said about having a procedure.
And that is correct, and I was about to mention that. I was just watching to see where that was going. I think Honourable Casey Costello was very careful with her words, and she also suggested that it would be something that could potentially come up at select committee. So I'm happy that the member Costello actually didn't cross that line.
Madam Speaker, I do want to put on record that medical practitioners in New Zealand will not undertake the practice, and so I think they would also steer clear of providing consultation or advice on this practice, given the nature of the practice and the general view of medical practitioners here in New Zealand. It's important to put on record because what we know is that misogyny is a slippery slope. This is a practice that is deeply rooted in misogynist systems. And as a country that has a wonderful record for being progressive in so many ways, we need to make sure that we are keeping ourselves in check with respect to all areas where we see misogyny. That was the point that I wanted to make, Madam Speaker. I'm really concerned about the fact that this is still happening in New Zealand. I am heartened by the fact that I think there are around 12 countries who have taken the step that this bill is looking to do for New Zealand, but isn't it absolutely shocking that only 12 other countries have made the decision to ban this practice? And so I absolutely support this bill along with all of my colleagues here. I'm heartened that we have support, that Priyanka Radhakrishnan has support across the House, and I look forward to seeing the passage of this bill through Select Committee and into final reading here in the House.
Catherine Weed.
Look, I rise to support the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill, which will help progress the sexual reproductive health rights of girls and women. And I want to congratulate the member and echo a lot of the sentiment that we've heard in the House tonight on your great work in bringing this to the House, putting the spotlight on it and saying it's not okay in New Zealand. Banning virginity testing protects women and girls from practices that violate their dignity, well-being and fundamental rights. We must ensure that every woman and girl in New Zealand is safeguarded from harm and can live their life without violence and discrimination. Virginity testing is a harmful practice that has been condemned by health professionals, human rights advocates and governments worldwide. It is invasive, unscientific and psychologically damaging. It undermines the autonomy of women and girls. As we've already heard, there are other countries that have already moved around the world, and this bill ensures that we ban it here in New Zealand. And as we've also already heard, New Zealand is a progressive country when it comes to women's rights. Of course, we were the first country in the world to give women the vote, and we must continue to progress. And National is continuing to support the rights of women and girls. We've criminalised stalking, ensuring that women and girls are safe from persistent harassment. We've announced that we will change the consent laws, and we're also funding better postnatal care in New Zealand so that every woman has a legal entitlement to 3 days stay after giving birth. We're also working to protect young girls from online harm. And I also had the luck of my members' bill being drawn, a members' bill to ban social media for under 16s, which of course will also protect young girls from harm. But look, as the chair of the New Zealand Parliamentarians Population and Development Group and a strong feminist myself, it's been a privilege to stand up for the advancement of sexual reproductive health rights of women and girls. And I would also like to acknowledge Priyanka for your work on this group as well, NZPPD, because this is also really, really important work for advancing the sexual reproductive health rights of women and girls. Our work at NZPPD has included championing access to comprehensive reproductive health services, promoting education around consent and bodily autonomy, and ensuring that every woman and girl in New Zealand is equipped with the tools they need to make informed decisions about their health and their future. And I've spoken at length about the urgent need to protect women and girls from practices that compromise their physical and mental well-being. Virginity testing is one such practice, stuck in the outdated notions of honour and virtue that have been used to control and suppress women for generations. This is not okay. By banning this practice, we take a stand, not just for women and girls, but for the values of respect, equality and justice that underpin our society. This bill is a concrete step towards greater protection and empowerment. It sends a clear message to New Zealanders and to the world that we will not tolerate violations of bodily integrity. It also aligns us with the best international practice, affirming our commitment to upholding human rights. And as chair of NZPPD, I know how critical it is to continue promoting the sexual reproductive health rights of women. Because when women and girls are safe, educated and empowered, our society as a whole prospers. And it is really great tonight to see that we have cross-party support on this really important issue. And it does show that sometimes we can work across parties to protect our most vulnerable. Progress in this area cannot often be achieved by one party alone. It is a collective responsibility. I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White. Speaker, thank you. First of all, I just want to say congratulations to Priyanka Radhakrishna for the drawing of this bill, and also to Vanushi Walters, who was very much part of the Helen Clark Foundation team that looked at this and developed this bill, I think in the last Parliament. So it's been a long time coming. I want to talk about misogyny and the issues around it, because I think that this bill is the tip of the iceberg. We have a situation where things are moving quite fast, and they're moving back to a very misogynistic viewpoint from quite a few people in our society who wouldn't have held those views even a decade ago. So we are seeing younger men being told that women are second-class citizens. We are seeing people join that kind of view internationally. And it is of great concern to me that this isn't something that is isolated. It is flooding through our society at present. We're going to have to be vigilant. And I want to tell you a story about a woman that I had at an event about a year ago, and she's from Afghanistan, and she'd come in to New Zealand having been a family violence judge in Afghanistan, and so she was airlifted out with her family because she was in real danger. One of the men that she had sent to prison had killed his wife because she had a cell phone, and he was released by the Taliban. And so she was in real danger. I think that she gets her law degree this week in New Zealand. It's very, very close to getting that degree and being able to go back to her craft in New Zealand. But she was at an event for me, and we were talking about women getting the vote in New Zealand. And she talked about how these things that she thought were firm in her own country, they disappeared overnight. They lost so much. And last week I was at the Wesley Market, and I was talking to a man about whether I could help him in his immigration case for his daughter, who has a physics degree, was a professor in Kabul, and is now in her own home and is deeply depressed because she can't go out. She can't have a job and she can't do what she needs to do. And there's very little I can do for her because she's going through our immigration system. There's very little that I can do to support someone who deeply needs support. That is what we are facing around the world. Now, I've taken the example of Afghanistan, but I could as well take the example of America. I am very concerned about some of the belligerence and misogyny that I am seeing building up in countries which tolerate sexual assault by people who are in power, where we are equating bullying with leadership. Those things set us back. Machismo bullying is not leadership. And we are getting a movement towards this. So things like this help a little bit, but we need to see the whole picture, and we need to move against it strongly and supportively in this Parliament. We need to wake up and see it and make sure that at every stage we are saying no. Virginity testing, we say no. We'll be sort of supporting this bill through, and we hope everyone else will too.
Katie Nimmin.
I'm feeling very feminist today, and I feel like it's a great time to talk about a bill such as this. And can I just say, I want to take a minute to talk about something I really appreciate about our Parliament as our Commonwealth Women's parliamentarians. We meet regularly. We don't always have the same views because we're not all of the same political parties, but there are some issues that we all get together, listen to some very wise positions and perspectives of sometimes former ministers, former officials, current officials, you name it, and they come to our committee and they talk about these issues, and you just can't argue with the facts. And I feel very appreciative that we're here tonight speaking in support of Priyanka's bill, which honestly within maybe weeks, Priyanka, we were talking about this and your bill gets pulled out of the biscuit tin. And it's amazing to be able to stand in support of something and let politics sit to the side and go, actually, whether people want to dispute how often this happens, whether it's relevant or the science of it or not the science of it, that it just shouldn't be something that we're doing in 2026. And actually only women should be responsible for their own virginity, and whether or not that is in fact the case and how they define that. only women should be able to do that, and only the individual women themselves in question. And so sadly the fact that we have to legislate this in the first place is a problem. But really pleased to be part of a wide group of people that support something like this, because I think that there are a lot of young girls out there and women that perhaps have gone through this sadly over their lives that will be very grateful that there are a group of people in this current parliament, men included, who think that this concept is obscene. And so I'm really, really grateful that I am serving as an MP in 2026. I'm grateful that I'm the 186th woman in Parliament, which is actually crazy just to think that. I'm sitting next to 195, 194. There's been many more men. 107, there you go, Carmel Sepuloni. This is the point that actually our voice really matters, because if you went back 40, 50 years, or even I'd challenge 20 or 10 years ago, that this is not necessarily something that we would have been able to get to our caucuses and say this really matters and this is why we need to support this together. And so it brings a really nice flavour to our members' night. And so just to speak to, I know all colleagues across the House have talked about the science of it, and this is not just, or not, or lack of science, that this is not just an ethnic issue. Actually, this is around instances of rape and proving whether rape occurred. You know, actually it happens to people in the most vulnerable time. And actually we should be empowering young women in such a way where the argument of virginity or lack thereof is just not something that we bring into question legality or science, pseudoscience, and I think that this is one of those cultural things that is a safeguard for future generations. The law changing might not mean that next week a young girl in a particular household or a young woman in a particular case is no longer subject to things like this happening, because we know when we change the law that it doesn't mean that things happen overnight. We do these things sometimes to change the culture, and we also expect that they take effect over a period of time. But I know that there will be a lot of people thinking, actually, I've got a protection. It's something that I can say. I mean, I take myself back to when the anti-smacking law came in, and all of a sudden every child in Sundry says, you can't touch me, I'm calling the police. And not that that was necessarily going to be the case, but it meant that children felt empowered. And so I think in some of these cases, these young women will feel empowered and young girls will feel empowered that they are solely responsible and have the complete right to protect their own personal story. You know, we don't even need to talk about virginity or not virginity. It is your personal story. And I just feel very proud to stand here riding the wave of feminism as I have since I was a young girl, not even knowing what feminism was, telling my dad women can do any job they want. And now when I'm mentoring young women, I say women can do anything, they don't have to do everything. But so this is very cool. Glad to be a part of this, and I really look forward to seeing it progress. And power to the CWP. Commend the bill.
Priyanka Radhakrishnan in reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I begin by thanking colleagues across the House for supporting this bill? It's reasonably clear that this bill will make its way to Select Committee and will be examined by the Select Committee in great detail. So thank you, and particularly wonderful to hear the feminist contributions from that side of the House as well. So thank members for that. I also thank members who have made it very clear that this is not an issue that is confined to any particular ethnic community, and I want to emphasise that. I think members will be quite surprised to learn how it is something that is experienced or women from various communities are subjected to currently in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I also want to emphasise that the only culture that perpetuates this practice is the culture of patriarchy. Yep. Just to clarify a point that was made, I think, by the Honourable Karen Chaw, who said quite rightly that she believes that this should just not be practiced, the practice of virginity testing and hymenoplasty, and not because it is not reliable as a test. I just want to clarify for the record that that wasn't the point that I was making. I was making the point that people believe that it is based or a practice that is rooted in medical evidence or science, but it's not. So some people who practice it or subject others to it believe that they're actually doing the right thing because it's based in medicine, but it's actually not. I too am very clear that it is a human rights violation. Now, to the point that the Honourable Casey Costello made, and I take her point that she was saying that women or adult women should be able to decide for themselves to have a medical consultation, and that she would like for that to be teased out at the Select Committee, and I absolutely would support the right of women to make any choice that they would like to make. The point here, though, and I've just had some comms with Kathy Lowe, who has spelt this out as well. The point here is that the problem is that very few doctors actually are trained around the myth of hymens and virginity. And so, I mean, Kathy is one person who's been training particularly MedSAC doctors, so that's the medical sexual assault clinicians, Aotearoa, very few doctors from Auckland Hospital, and mostly nurses and social workers. So that speaks to the point that I made about the necessity to broaden the scope of training for medical professionals as well, so that people can have medical consultations and then be quite rightly told that there's no medical basis for a practice like this. The final point that I would like to make in my reply, Madam Speaker, is to encourage everyone, anyone who has experienced or been impacted by virginity testing or the related practice of hymenoplasty to please submit to the Select Committee. And I want to also put on the record that there are ways in which submissions can be made where it is made in private or secret, and the details of the individual making the submission can be kept confidential by members of by the Select Committee and by this House. The difference between the two, and just also clarifying that that must be put in writing when a written submission is made to a Select Committee. If evidence is given in private, that information will be kept confidential till the Select Committee reports back to this House. If it is given in secret, it will always remain confidential in perpetuity, but the downside is that the details that are shared, the evidence that is shared, can never be used publicly. So I just want to make it very clear that people should give evidence. It can be given in ways that their information is kept confidential, two different ways there, and there are upsides and downsides to both. However, I look forward to this bill being considered by the Governance and Administration Select Committee, and once again, Madam Speaker, end where I began, with a word of thanks to everyone who's come forward, who's helped this bill on its journey to this point in this Parliament, and to all my colleagues from both sides of the House for their unanimous support. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Crimes Virginity Testing Practices Amendment Bill be considered by the Governance and Administration Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on members' order of the day number 5.
Local Government Management of Local Authorities Amendment Bill, first reading.
Stuart Smith.
I move that the Local Government Management of Local Authorities Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. At its heart, this bill is about a very simple question. Who is actually in charge of our local councils? The people elected by the public or the people who are not? That may sound abstract, but it's not. Picture a councillor in a meeting room about to vote on whether her council should sell its airport shares. She is told there may be personal legal risk if she votes one way or another. She asks to see the legal advice that explains those risks. The advice exists, ratepayers paid for it. but the access is refused, yet she is still expected to vote. That is not a hypothetical example, Madam Speaker. That is what happened at Wellington City Council during the debate over the proposed sale of the airport chairs. Elected councillors were expected to carry responsibility for a major decision, but denied the information they needed to make that decision. And that goes to the heart of this bill. Democracy does not work if elected representatives are accountable for decisions, but are unable to access the information, advice and authority needed to make them. Madam Speaker, this bill is not an attack on council staff. Most council officials across New Zealand do difficult work professionally and under pressure. Councils need capable chief executives and skilled managers to deliver services, manage complex projects and keep organisations running. But there is a clear difference between management and governance. Managers manage. Elected representatives govern. When that line becomes blurred, accountability breaks down. New Zealanders elect mayors and councillors because they expect them to set priorities, make decisions and answer for the results. But increasingly, voters find that the people they elect do not always have the practical power to do the job. The genesis of this bill came when I looked at the Local Government Act and realised that there was a deficiency from a governance perspective. Drawing on my own experience as a former board chairman, it was clear that the relationship between elected members of council and council management was not as clear as it should be, particularly when it comes to information. The Wellington case shows the point clearly. Councillors were expected to make a decision without access to legal advice, needed to understand the risk and discharge their duties properly. Sadly, this is not the only example. In Queenstown Lakes District Council, a councillor had to use the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act to try to obtain information about a major $2 billion development, only for that request to be declined. In Hawke's Bay, disputes arose over whether key council decisions had effectively been predetermined behind closed doors, with information being held through formal processes. In Napier, councillors used formal information requests to discover why council staff had compiled material about their social media activity. In Auckland, elected members who believed they had not been properly informed about a significant contract had to turn to legal processes to compel the release of information. And in Nelson, a councillor seeking basic operational data found the request treated as a formal information request and ultimately refused. Wow. Madam Speaker, these examples point to the same underlying problem. When elected representatives have to fight their own organisations for information, governance is not working as it should. When councillors must use the same legal tools as any member of the public just to understand what is happening inside their own council, that is not transparency, it is obstruction. Ratepayers see councillors struggling with basic delivery, rising costs, delayed projects, strained infrastructure and decisions that appear to drift away from the priorities people voted for. They are then told to hold their elected representatives accountable, even when those representatives may not have had the information or authority needed to shape the decision. That is unfair to voters, that is unfair to councillors, and ultimately it is bad for local government. This bill addresses that imbalance in three practical ways. First, it makes clear that the Chief Executive is subject to the direction and supervision of the governing body. That is the ordinary principle that those employed to manage an organisation are accountable to those elected to govern it. Second, it affirms that elected members have the authority to direct the management of council activities. That does not mean councillors interfering in operational matters. It means the council will get on with the priorities of those elected to govern it. Third, it ensures councillors can seek independent advice. That is essential. A governing body cannot properly test advice if all information is filtered through the management structure it oversees. Independent advice allows councillors to ask informed questions, weigh options, and make decisions they can stand behind. Madam Speaker, these are not radical ideas. They are standard governance principles. A company board, a charity trust, or a school board would expect access to the information needed to govern. Local government should be no different. This will not politicise council management. This bill does not remove professional management, professional development, stop chief executives running councils day to day, or turn councillors into managers. It simply makes clear that management remains accountable to governance, and governance has the tools to do the job. The real risk is not that elected representatives know too much. The real risk is that they are expected to vote without knowing enough. We cannot have a system where unelected officials decide what the elected governing body is permitted to see, and where responsibility sits in one place but power sits somewhere else. This matters because local government is closest to people's daily lives. Roads, water, waste, planning, libraries, parks, footpaths and their rates bill. People notice when services fail and when costs rise. Madam Speaker, this bill also matters because it helps strengthen local democracy at a time when local election turnout has fallen to 39%, its lowest level ever. Strengthening the governance function will help restore public confidence and will ensure councils deliver the basics well. But New Zealanders also expect something more fundamental, that the people they elected are the people making the key decisions, and that those people have the information needed to make them responsibly. When that does not happen, confidence erodes. People begin to feel that voting doesn't change much. Every time an elected member is denied information, and every time a councillor has to lodge a formal request to understand their own council's business, that confidence is weakened. This bill is a practical response to that problem. It restores balance, it strengthens transparency, it makes accountability real by ensuring electorate representatives have both responsibility and authority. It says to ratepayers that the vote they cast still reaches the table where decisions are made. It says to councillors that if they are expected to answer for decisions, they must be able to see the information behind them. And it says to professional management is vital, but it must serve democratic governance, not replace it. Madam Speaker, this is a modest bill, but it addresses an important principle, that is that local democracy cannot function if elected members are not empowered to govern. This bill restores that proper order. Managers manage, elected representatives govern, and voters can see who is responsible, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Tangi Utikere.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. Look, I want to acknowledge and congratulate the Government's Chief Whip, Mr Smith, on having this bill drawn from the ballot. I know he's had a previous bill drawn around Salador sales, so I'm not too sure whether it's number 3, is it? Okay, there we go. So, look, it's always good to acknowledge the fact that on Members' Day we can have bills drawn, and so I want to acknowledge Mr Smith on having his bill drawn. From the get-go, Labour will be supporting this bill this evening through the Select Committee. The member in charge of the bill is right. It is a modest bill. It's a very small bill, but we believe that it actually delivers on an issue in an area that is vitally important when it comes to democracy, but even more so when it comes to accountability, Madam Speaker. There are many members of this House who have sat around a local government decision-making table. Some of them have sat at the head of that particular table. But when elected members are elected by their community, they need to have access to the information. They need to understand what lies behind decisions and directions that are taken. And when we talk about them as an individual in their role, being able to have access to information, and Stuart Smith's bill seeks to achieve that. But it also underscores the importance of the collective being able to make decisions. And one of the things that's really vital in the member's bill is that it's not about individual elected members giving direction to a chief executive. It is still the governing body of the local territorial authority doing that. So on the one hand, it empowers local elected members to have access to information, which is a good thing, and also to independently seek additional advice outside of the advice provided by the Chief Executive if an elected member chooses to do that in order to do the job that they've been elected to do. But it also makes sure that we don't have rogue councillors and rogue elected members who are off trying to issue kind of directives towards the Chief Executive when that is not the view of the collective decision-making table. We do think that there are a couple of very important protections, and one the member himself has touched on, that is around the role of staff. And we certainly accept that this is not a bill seeking to attack staff per se. The fact that the protection in terms of the employment of staff is something that still sits in the responsibility realm of the Chief Executive is important. The moment you start having political interference in that process, I think can be very, very difficult, particularly given that the responsibility of elected members is collectively to make decisions on who the Chief Executive should be. So ensuring that responsibility remains with the Chief Executive is important. The other is around the need for those collective decisions to be taken. There is one aspect that we do have some hesitancy around, but we think the Select Committee is the right place to tease some of that out, and it is around the important nature of the separation of regulatory functions. How far a governing body could give some direction to the Chief Executive that might kind of create a bit of tension around the regulatory powers and functions that local councils undertake. And a lot of this, my colleague Aotearoa Williams, is very familiar within the building construction space, where there are real discrete and not so discrete regulatory powers that are given over to those warrant holding officers. There is a real tension there around how far the governing body can actually sort of delve into that. So we'd be keen to explore that at Select Committee. But fundamentally, Madam Speaker, the Labour Party supports this bill through to Select Committee. There are some things that can be teased out. We think that elected members elected by their communities are accountable to their communities, so they should be able to understand what the directions are and be in a position to issue those directions so that you don't have a circumstance where there is a lack of continuity or alignment in terms of the organisation and in particular the role that Chief Executives may sort of head down. So again, congratulations to the member, and we commend this bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted and is set down for resumption next sitting day. The House is suspended and I will resume the chair at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the extended sitting to consider government orders of the day.